Section 1 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Louis the Pious, Part 1 by René, Poupardin. It was at his winter home at Douai, early in February 814, that Louis of Aquitaine received the news of his father's death, which had been immediately sent to him by his sisters and by the magnates who had espoused his cause. It is a difficult matter to discern through the self-interested encomiums of biographers and the calumnies set afloat by political opponents the real character of the man who had now taken over the burdensome heritage left by the Emperor Charles. Louis, who was at this time 36 years old, was in form and manners a tall, handsome man, broad-shouldered, with a strong voice, skilled in bodily exercises, fond, as his ancestors were, of the chase, but less easily led away by the seductions of passion and good cheer. With regard to his mental qualities, he was a learned man, well acquainted with Latin, and able even to compose verses in that language, having some knowledge of Greek, and in particular well versed in moral theology. He was modest and unassuming, of a usually gentle temper, and he constantly showed himself capable of generosity and compassion even towards his enemies. His piety, to which he owes the surname by which history has known him, from his own century to ours, appears to have been deep and genuine. It was shown not only by his zealous observance of fast and festival, and his prayerful habits, but by his sustained interest in the affairs of the Church. During the time he spent in Aquitaine, the reform of the Septimanian monasteries by Benedict of Aniane had engaged a large share of his attention. Throughout his reign his capitularies are filled with measures dealing with the churches and monasteries. It must not be forgotten, however, that in that age church and state were so closely connected that provisions of this description were absolutely necessary to good administration, and that it would thus be a mistake to look upon Louis as a mere crowned monk. A king in Aquitaine from 781, and associated in the empire in 813, he had become accustomed to the prospect of his eventual succession. Though the news of Charles's death took him by surprise, the new sovereign seems promptly to have made such arrangements as the circumstances required, for after having shown all the signs of the deepest grief, and ordered fitting prayer to be made for the repose of the soul of the dead, he set out on his journey for Aix-la-Chapelle, in company with his wife and children and the chief lords of his party. He was doubtless uneasy as to what measures were being taken there by his father's former ministers, among them Vala, the grandson of Charles Martel, who had wielded so great an influence at the late emperor's court. Such fears, however, were groundless, for hardly had Louis reached the banks of the Loire than the lords of Francia, hastening to meet him and take the oath of fealty to him, gave him an enthusiastic welcome. The famous Théodulph, Bishop of Orléans, having received timely notice, had even found leisure to compose certain poems for the occasion, hailing the dawn of the new reign. Vala himself came to meet his cousin at Herstal, before the emperor, who was going by Paris in order to visit the celebrated sanctuaries of Saint-Denis and Saint-Germain-des-Prés, had entered Francia. Most of the magnates hastened to follow his example. At Herstal the new emperor made some stay. There was at the Palace of Aix a clique of the discontented who relied perhaps on the support of Charles's daughters, and whose chief offence, in the eyes of Louis, seems to have been their disposition to pursue the dissolute way of life which had been customary at the court of the late emperor. Vala, Lambert, Count of Nantes, and Count Garnier were sent on in advance to secure order in the palace and to seize upon any from whom resistance was to be feared. They were obliged to use force in carrying out their mission, and some lives were lost. After Louis, on 27th February, had made his solemn entry into Aix-la-Chapelle amidst the shouts of the people, and had taken over the government, he continued the same course, taking measures to put an end to the scandals, real or alleged, which for the last few years had dishonoured the court. His sisters, whose lapses from virtue, however, dated many years back, were the first to be assailed. After dividing among them the property due to them under Charles's will, he sent them into banishment at various convents. Nothing is known of the fate of Gisela and Bertha, but Theodrada was obliged to retire to her abbey of Argenteuil and Rothide to Farmoutier. The Jewish and Christian merchants also who were found established in the palace were summoned to depart from it, as well as the superfluous women not required for the service of the court. At the same time Louis kept with him his illegitimate brothers, Hugh, Drogo, and Theodoric. But the arrangements made in the name of good morals were followed up at once by measures directed against the descendants of Charles Martel. In spite of a loyalty just shown by Vala, his brother Adelard, abbot of Corbie, was exiled to the island of Noirmoutier, while another brother, Bernier, was confined at Lerins, and their sister Gundrada at St. Radegund of Poitiers. Vala himself, fearing a like fate, chose to retire to Corbie. Apparently it was also a zeal for reform which inspired Louis at the first general placitum held at Aix in August 814 to decide on sending out to all parts of the kingdom missi charged with the duty of making inquiry into the slightest actions of the counts and judges, and even of the missi previously dispatched from a palace, in order to reform what they found to have been unjustly done, and bring it into conformity with justice, to restore their patrimony to the oppressed, and freedom to those who had been unjustly reduced to servitude. It was a like anxiety which impelled him next year for the protection of the native inhabitants of a Spanish march, molested as they were by the Frankish counts, to take those measures which are to be found among the provisions of certain of his capitularies. At this placitum of Aix appeared the young king of Italy, Bernard, who came to make oath of fealty to his uncle. The emperor received him kindly, bestowed rich gifts on him, and sent him back to Italy, having confirmed him in his title of king, while reserving to himself the imperial sovereignty, as is shown by the fact that even in Italy all legislative acts emanate exclusively from the emperor. He it is also who, during Bernard's life, grants the confirmation of the privileges of the great Italian abbeys. At the same time Louis assigned as kingdoms to his two elder sons, with much the same terms of dependence on himself, two portions of the Frankish Empire, which still retained a certain degree of autonomy, Bavaria to Lothar, and Aquitaine to Pepin. Both were, however, too young to exercise real power. Louis therefore placed about each of them Frankish officials entrusted with the duty of governing the country in their names. As to the emperor's latest born son, Louis, he was too young to be put in even nominal charge of a kingdom, so that he remained under his father's care. In spite, however, of the cleansing of the imperial palace, Louis retained around him a certain number of his father's old servants and advisers, such as Adelard the Count Palatine, and Hildebald, Archbishop of Cologne. Some also who had been among his most faithful counsellors in Aquitaine followed him to Francia. Bego, the husband of his daughter Alpais, one of the companions of his youth, seems to have become Count of Paris. Louis also retained as Chancellor Elisachar, the chief of his Aquitanian clerks, a learned man and a patron of letters, to whom perhaps may be owing the remarkable improvement traceable at this time in the drawing up of the imperial diplomas. But the man who seems to have played the chief part during the early years of the reign was the Goth Wititza, Saint Benedict of Agnan, the reformer of the Aquitanian monasteries. The emperor had lost no time in summoning him to his side at Aix, and a large number of the diplomas issued at this time from the imperial chancery were granted at his request. Benedict had at first been installed as abbot at Malmsmünster in Alsace, but the emperor, evidently feeling that he was still too far away, had hastened to build the monastery of Inden in the woods around Aix-la-Chapelle, and to set him at its head. It was no doubt to the influence of the abbot of Inden that the measures were due which were taken a few years later, 817, to establish one uniform rule, that of St. Benedict of Nursia, in all monasteries throughout the Frankish Empire. Other regulations were to be applied to the canons of cathedral churches in order to complete the work formerly begun by St. Chrodegang, and in a long capitulary De Rebus Ecclesiasticis, the rights and duties of bishops and clerks were defined with a special object of preserving them from a secularization of their property, which had too often befallen them at the hands of a lay power since the days of Charles Martel. The Emperor's care for the interests of the Church, and the importance he attached to its good administration, were in harmony both with the traditions set up by Charles, and also with the universal conception of an empire in which the civil and ecclesiastical powers were intimately connected, although the imperial authority could not be said to be subjected to that of the Church. As early as the first year of his reign, Louis had had occasion to show that he intended in this matter to maintain his rights inviolate even against the Pope himself. A conspiracy among the Roman nobility against Leo III had been discovered and punished by that Pope. The culprits had been put to death without consulting the Emperor or his representative. Louis, conceiving that his rights had been infringed by these indications of independence, directed Bernard of Italy and Gerald, Count of the Eastern March, to hold an inquiry into the affair. 2 envoys from the Holy See were obliged to accompany them to the Emperor, bearing the excuses and explanations of the Pope, 815. In the same year a revolt of the inhabitants of the Campagna against the papal authority was by order of Bernard suppressed by Vinicis, the Duke of Spoleto. Leo III died on 12 June 816, and the Romans chose as his successor in the chair of Peter, Stephen IV, a man of noble family who seems to have been as much devoted to the Frankish monarchy as his predecessor had been hostile to it. His first care was to exact from the Romans an oath of fealty to the Emperor. At the same time he sent an embassy to Louis with orders to announce the election to him, but also to request an interview at a place suited to the Emperor's convenience. Louis gladly consented, and sent an invitation to Stephen to come to meet him in France, escorted by Bernard of Italy. It was at Reims, where Charlemagne had formerly had a meeting with Leo III, that the Emperor awaited the sovereign pontiff. When Stephen drew near, Louis went a mile out of the city to meet him in his robes of state, helped him to dismount from his horse, and led him in great pomp as far as the abbey of Saint-Remy, a little beyond the city. On the morrow he gave him a solemn reception in Reims itself, and after several days spent in conferring about the interests of the Church, the ceremony of the imperial coronation took place in the Cathedral of Notre Dame. The Pope significantly set on Louis's head a diadem which he had brought with him from Rome, and anointed him with the holy oil. The Empress Ermengarde was also crowned and anointed, and a few days later Stephen, accompanied by the imperial missi, again turned towards Rome, perhaps bearing with him the diplomas by which Louis confirmed the Roman Church in its privileges and possessions. Thus once more a seal was set upon the alliance between the papacy and the empire. At the same time, the subsequent relations of Louis the Pious with the Holy See show the Emperor's constant anxiety for the observance of the twofold principle that the Emperor is the protector of the Pope, but that in return for his protection he has the right to exercise his sovereign authority throughout Italy, even in Rome itself, and in particular to give his assent to the election of a new pontiff. On the death of Stephen IV, 24th January 817, Pascal I hastened to inform Louis of his election and to renew with him the agreement arrived at with his predecessors. The sending of Lothar to Italy as king with the special mission of governing the country, and his coronation in 823 at the hands of Pascal I were a further guarantee of the imperial authority. Hence, no doubt, arose a certain discontent among the Roman nobles, and even among the Pope's entourage, which showed itself in the execution of the Primicerius Theodore and his son-in-law the nomenclator Leo, who were first blinded and then beheaded in the Lateran Palace, as guilty of having shown themselves in all things too faithful to the party of the young Emperor Lothar. Pascal was accused of having allowed or even ordered this double execution, and 2 missi were sent to Rome to hold an inquiry into the matter, an inquest which, however, led to no result, for the Pope sent ambassadors of his own to Louis with instructions to clear their master by oath from the accusations levelled against him. On the death of Pascal I, 824, as soon as the election of his successor Eugenius II had been announced to Louis, then at Compiègne, he sent Lothar to Italy to settle with the new pope measures securing the right exercise of the imperial jurisdiction in the papal state. This mission of Lothar's led to the promulgation of the Constitutio Romana of 824, intended to safeguard the rights of all living under the protection of the emperor and the pope. Missi sent by both authorities were to superintend the administration of true justice. The Roman judges were to continue their functions, but were to be subject to imperial control. The Roman people were given leave to choose under what law they would live, but were required to take an oath of fealty to the emperor. The measures thus taken, and the settlement agreed upon, were confirmed in writing by the Pope, who pledged himself to observe them. On his death, and after the brief pontificate of Valentine, Gregory IV was not in fact consecrated until the emperor had signified his approval of the election. Outside his own dominions, if Louis appears to have made no attempt to extend his power beyond the limits fixed by Charlemagne, he did at least exert himself to maintain his supremacy over the semi-vassal nations dwelling on all the frontiers of the empire. For the most part, however, these races seem to have sought to preserve good relations with their powerful neighbour. The respect which for the first few years of the reign they entertained for the successor of Charlemagne is proved by the presence at all the great assemblies of ambassadors from different nations bearing pacific messages. At Compiègne in 816, Slovenes and Obotrites appeared, and again at Herstal 818 and at Frankfurt 823. Bulgarian envoys on several occasions, and in 823 2 leaders who, among the Wiltzi, were contending for power, begged the emperor to act as arbitrator. Danes were present at Paderborn 815, at Aix-la-Chapelle 817, at Compiègne 823, and at Thionville 831. Louis even received Sardinians in 815 and Arabs in 816. As to the Eastern Empire, the Basileus seem always to have shown anxiety to keep on good terms with Louis. On various occasions their ambassadors appeared at the great assemblies held by him, at Aix 817 to settle a question concerning frontiers in Dalmatia, at Rouen in 824 to discuss what measures should be taken in the matter of the controversy concerning images, at Compiègne in 827 to renew their professions of amity. It may be added that it was a Greek, the priest George, who built for Louis the Pious the first hydraulic organ ever used in Gaul. Even from a military point of view, the reign of Louis the Pious bore at first the appearance of being in some sort a continuation of that of Charles, under a prince capable of repelling the attacks of his enemies. In the north, the Danish race were at this time fairly easily held in awe, one of the rivals then disputing for power, Harold, having been driven out by his cousins, the sons of Godfried, came in 814 to take shelter at the court of Aix. In 815 the Saxon troops, with the Obotrite friendlies, made an attempt to restore this ally of the Franks to the throne under the leadership of Vermissus Baldric. Promises of submission were made by the Danes, and hostages were handed over, but this was the only result obtained. It was not until about 819 that a revolution recalled Harold to the throne, whence his rivals had just been driven. He retained it until a fresh revulsion of feeling forced him again to take refuge at the court of Louis. On the other hand, in concert with Pope Pascal, Louis had been endeavouring to convert the Danes to Christianity. Ebbo, Archbishop of Rheims, was sent on this mission. Setting out in company with Halidgar, Bishop of Cambrai, he united his labours with those of Ansgar and his companions, who were already at work spreading the Christian faith in the district around the mouth of the Elbe, where Saxons and Scandinavians came into contact with one another. The monastery of Corvey or New Corbie, 822, and the bishopric of Hamburg, 831, were founded to safeguard Christianity in the country thus evangelized. When in 826 the Danish Prince Harold came to be baptized at Mayence with several hundreds of his followers, the ceremony was made the opportunity for splendid entertainments at which the whole court was present, and was looked upon by the circle surrounding the emperor as a triumph. But attacks by way of the sea were already beginning against the Frankish Empire. In 820 a band of pirates had attempted to land, first in Frisia and then on the shores of the lower Seine. But being beaten off by the inhabitants, they had been forced to content themselves with retiring to pillage the island of Bouin off the coast of La Vendée. In 829 a Scandinavian invasion of Saxony had momentarily alarmed Louis, but had led to nothing. In short, it may be said that for the first part of the reign Louis's dominions had been exempt from the ravages of the Vikings, but the tempest which was to rage so furiously a few years later was already seen to be gathering. The Slavonic populations which bordered Frankish Germany on the east were also kept within due bounds. In 816 the Halphen of the Saxons and East Franks called out against the rebellious Sorbs, compelled them to renew their oaths of submission. Next year the Frankish counts in charge of the frontier successfully beat off an attack by Slavomir, the prince of the Obotrites, who, being made prisoner a little later and accused before the emperor by his own subjects, was deposed, his place being given to his rival Cearrag, 818. The new prince, however, before long deserted his former allies, joined forces with the Danes, and unsuccessfully renewed the struggle with the Franks. The latter found a more formidable opponent in the person of Liudevit, a prince who had succeeded in reducing to his obedience part of the population of Pannonia, and was menacing the Frankish frontier between the Drave and the Save. An expedition sent against him under the Marquis of Friuli, Carola, was not successful. Carola died during the campaign, and the Slovenes invaded the imperial territory, 820. It was only through an alliance with one of Liudevit's foes, Bosna, the Grand Zupan of the Croats, that the Franks in their turn were enabled to spread destruction through the enemy's country and to force the tribes of Carniola and Carinthia, who had thrown off their allegiance, to submit afresh. Liudevit himself made his submission next year, and peace was maintained upon the eastern frontier till 827-8, when an irruption of the Bulgarians into Pannonia necessitated another Frankish expedition, headed this time by the emperor's son, Louis the German. By way of compensation, unbroken peace reigned on the extreme southern frontier of the dominions of Louis. The Lombard populations of the south of Italy continued to be practically independent of Frankish rule. Louis made no attempt to exert any effective sovereignty over them. He contented himself with receiving from Prince Grimwald of Benevento in 814 a promise to pay tribute and assurances of submission, vague engagements which his successor Sico renewed more than once without causing any change in the actual situation. On the southwestern frontier of the empire a state of war, or at least of perpetual skirmishing, went on between the Franks and either the Saracens of Spain or the half-subdued inhabitants of the Pyrenees. In 815 hostilities had broken out anew with the Emir Hakam I, whom the Frankish historians called Abulas. The following year the recall of Seguin, Duke of Gascony, led to a revolt of the Basques, but the native chief whom the rebels had placed at their head was defeated and killed by the counts in the service of Louis the Pious. 2 years later, 818, the emperor felt himself strong enough to banish Lupus, son of Kentulus, the national duke of the Gascons, and in 819 an expedition under Pepin of Aquitaine resulted in an apparent and temporary pacification of the province. On the other hand, at the assembly at Quierzy in 820, it was decided to renew the war with the Saracens of Spain. But the Frankish annalists mention only a plundering raid between the Segre River, 822, and in 824 the defeat of 2 Frankish counts in the valley of Roncesvalles as they were returning from an expedition against Pampeluna. In 826 the revolt in the Spanish March of a chief of Gothic extraction gave Louis the Pious graver cause for disquiet. An army led by the abbot Elisachar checked the rebels for the moment, but they appealed to the emir Abd ar-Rahman, and the Muslim troops sent under the command of Abu Marwan penetrated as far as the walls of Saragossa. At the Compiègne assembly held in the summer of 827, the emperor decided on sending a new Frankish army beyond the Pyrenees, but its leaders, Matfrid, Count of Orleans, and Hugh, Count of Tours, showed such an entire lack of zeal and interposed so many delays that Abu Marwan was able to ravage the districts of Barcelona and Girona with impunity. The progress of the invaders was only checked by the energetic resistance of Barcelona under Count Bernard of Septimania, but they were able nevertheless to withdraw unhindered with their booty. In 828, in another quarter of a Frankish empire, Boniface, Marquis of Tuscany, was taking the offensive. After having, at the head of his little flotilla, destroyed the pirate Muslim ships in the neighbourhood of Corsica and Sardinia, he landed in Africa and ravaged the country round Carthage. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Louis the Pious, Part 2, by René, Poupardin. To the extreme west of the empire, the Bretons, whom even the great Charles had never been able to subdue completely, continued from time to time to send out pillaging expeditions into Frankish territory, chiefly in the direction of Vannes. These were mere raids up to the time when their union, under the leadership of a chief named Morvan, Mormanus, to whom they gave the title of king, so far emboldened the Bretons that they refused to pay homage or the annual tribute to which they had heretofore been subject. Louis, having attempted in vain to negotiate with the rebels, made up his mind to act, and summoned the host of Francia, Burgundy, and even of Saxony and Alemannia to gather at Vannes in August 818. The Frankish troops pushed their way into the enemy's territory without having to fight a regular battle, as the Bretons, following their customary tactics, preferred to disappear from sight and merely harass their enemy. The latter could do no more than ravage the country, but Morvan was killed in a skirmish. His countrymen then abandoned the struggle, and at the end of a month the emperor re-entered Angers, having exacted promises of submission from the more powerful of the Breton chiefs. Their submission, however, did not last long. In 822 a certain Wiomark repeated Morvan's attempt. The expeditions led against him by the Frankish counts of the March of Brittany, or by the emperor himself, were marked only by the wasting of the country, and produced no permanent results. Not until 826 did a new system ensure a measure of tranquillity. Louis then recognized the authority over the Bretons of a chief of their own race, Nominoe, to whom he gave the title of Missus, and who in return did homage to him and took the oath of fealty. But the union of Brittany under a single head was a dangerous measure. Louis was blind to its disadvantages, but they were destined to have disastrous results in the reign of his successor. Events within the realm were to begin the disorganization of Louis's government, and ultimately bring about the disruption of the emperor founded by Charlemagne. In July 817, at the assembly of Aix-la-Chapelle, the emperor had decided to take measures to establish the succession, or rather to cause the arrangements already made by himself and a few of his confidential advisers to be ratified by the lay and ecclesiastical magnates jointly. The Frankish principle by which the dominions of a deceased sovereign were divided among his sons was still too living a thing, it lasted indeed as long as the Carolingian dynasty itself, to allow of the exclusion of any one of Louis's sons from the succession. The principle had already been applied in 806, and Louis had in some sort recognized it afresh by entrusting 2 of his sons with the government of 2 of his kingdoms, while at the same time leaving a third in the hands of Bernard of Italy. But on the other hand, the emperor and his chief advisers were no less firmly attached to the principle of the unity of the empire, by ignoring which we should introduce confusion into the church and offend him in whose hands are the rights of all kingdoms. "Would God the Almighty," wrote one of the most illustrious of the thinkers upholding the system of the unity of the empire, Archbishop Agobard of Lyons, "that all men united under a single king were governed by a single law. This would be the best method of maintaining peace in the city of God and equity among the nations." And the wisest and most influential of the clergy in the kingdom thought and spoke with Agobard because they realized the advantages which accrued to the Church from the government of a single emperor in a realm where Church and State were so intimately connected. Throughout these struggles, which disturbed the whole of the reign of Louis the Pious, the party in favour of unity counted in its ranks nearly all the political writers of the time: Agobard, Pascasius, Radbertus, Florus of Lyon. They have been accused of defending their personal interests under cover of the principle, and it has been pointed out that often the so-called party of unity was nothing but the coterie which gathered around Lothar. It is probable enough that the conduct of the sons of Louis and of the principal counts who took part with each of them was dictated by motives purely personal, but if the more important leaders of the ecclesiastical aristocracy are found supporting Lothar, it must not be forgotten that Lothar stood for the unity of the empire for which the Church was working. However this may be, the arrangements made at Aix after 3 days devoted to fasting and almsgiving in order to call down the blessing and inspiration of God upon the assembly about to be opened might seem of a kind to reconcile diverse principles and interests. The title of emperor was conferred upon Lothar, who became his father's colleague in the general administration of the Frankish monarchy. His coronation took place before the assembly amid the loud applause of the crowd. The title of king was confirmed to his 2 brothers, and their dominions received some augmentation. With Aquitaine, Pepin received Gascony and the county of Toulouse, as well as the Burgundian counties of Autun, Avalon, and Nevers. Louis took Bavaria, which Lothar had held, with suzerainty over the Carinthians, the Bohemians, and the Slavs. The rest of the empire was, on the death of Louis, to revert to Lothar, who alone was to enjoy the title of emperor. It is somewhat difficult to say what was to be the position of the young kings with regard to Louis the Pious. It is probable that in practice it was modified with the lapse of time and the age of the princes. Indeed, Louis, who may from this time be called Louis the German, the name by which history knows him, was not put in actual possession of his kingdom until 825. On the other hand, the Act of 817 dealt minutely with the relation in which the brothers were to stand towards one another after the death of Louis the Pious. Each was to be sovereign ruler within his own dominions. To the king was to belong the proceeds of the revenue and taxes, and he was to have full right to dispose of the dignities of bishoprics and abbeys. At the same time, the emperor's supremacy is ensured by a series of provisions. His 2 brothers are bound to consult him on all occasions of importance. They may not make war or conclude treaties without his consent. His sanction is also required for their marriage, and they are forbidden to marry foreigners. They are to attend at the emperor's court every year to offer their gift, to confer with him on public affairs, and to receive his instructions. Disputes between them are to be determined by the General Assembly of the Empire. This body is also to pronounce in case of their being guilty of acts of violence or oppression, and having failed to make satisfaction in accordance with the remonstrances which it shall be the duty of their elder brother to address to them. If either of the 2 die, leaving several lawful sons, the people shall make their choice among them, but there shall be no further division of territory. If, on the contrary, the deceased leaves no legitimate son, his appanage shall devolve on one of his brothers. Supplementary provisions derived, indeed, from the divisio of 806 were added, forbidding the magnates to possess benefices in several kingdoms at once, but allowing any free man to settle in any kingdom he chose, and to marry there. Such, in its main outlines, was the celebrated Divisio Imperii of 817, which we may fittingly analyse, as its provisions were often to be appealed to during the struggle between the sons of Louis. Its object was to avoid every occasion of strife, yet one of its earliest effects was to kindle a revolt, that of the young Bernard of Italy. He considered himself threatened, or his counsellors persuaded him that he was threatened by one of the regulations of the Act of Aix, laying down that after the death of Louis, Italy should be subject to Lothar in the same manner as it had been to Louis himself and to Charles. It is, however, difficult to see more in this article than a provision for the maintenance of the actual status quo. All our authorities agree in attributing the responsibility for the revolt less to Bernard himself than to certain of his intimates, the Count Egidius, the Chamberlain Reginald René, and Anselm, Archbishop of Milan. The Bishop of Orleans, the celebrated poet Theodulf, was also counted among the young prince's partisans. The rebels' plan, it was said, was to dethrone the emperor and his family, perhaps put them to death, and to make Bernard sole ruler of the empire. Ratbold, Bishop of Verona, and Suppo, Count of Brescia, who were the first to warn Louis of what was being plotted against him, added that all Italy was ready to uphold Bernard, and that he was master of the passes of the Alps. In reality, the rebellion seems in no sense to bear the character of a national movement, which indeed would hardly have been possible at this stage, and the numerous army which the emperor hastily assembled found no difficulty in occupying the passes of Aosta and Susa. Louis in person put himself at the head of the troops concentrating at Chalons. Bernard was alarmed, and finding himself ill-supported, made his submission along with his chief partisans to the Frankish counts who had pushed on into Italy, and surrendered himself into their custody. The prisoners were sent to Aix-la-Chapelle, and the assembly held in that town at the beginning of 818 condemned them to death. The emperor granted them their lives, but commuted their punishment to that of blinding. Bernard and his friend Count Reginald died in a few days in consequence of the torture inflicted, 17th April 818. The young prince was not 19. Those of his accomplices who were churchmen were deposed and confined in monasteries. Theodulf, in particular, was exiled to Angers. It is probable that it was this rising in favour of a spurious member of his family which led the emperor at this time to take precautionary measures against his own illegitimate brothers, Hugh, Theodoric, and Drogo, later 826 Archbishop of Metz, whom he compelled to enter monasteries. The punishment suffered by Bernard, who was hardly more than a lad, was out of all proportion to the risk which he had caused the emperor to run. It was an act of pure cruelty, and was generally and severely criticised at the time. Louis himself judged that he had shown excessive severity. In 821, at the assembly at Thionville, which followed the rejoicings on the marriage of Lothar with Ermengarde, daughter of Hugh, Count of Tours, he granted an amnesty to Bernard's former accomplices, and restored their confiscated property. At the same time he recalled from Aquitaine Adelard, another of the proscribed, and replaced him at the head of the monastery of Corbie. Next year at Attigny he took a further step in the same direction. He solemnly humiliated himself in the presence of the chief clergy of his kingdom, the abbot Elisachar, Adelard, and Archbishop Agobard, declaring that he desired to do penance publicly for the cruelty he had shown both to Bernard and to Adelard and his brother Vala. The biographer of Louis the Pious compares this public penance to that of Theodosius. It was in reality extremely impolitic. The emperor weakened himself morally by this humiliation before the ecclesiastical aristocracy, who looked upon the penance of Attigny as a victory won by themselves over Louis, who became, says Pascasius Radbertus triumphantly, the humblest of men, he who had been so ill-counselled by his royal pride, and who now made satisfaction to those whose eyes had been offended by his crime. His humiliation was also accompanied by measures taken to secure the protection of property belonging to the Church, and Agobard felt so sure of victory for the latter that he even meditated claiming the restitution of all the ecclesiastical property which had been usurped in preceding reigns. The penance of Attigny was one great political mistake of Louis. His remarriage was another. Its consequences were to prove disastrous. Louis's first wife, his counsellor and helper in his government, the devout Empress Ermengarde, had died at Angers, just as her husband was returning from his expedition into Brittany, 3rd October 818. The emperor for some time gave himself up to despairing grief. It was even feared that he would abdicate and retire into a monastery. However, at the earnest request of his confidential advisers, he decided on choosing a second consort, who might be his helper in the government of his palace and his kingdom. In 819 he chose from among his magnate's daughters that of Count Welf, a maiden of a very noble Swabian house, named Judith. Ojibawon, the new empress's mother, belonged to one of a great Saxon families which had always shown itself faithful to Louis. Contemporaries are unanimous in lauding not only the beauty of Judith, which seems to have had most weight in determining the emperor's choice, but also her qualities of mind, her learning, her gentleness, her piety, and the charm of her conversation. She seems to have possessed great ascendancy over all who came in contact with her, especially over her husband. In 823 she bore him a son who received the name of Charles, and whom history knows as Charles the Bold. The Ordinatio of 817 had contemplated no such contingency, nor had the confirmation of it which had been solemnly decreed at Nijmegen in 819. It was plain, nevertheless, that whether during his father's lifetime or after his death, the newborn prince would claim a share equal to that of his brothers. From this point onwards, the history of the reign of Louis the Pious becomes almost entirely that of the efforts made by him under the influence of Judith to secure to the latest born his portion of the inheritance, and that of the counter-efforts of the three elder sons to maintain the integrity of their own shares in virtue of a settlement of 817, and of a principle of unity round which the partisans of Lothar rallied. For some time events seemed to take the course provided for by the settlement of 817. Pepin was put in possession of Aquitaine on his marriage in 822 with Engeltrude, daughter of Theobert, Count of the Pagus Madriacensis near the Lower Seine, and Louis the German was entrusted in 825 with the actual administration of his Bavarian kingdom soon after the Assembly at Aix. But in 829, after the Assembly of Worms, the Emperor, by an edict issued of his own will, made a new arrangement by which his youngest son was given part of Alemannia with Alsace and Rhætia and a portion of Burgundy, and no doubt with the title only of Duke. All these districts formed part of Lothar's portion, and he, though godfather of his young brother, could not fail to resent such measures. It appears probable that it was in order to remove him from court that at this juncture he was sent on a new mission into Italy. At the same time, in signing charters, he ceases to be designated by his title of emperor. But it was necessary to provide a protector for young Charles, and for this office choice was made of Bernard of Septimania, who also held the Spanish March and received the title of Chamberlain. Son of a great man canonized by the Church, William of Gellon, friend of St. Benedict of Aniane, great-grandson of Charles Martel, and defender of Barcelona at the time of a Saracenic invasion, Bernard was already in right of his birth and his valour, as well as his position, one of the chief personages of the empire. Because he was chamberlain, Bernard was entrusted with the administration of the palace and of the royal domains in general, and held the next place after the emperor. His rise to power seems to have been marked, moreover, by a change in the personnel of Louis's court. His enemies, through the mouth of Pascasius Radbertus, accuse him of having turned the palace upside down and scattered the imperial council, and it is true that Vala and other partisans of Lothar were set aside from the administration of affairs to make way for new men, Odo, Count of Orléans, William, Count of Blois, cousin of Bernard, Conrad and Rudolf, brothers of the new empress, Jonas, Bishop of Orléans, and Bosso, abbot of Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire, Fleury. The displeasure of the magnates evicted from power or disappointed in their ambitions was shown as early as the following year, 830. Louis, perhaps by the advice of Bernard, who was eager to strengthen his position by military successes, had planned a new expedition against the Bretons and summoned the host to meet at Rennes at Easter, 14th April. Many of the Franks proved little disposed to enter on a campaign in spring at an inclement season of the year. On the other hand, Vala secretly informed Pepin that hostile designs were being formed against him by Bernard, who, under pretext of an expedition into Brittany, meditated nothing less than turning his arms against the King of Aquitaine and stripping him of his possessions. Pepin was a man of energy, but also of levity and impetuosity, and under pressure, perhaps, from the Aquitanian lords who had gradually been substituted for the Frankish councillors placed round him by his father, either believed or feigned to believe the information, and came to an agreement with his brother Louis and the partisans of Wala and Lothar to march against the emperor. Louis the Pious, who was on his way to Rennes along the coast with Judith and Bernard, was at Citeaux, Saint-Bertin, when the news of the revolt reached him. He continued his journey as far as Saint-Riquier, but the time had gone by for the Breton expedition. The majority of the Fideles who should have gathered at Rennes to take part in it had met at Paris and made common cause with the rebels. Pepin, after having occupied Orléans, had joined them at Verberie, northeast of Senlis. Louis the German had done likewise. As to Lothar, he was lingering in Italy, perhaps to watch what turn events would take. But any resistance was impossible for Louis, because the whole weight of military force was on the side of the conspirators. The latter declared that they had no quarrel with the emperor, but only with his wife, whom they accused of a guilty connection with Bernard. They demanded, therefore, that Judith should be exiled and her accomplices punished. Louis, sending Bernard for refuge to his city of Barcelona, and leaving the Empress at Aix, went to meet the rebels, who were then at Compiègne, and surrendered himself into their hands. Judith, who had set out to join him, fearing violence, took shelter in the church of Notre-Dame at Laon. Two of the counts who had espoused Pepin's cause, Varin of Macon and Lambert of Nantes, came up and forcibly removed her. After having detained her a prisoner for some time with her husband, they finally shut her up in a convent at Poitiers. Her two brothers, Conrad and Rudolf, were tonsured and relegated to Aquitanian monasteries. In these circumstances, Lothar, dreading no doubt that he might be ignored if a division should take place without him, arrived at Compiègne and at once put himself at the head of a movement, his first step being to resume his title of joint emperor. Louis the Pious seemed inclined to dismiss Bernard and restore the former government. Lothar's desires went beyond this, and he surrounded his father with monks instructed to persuade him to embrace the religious life for which he had formerly shown some inclination. But Louis did not fall in with this project. He was secretly negotiating with Louis the German and Pepin, promising them an increase of territory if they would abandon the cause of Lothar. On their side, the two princes were no more inclined to be Lothar's subjects than their fathers. The emperor and his supporters succeeded in gathering a new assembly at Nijmegen in the autumn, at which were present many of the Saxon and German lords who were always loyal to Louis. The reaction beginning in favour of the emperor now showed itself plainly. Louis was declared to be re-established in his former authority. It was also decided to recall Judith. On the other hand, several of the abettors of the revolt were arrested. Wala was obliged to surrender the Abbey of Corbie. The arch-chaplain Hilduin, abbot of Saint-Denis, was banished to Paderborn. Lothar, in alarm, accepted the pardon offered him by his father, and showed himself at the assembly beside the emperor in the character of a dutiful son. The assembly convoked at Aix-la-Chapelle, February 831, to pass definitive sentence on the rebels, adjudged them the penalty of death, which Louis the Pious commuted to imprisonment and exile, together with confiscation of goods. Lothar himself was obliged to subscribe to the condemnation of his former partisans. Thus Hilduin lost the abbeys he had possessed, and was banished to Corvey. Wala was imprisoned in the neighbourhood of the Lake of Geneva, Matfrid and Elisachar exiled. At the same time, the Empress, after solemnly clearing herself by oath from the accusations levelled against her, was declared restored to her former position. Her brothers, Conrad and Rudolf, quitted the monasteries in which they had been temporarily confined, and recovered their dignities. Contrariwise, the name of Lothar again disappears from the parchments containing the imperial diplomas, the eldest son losing his privileged position as joint emperor, and being reduced to that of King of Italy, while in accordance with a promise he had made them, Louis the Pious increased the shares of his younger sons in the inheritance. To Pepin's Aquitanian kingdom were annexed the districts between the Loire and the Seine, and to the north of the latter river the Meaux country, with the Amiénois and Ponthieu as far as the sea. Louis of Bavaria saw his portion enlarged by the addition of Saxony and Thuringia and the greater part of Apagi, which made up modern Belgium and the Netherlands. Charles, besides Alemannia, received Burgundy, Provence, and Gothia, with a slice of Francia, and in particular the important province of Rhas. Nevertheless, as these arrangements had no validity until Louis the Pious should have disappeared from the scene, they made little or no change in the actual position of the three princes, especially as the Emperor expressly reserved to himself the power to give additional advantage to any one of our three above-mentioned sons who, desirous of pleasing in the first place God, and secondly ourselves, should distinguish himself by his obedience and zeal, by withdrawing somewhat from the portion of that one of his brothers who shall have neglected to please us. Yet the sentences pronounced at Aix-la-Chapelle were to be of no lasting effect. At Ingelheim, in the beginning of May, several of the former partisans of Lothar were pardoned. Hilduin in particular regained his abbey of Saint-Denis. On the other hand, Bernard, though like Judith he had purged himself by oath before the assembly at Thionville from the accusations made against him, had not been reinstated in his office at court. On the contrary, it would seem that Louis the Pious made endeavours to reconcile himself with Lothar, perhaps under the influence of Judith, who was ever ready to cherish the idea that her young son might find a protector in his eldest brother. The Emperor was besides in a fair way towards a breach with Pepin. The latter, being summoned to the assembly at Thionville, autumn 831, had delayed under various pretexts to present himself, and when he did resolve to appear before the Emperor at Aix, end of 831, his father received him with so small a show of favour that Pepin either feared or pretended to fear for his safety, and at the end of December secretly betook himself again to Aquitaine, disregarding the prohibition which had been laid upon him. Louis decided to take strong measures against him, and called an assembly to meet at Orléans in 832, to which Lothar and Louis the German were both summoned. From Orléans an expedition was to be sent south to the Loire. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. Louis the Pious, Part 3, by René Poupardin. But at the beginning of 832 the Emperor learned that Louis the German, perhaps fearing to share the fate of Pepin, or instigated by some of the leaders of the revolt of 830, was in a state of rebellion, and at the head of his Bavarians, reinforced by a contingent of Slavs, had invaded Alemannia, the appanage of Charles, where many of the nobles had ranged themselves on his side. Relinquishing for the moment his Aquitanian project, Louis summoned the host of the Franks and Saxons to muster at Mainz. The Ludus eagerly responded to his appeal, and Louis the German, who was encamped at Loches, was obliged to recognize that he had no means of resisting the superior forces at his father's disposal. He therefore retreated. The imperial army slowly followed his line of march, and by the month of May had reached Augsburg. Here it was that Louis the German came to seek his father and make his submission to him, swearing never in future to renew his attempt at revolt. Louis then turned towards Aquitaine. From Frankfurt, where he was joined by Lothar, he convoked a new host to meet at Orléans on 1st September. Thence he crossed the Loire, and, ravaging the country as he went, reached Limoges. He halted for some time to the north of this town, at the royal residence of Jonac in La Marche, where Pepin came to him, and in his turn submitted himself to him. But, showing more severity in his case than in that of Louis the German, the Emperor, with the alleged object of reforming his morals, caused him to be arrested and sent to Trèves. At the same time, disclosing his true purpose, he annexed Aquitaine to the dominions of young Charles, to whom the magnates present at the assembly at Jonac were required to swear fealty. Bernard of Septimania himself, whose influence excited alarm, was deprived of his honours and benefices, which were given to Berengar, Count of Toulouse. But the Aquitanians, always jealous of their independence, would not submit to be deprived of the prince whom they had come to look upon as their own. They succeeded in liberating him from the custody of his escort, and the Frankish troops sent in pursuit by Louis were unable to recapture him. The imperial army was obliged to turn northward, harassed by the Aquitanian insurgents, and their winter march proved disastrous. When Louis at length reached Francia again, leaving Aquitaine in arms behind him, January 833, it was only to learn that his two other sons, Lothar and Louis the German, were again in rebellion against him. Lothar and Louis no doubt dreaded lest they should meet with the same treatment as Pepin. Moreover, they could not see without feelings of jealousy the share of young Charles in the paternal heritage so disproportionately augmented. Again, Lothar had found a new ally in the person of the Pope Gregory IV, elected in 827. The latter, though hesitating at first, had ended by allowing himself to be caught by the prospect of bringing peace to the empire, and of securing for the papacy the position of a mediating power. He had therefore decided on accompanying Lothar when he crossed the Alps to join his brother of Germany, and had addressed a circular letter to the bishops of Gaul and Germany, asking them to order fasts and prayers for the success of his enterprise. This did not hinder the greater number of the prelates from rallying round Louis, who was at Worms, where his army was concentrating. Only a few steadfast partisans of Lothar, such as Agobald of Lyon, failed to obey the imperial summons. The two parties seem to have been in no haste to come to blows, and for several months spent their time in negotiating and in drawing up statements of the case on one side or the other, the sons persistently professing the deepest respect for their father, and vowing that all their quarrel was with his evil counsellors. Things remained in this state until, in the middle of June, the emperor resolved to go and seek his sons in order to have a personal discussion with them. In company, then, with his supporters, he went up the left bank of the Rhine towards Alsace, where the rebels were posted, and pitched his camp opposite theirs near Colmar, in the plain known as the Rothwell. Brisk negotiations were again opened between the two parties. Pope Gregory finally went in person to the imperial camp to confer with Louis and his adherents. Did he exert his influence over the bishops, who up to then had seemed resolved to stand by their emperor? Or did the promises made by the sons work upon the magnates who still gathered round Louis? Whatever may be the explanation, a general defection set in. Within a few days the emperor found himself deserted by all his followers and left almost alone. The place which was the scene of this shameful betrayal is traditionally known as the Lügenfeld, the Field of Lies. Louis was constrained to advise the few prelates who still kept faith with him, such as Aldric of Le Mans or Maudwin of Autun, to follow the universal example. He himself, with his wife, his illegitimate brother Drogo, and young Charles, surrendered to Lothar. The latter declared his father deposed from his authority and claimed the empire as his own by right. He made use of it to share dignities and honours among his chief partisans. In order to give some show of satisfaction to his brothers, he added to Pepin's share the wide duchy of Maine, and to Louis' Saxony, Thuringia, and Alsace. Judith was sent under a strong guard to Tortona in Italy, and Charles the Bald to the monastery of Prüm. After this, Pepin and Louis the German returned to their respective states, while the Pope, perhaps disgusted by the scenes he had just witnessed, quitted Lothar and betook himself directly to Rome. Louis had been temporarily immured in the monastery of Saint-Médard at Soissons. The assembly held by Lothar at Compiègne was not of itself competent to decree the deposition of the old emperor, in spite of the accusations brought against him by Ebbo, Archbishop of Rheims. Lothar was forced to confine himself to bringing sufficient pressure to bear upon his father, through the agency of churchmen of the rebel party sent to Soissons, to induce him to acknowledge himself guilty of offences which rendered him unworthy of retaining power. But, not satisfied with his deposition, the bishops forced him besides to undergo a public humiliation. In the church of Notre Dame at Compiègne, in the presence of the assembled magnates and bishops, Louis, prostrate upon a haircloth before the altar, was compelled to read the form of confession drawn up by his enemies, in which he owned himself guilty of sacrilege, as having transgressed the commands of the Church and violated the oaths that he had sworn, of homicide as having caused the death of Bernard, and of perjury as having broken the pact instituted to preserve the peace of the Empire and the Church. The document containing the text of this confession was then laid upon the altar, while the Emperor, stripped of his baldric, the emblem of the warrior, knight or miles, and clothed in the garb of a penitent, was removed under close supervision first to Soissons, then to the neighbourhood of Compiègne, and finally to Aix, where the new emperor was to spend the winter. But by the end of 833 dissension was beginning to make itself felt among the victors. Louis's half-brothers, Hugh and Drogo, who had fled to Louis the German, were exhorting him to come over to the party of his father and of Judith, whose sister Emma he had married in 827. Louis the German's first step was to intercede with Lothar to obtain a mitigation of the treatment meted out to the imprisoned emperor. The attempt failed and only produced a widening of the breach between the two brothers. A reaction of feeling began in favour of the captive sovereign. The famous theologian Rabbin Mor, abbot of Fulda and later Archbishop of Mainz, 847-56, published an apologia on his behalf in answer to a treatise in which Agobard of Lyon had just refurbished the old calumnies which had been widely circulated against Judith. Louis the German made overtures to Pepin, who was no more disposed than himself to recognize any disproportionate authority in Lothar, and before long the two kings agreed to summon their followers to march to the help of their father. Lothar, not feeling himself safe in Austrasia, went to Saint-Denis, where he had called upon his host to assemble. But the nobles of his party deserted him in his turn. He was compelled to set Louis the Pious and young Charles at liberty, and to retreat upon Vienne on the Rhône, while the bishops and magnates present at Saint-Denis decreed the restoration of Louis to his former dignity, reinvesting him with his crown and his weapons, the insignia of his authority. In charters and documents he now reassumes the imperial style. Ludovicus divina repropiciante Clementia imperator Augustus. On leaving Saint-Denis, Louis repaired to Quierzy, where he was joined by Pepin and Louis the German. Judith, who had been withdrawn from her prison by the magnates devoted to the emperor, also returned to Gaul. Meanwhile, Lothar was preparing to carry on the struggle. Lambert and Matfried, his most zealous supporters, had raised an army in his name on the march of Brittany, and defeated and killed the counts sent against them by the emperor. Lothar, who had rallied his partisans, came to join them in the neighbourhood of Orléans. There he awaited the arrival of the emperor, who was still in company with his other two sons. As on similar occasions, no battle was fought. Lothar, realizing the inadequacy of his forces, made his submission and appeared before his father, promising never to offend again. He was obliged to pledge himself also to be content for the future with the kingdom of Italy such as it had been granted by Charlemagne to Pepin, with the obligation of protecting the Holy See. Further, he was never to cross the Alps again without his father's consent. His partisans, Lambert and Matfried, were permitted to follow him into his new kingdom, forfeiting the benefices they possessed in Gaul. Next year, 835, an assembly at Thionville again solemnly annulled the decrees of that of Compiègne and declared Louis to be re-established in the honours of his ancestors, henceforth to be regarded by all men as their lord and emperor. A fresh ceremony took place at Metz, when the imperial crown was again set upon his head. At the same time, the assembly at Thionville had decreed penalties against the bishops who had deserted their sovereign. Ebbo of Ras was compelled to read publicly a formulary containing the acknowledgment of his treason and his renunciation of his dignity. He was confined at Fulda. Agobard of Lyon, Bernard of Vienne, and Bartholomew of Narbonne were condemned as contumacious and declared deposed. The emperor attempted to take advantage of this returning prosperity to restore some degree of order in the affairs of his kingdoms after the fiery trial of several years of civil war. At the assembly of Tramois in June 835, he decreed the sending of missi into the different provinces to suppress acts of pillage. At that of Aix, beginning of 836, measures were taken to secure the regular exercise of the power of the bishops. A little earlier an attempt had been made to prevail on Pepin of Aquitaine to restore the church property which he and his followers had usurped, but it is doubtful whether these measures produced any great effect. On the other hand, a fresh peril became daily more threatening, namely the incursions of Scandinavian pirates. In 834 they had ravaged the coasts of Frisia, pillaging the sea-coasts as they went and penetrating at least as far as the island of Noirmoutier on the Atlantic. Henceforth they reappear almost every year, and in 835 they defeated and slew Reginald, Count of Erbauge. In the same year they plundered the great maritime mart of Dorstad on the North Sea. Next year, 836, they again visited Frisia, and their king Coric had even the insolence to demand the weregild of such of his subjects as had been slain or captured during their piratical operations. In 837 fresh ravages took place, and the emperor in vain attempted to check them by sending out missi charged with the defence of the coasts, and especially by building ships to pursue the enemy. Horic even claimed, 838, the sovereignty of Frisia, and it was not till 839 that hostilities were temporarily suspended by a treaty. Nor was the internal peace of the empire much more secure. Louis and Judith appear to have reverted to the idea of a reconciliation with Lothar, looking upon him as the destined protector of his young brother and godson Charles. As early as 836, negotiations were begun with a view to the renewal of amicable relations between the King of Italy and his father. But sickness prevented Lothar from attending the assembly at Worms to which he had been summoned. However, at the end of 837, at the assembly held at Aix, the emperor elaborated a new scheme of division which added to Charles's kingdom the greater part of Belgium, with the country lying between the Meuse and the Seine as far as Burgundy. This project was certain to alarm Louis the German, whom we find at the opening of the next year, 838, making overtures in his turn to Lothar, with whom he had an interview at Trent. This displeased the emperor, and at the Nijmegen Assembly, June 838, he punished Louis by depriving him of part of his territory, leaving him only Bavaria. On the other hand, in the month of September, young Charles at the age of 15 had just attained his majority. Such was the law of the Ripuarian Franks, followed by the Carolingian family. He therefore received the baldric of a knight and was given at Quierzy a portion of the lands between Loire and Seine. An attempt made by Louis to regain possession of the lands on the right bank of the Rhine met with no success. The emperor in his turn crossed the river and forced his son to take refuge in Bavaria, while he himself, after a demonstration in Alemannia, returned to Worms, where Lothar came from Pavia to see him and went through a solemn ceremony of reconciliation with him. The death of Pepin of Aquitaine, 13th December 838, seemed to simplify the question of division and succession, for the new partition scheme drawn up at Worms utterly ignored his son Pepin II. Apart from Bavaria, which with a few neighbouring pagi was left to Louis the German, the empire of Charlemagne was cut into two parts. The dividing line running from north to south followed the Meuse, touched the Moselle at Toul, crossed Burgundy, and having on the west Langres, Chalon, Lyon, Geneva, followed the line of the Alps and ended at the Mediterranean. Lothar, as eldest son, was given the right to choose, and took for himself the eastern portion. The other fell to Charles. After his father's death, Lothar was also to bear the title of emperor, but apparently without the prerogative attached to it by the settlement of 817. It was to be his duty to protect Charles, while the latter was bound to pay all due honour to his elder brother and godfather. These obligations once fulfilled, each prince was to be absolute master in his own kingdom. Aquitaine was thus in theory vested in Charles the Bald, but several guerrilla bands still held the field in the name of Pepin II. The emperor went thither in person to secure the recognition of his son. Setting out for Chalon, where the host had been summoned to meet, 1st September 839, he made his way to Clermont. Here a party of Aquitanian lords came to make their submission to their new sovereign. This did not, however, imply that the country was pacified, for many of the counts still maintained their resistance. But Louis the Pious had now to renew the struggle with the King of Germany, who, as well as Pepin, was injured by the partition of 839 and had invaded Saxony and Thuringia. The emperor advanced against him and had no great difficulty in thrusting him back into Bavaria. But as he was returning to Worms, where his son Lothar, who had gone back to Italy after the late partition, had been appointed to meet him, the cough which had long tormented him became worse. Having fallen dangerously ill at Salz, he had himself moved to an island in the Rhine opposite the Palace of Ingelheim. Here he breathed his last in his tent on 20th June 840, in the arms of his half-brother Drogo, sending his pardon to his son Louis. Before his death he had proclaimed Lothar emperor, commending Judith and Charles to his protection, and ordering that the insignia of the imperial authority, the sceptre, crown, and sword, should be sent to him. The dying emperor might well have despaired of unity for Charlemagne's empire, and have foreseen that the civil wars of the last 20 years would be renewed more fiercely than ever among his sons. As the outcome of his reign was unfortunate, and as under him the first manifestations appeared of two scourges which were about to destroy the Frank Empire, the insubordination of the great lords on one side and the Norman invasions on the other, historians have been too easily led to accuse Louis the Pious of weakness and incapacity. He was long known by the somewhat contemptuous epithet of the debonair, the good-natured, the easy-going, but in truth his life story shows him to have been capable of perseverance, and at times even of energy and resolution, although as a rule the energy was of no long duration. Louis the Pious found himself confronted by opponents who took his clemency for a sign of weakness, and knew how to exploit his humility for their own profit by making him appear an object of contempt. But above all, circumstances were adverse to him. He was the loser in the long struggle with his sons and with the magnates. This final ill success, rather than his own character, explains the severe judgment so often passed upon the son of the great Charles. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Carolingian Kingdoms, 840 to 877, Part 1 by René, Poupardin. The death of Louis the Pious and his clearly expressed last wishes secured the imperial dignity to Lothar, but the situation had not been defined with any precision. The last partition, decreed in 839, had made important alterations in the shares assigned to the three brothers. Now what Lothar hastened to claim was the empire such as it had formerly been entrusted to him, namely, the territorial power and the preeminent position secured to him by the Constitutia of 817, with his two brothers reduced to the position of vassal kinglets. To make good these claims, Lothar had the support of the majority of the prelates, always faithful, in the main, to the principle of unity. But the great lay lords were guided only by considerations of self-interest. In a general way, each of the three brothers had on his side those who had already lived under his rule, and whom he had succeeded in winning over by grants of honors and benefices. Louis had thus secured the Germans, Bavarians, Thuringians, and Saxons, and Charles the Neustrians, Burgundians, and such of the Aquitanians as had not espoused the cause of Pepin II. But it would be a mistake to see in the wars which followed the death of Louis the Pious a struggle between races. As a contemporary race, the combatants did not differ either in their weapons, their customs, or their race. They fought one another because they belonged to opposite camps, and these camps stood for nothing but coalitions of personal interests. Lothar received the news of his father's death as he was on his way to Worms. He betook himself to Strasbourg, and in that town the oath of fealty was sworn to him by many of the magnates of ancient Francia, who were still loyal to the Carolingian family and to the system of a united empire, being vaguely aware that this system would secure the predominance of the Austrasians, from among whom Charles and Louis the Pious had drawn almost all the counts of their vast empire. But Louis the German, on his part, had occupied the country as far as the Rhine, and Charles the Bald was also making ready for the struggle. Lothar had not resolution enough to attack his two brothers, one after the other, and force them to accept the re-establishment of the Constitution of 817. He first had an interview beyond the Rhine with Louis, concluding a truce with him until a forthcoming assembly should meet, at which the conditions of a permanent peace were to be discussed. Then he marched against Charles, many of the magnates of the districts between the Seine and the Loire joining him, among others Gerard, Count of Paris, and Holdine, Abbot of St. Denis. But Charles, being skillfully advised by Judith and other counselors, among them an illegitimate grandson of Charles the Great, the historian Lienhart, opened negotiations and succeeded in obtaining terms which left him provisionally in possession of Aquitaine, Septimania, Provence, and 6 counties between the Loire and the Seine. Lothar, besides, arranged to meet him at the palace of Antony in the ensuing May, whither Louis the German was also summoned to arrange for a definitive peace. The winter of 840 to 841 was spent by the 3 brothers in enlisting partisans and in gathering troops, but when spring came, Lothar neglected to go to Antony. Only Louis and Charles met there. An alliance between these two, both equally threatened by the claims of their elder brother, was inevitable. Their armies made a junction in the district of Chalon-sur-Marne, while that of Lothar mustered in the Auxerrois. Louis and Charles marched together against the emperor, proposing terms of agreement as they came, and sending embassy after embassy to exhort him to restore peace to the Church of God. Lothar was anxious to spin matters out, for he was expecting the arrival of Pepin II, who had declared for him and of his contingent of Aquitanians, or at least of southern Aquitanians, for those of the center and north were induced by Judith to join Charles the Bald. On 24 June, Pepin effected his junction with the emperor. The latter now thought himself strong enough to wish for a battle. He sent a haughty message to his younger brothers, reminding them that the imperial dignity had been committed to him, and that he would know how to fulfill the duties it laid upon him. On the morning of the 25th, the fight began at Fontenay in Puisay, and a desperate struggle it proved. The center of the imperial army, where Lothar appeared in person, stood firm at first against the troops of Louis the German. On the left wing, the Aquitanians of Pepin II long held out, but Charles the Bald, reinforced by a body of Burgundians who had come up under the command of Warren, Count of Maison, was victorious against the right wing, and his success involved the defeat of Lothar's army. The number of the dead was very great. A chronicler puts it at 40,000. These figures are exaggerated, but it is plain that the imagination of contemporaries was vividly impressed by the carnage wrought on that accursed day, which ought no longer to be counted in the year, which should be banished from the memory of men, and be forever deprived of the light of the sun and of the beams of morning, as the poet Engelbert said, adding that the garments of the slain Frankish warriors whitened the plain as the birds usually do in autumn. At the end of the 9th century, the Lotharingian chronicler Regina of Purm echoes the tradition according to which the Battle of Fontenoy decimated the Frankish nobility and left the empire defenseless against the ravages of the Northmen. In reality, the battle had not been decisive. Louis and Charles might see the divine judgment and issue of the fight, and cause the bishops of their faction to declare that the Almighty had given sentence in their favor. Yet, as the annalist of Lobs put it, great carnage had taken place, but neither of the two adversaries had triumphed. Lothar, who was stationed at Aix-la-Chapelle, was ready to carry on the struggle and was seeking fresh partisans, even making appeal to the Danish pirates whom he settled in the island of Walcheren, while at the same time he was sending emissaries into Saxony to stir up insurrections among the free or semi-free populations there, the Frelingi and Lazi, against the nobility who were of Frankish origin. His two brothers having again separated, he attempted to reopen the struggle by marching in the first instance against Louis. He occupied Mayence and awaited the attack of the Saxon army, but on learning that Charles on his side had collected troops and was marching upon Is, Lothar quitted Mayence and fell back upon Worms. Then, in his turn, he took the offensive against his youngest brother and compelled him to give back as far as the banks of the Seine. But Charles took up a strong position in the neighborhood of Paris and St. Denis. Lothar dared not bring on a battle, so he fell back slowly upon Is, which he had regained by the beginning of February 842. Meanwhile, his two brothers drew their alliance closer, and Charles, with this object, had made an appeal to Louis. The latter went to Strasbourg, and there, on 14 February, the two kings, surrounded by their men, had a memorable interview. After having addressed their followers gathered together in the palace of Strasbourg, and recalled to them the crimes of Lothar, who had not consented to recognize the judgment of God after his defeat at Fontenoy, but had persisted in causing confusion in the Christian world. They swore mutual friendship and loyal assistance to one another. Louis, as the elder, was the first to take the following oath in the Romance tongue, so as to be understood by his brother's subjects. For the love of God and for the Christian people, and our common salvation so far as God gives me knowledge and power, I will defend my brother Charles with my aid and in everything, as one's duty is in right to defend one's brother, on condition that he shall do as much for me, and I will make no agreement with my brother Lothar, which shall, with my consent, be to the prejudice of my brother Charles. Thereupon Charles repeated the same formula in the Teutonic tongue used by his brother's subjects. Finally, the two armies made the following declaration, each in their own language. If Louis or Charles observes the oath which he has sworn to his brother Charles or Louis, and if Charles or Louis, my lord, for his part, infringe his oath, if I am not able to dissuade him from it, neither I nor anyone whom I can hinder shall lend him support against Louis or Charles. The two brothers then spent several days together at Strasbourg, prodigal of outward tokens of their amity, offering each other feasts and warlike sports, sleeping at night under each other's roofs, spending their days together and settling their business in common. In the month of March they advanced against Lothar, and by way of Worms and Mayence reached Koblenz, where the emperor had collected his troops. His army, panic-stricken, disbanded without even attempting to defend the passage of the Moselle. Louis and Charles entered Ez, which Lothar abandoned to make his way to Lyon through Burgundy. His two brothers followed him, having reached Chalon-sur-Saône. They received envoys from the emperor acknowledging his offenses against them and proposing peace on condition that they granted him a third of the empire, with some territorial addition on account of the imperial title which their father had bestowed on him, and of the imperial dignity which their grandfather had joined to the kingship of the Franks. Lothar was still surrounded by numerous supporters. On the other hand, the magnates, fatigued by years of war, were anxious for peace. Louis and Charles accepted in principle the proposals of their elder brother. On 15 June, an interview took place between the three sovereigns on an island in the Saône near Massone, which led to the conclusion of a truce. Louis made use of it to crush the insurrection of a league of Saxon peasants, the Steligu, which the emperor had secretly encouraged. In the month of November the truce was renewed, and a commission of 120 members having met at Koblenz, charged with the duty of arranging the partition of the kingdoms among the three brothers. The division was definitively concluded at Verdun in the month of August 843. The official document has been lost, but it is nevertheless possible, from the information given by the chroniclers, to state its main provisions. The empire was divided from east to west into 3 sections, and Lothar received the Middle Kingdom, i.e., Italy and the region lying between the Alps, the Ahr and the Rhine on the east, together with the Ripuarian counties on the lower right bank of the latter river, and the Rhone, the Saône, and the Scheldt on the west. These made up a strip of territory about 1,000 miles in length by 130 miles in breadth, reaching from the North Sea to the Duchy of Benevento. Louis received the countries beyond the Rhine except Frisia, which was left to Lothar, while west of that river, because of the abundance of wine, and in order that he should have his share of what was originally Austrasia. He was given, in addition, the diocese of Spires, Worms, and Mayence. Charles kept the rest as far as Spain, nothing being said as to Pepin II, whose rights the emperor found himself unable to enforce. This division at first sight appears fairly simple, but in reality the frontiers it assigned to Lothar's kingdom were largely artificial, since the borderline by no means followed the course of the rivers, but cutting off from the emperor's share the 3 counties on the left bank of the Rhine, allowed him in compensation on the left bank of the Meuse, the districts of Mézières and Mouzon, the Dormois, the Bretinois, the Beauvois, the Ornois with Bassany, and on the right bank of the Rhone, the Vivarais and the Usagi, with, of course, the whole of the Transrhodanian parts of the counties of Vivienne and Lyon. Each of the 3 brothers swore to secure to the other 2 the share thus adjudged to them, and to maintain concord, and peace having been thus made and confirmed by oath, each one returned to his kingdom to govern and defend it. The Treaty of Verdun marks the first stage in the dissolution of the Carolingian Empire. Doubtless it would be idle to see in it an uprising of ancient national feelings against the unity, which had been imposed by the strong hand of Charlemagne. In reality, these old nationalities had no more existence on the morrow of the treaty than on the eve of it. It is true that the 3 ancient kingdoms of Lombardy, Bavaria, and Aquitaine formed nuclei of the state set up in 843, but Lothar's portion included races as different as those dwelling round the lower Rhine and those of central Italy. Louis, besides Germans, had Slav subjects, and even some Franks who spoke the Romance tongue. Charles became the ruler of the greater part of the Franks of Francia, the country between the Rhine and the Loire, which was to give its name to his kingdom. But his Breton and Aquitanian vassals had nothing to connect them closely with the Neustrians or the Burgundians. The partition of 843 was the logical outcome of the mistakes of Louis the Pious, who, for the sake of Charles, his Benjamin, had sacrificed in his interest that unity of the empire which it had been the object of the Constitutio of 817 to safeguard, while at the same time it gave the younger sons of Louis the position of kings. Nonetheless, the date 843 is a convenient one in history to mark a dividing line, to register the beginning of the individual life of modern nations. Louis had received the greater part of the lands in which the Teutonic language was spoken. Charles reigned almost exclusively, setting aside the Bretons, over populations of the Romance tongue. This difference only became more accentuated as time went on. On the other hand, the frequent changes of sovereignty in Lorraine have permanently made of ancient Austrasia a debatable territory. The consequences of the Treaty of Verdun have made themselves felt even down to our own day. Since from 843 to 1920, France and Germany have contended for portions of Media Francia, the ancient home whence the companions of Charles and Pepin went forth to conquer Gallia and Germania. But in 843, France and Germany did not yet exist. Each sovereign looks upon himself as the king of the Franks. Nonetheless, there is a Frankish kingdom of the west and a Frankish kingdom of the east, the destinies of which will henceforth lie apart. And from this point of view, it is true to say that the grandsons of Charles, the Universal Emperor, have each his country. Even contemporary writers realized the importance of the division made by the Treaty of Verdun in the history of the Frankish monarchy. The following justly famous verses by the Deacon Flores of Lyon sum up the situation as it appeared to the advocates of the ancient regime of imperial unity. Fleur et egregium claro diademati regnum, princeps unus erat, populus quoque subtitis unus, et nunc tantus apis tanto di calami lapsus, cunctorum terrator pedibus, diamati nudis pereditit, imperii pariter nomenci discuc, et regnum unitum concedit sorta triformi, induperitor ibi prosis jam nemo petitor, pro regi et regulus, pro regno figuramo regni. For the old conception of a united empire in which kings acted merely as lieutenants of the emperor was being substituted the idea of a new form of government, that of 3 kings, equal in dignity and in effective power. Lothar, it is true, retained the imperial title, but had been unable to secure by obtaining a larger extent of territory any real superiority over his brothers. He possessed, indeed, the 2 capitals of the empire, Rome and Aix, but this circumstance did not, in the 9th century, carry all the weight in men's minds that has since been attributed to it. Besides, this advantage in dignity was largely counterbalanced by the inferiority arising from the weakness of geographical position, which marked Lothar's long strip of territory, peopled by varying races with varying interests, threatened on the north by the Danes and on the south by the Saracens, over the whole of which it was barely possible that he could exercise his direct authority. As to the emperor's brothers, they were naturally disinclined to recognize in him any superiority over them. In their negotiations with him, they regard themselves as his equals, peers, pares. Beyond this title of king, they gave him no designation save that of elder brother, and the very word imperium rarely occurs in documents. Yet to say that the empire has completely disappeared would be an exaggeration. One of the chief prerogatives of the emperor is still maintained. It was his function not merely to safeguard the unity of the Frankish monarchy, but his duty was also to protect the Church and the Holy See. That is, to take care that religious peace was preserved, at all events, throughout Western Christendom, and in concert with the Pope, to govern Rome and the Papal States. As Lothar had been entrusted with these duties during his father's lifetime, he would be more familiar with them than any other person. The Pope, he said himself, put the sword into my hand to defend the altar and the throne, and the very first measure of his administration had been the Roman Constitution of 824, which defined the relations of the 2 powers. These imperial rights and duties had not been made to vanish by the new situation created in other respects for the emperor in 843. Yet Lothar does not seem to have given any large share of his attention to ecclesiastical affairs. On the other hand, he is found intervening either personally or through his son Louis in papal elections. In 844, Sergius II, who had been consecrated without the emperor's participation, met with bitter reproaches for having thus neglected to observe the constitution of 824. On his death, 847, the people of Rome, alarmed at the risk involved in the vacancy of the Holy See, while Saracen invasions were threatening, again ignored the imperial regulations at the election of Leo IV, but the latter hastened to write to Lothar and Louis II to make excuses for the irregular course taken by the Romans. In 855, the election of Benedict III took place, all forms being duly observed, and was respectfully notified to the 2 Augusti through the medium of their missi. The measures taken by Lothar against the Saracens of Italy were dictated as much by the necessity of defending his own states as by a sense of his position as protector of the Holy See. But there were 1 or 2 occasions on which he appears to have attempted to exercise some authority on matters ecclesiastical in the dominions of his brother Charles. It is at least lightly probable that it was at his request that Sergius II in 844 granted to Drogo, Bishop of Metz, who had already, under color of his personal claims, been invested with archiepiscopal dignity, the office of vicar apostolic throughout the empire north of the Alps, with the right of convoking general councils and of summoning all ecclesiastical causes before his tribunal, previous to any appeal being made to Rome. This, from the spiritual point of view, was to give control to the emperor, through the medium of one of his prelates, over ecclesiastical affairs in the kingdoms of his two brothers. But as early as the month of December 844, a synod of the bishops of the Western Kingdom at Vers, near Compiègne, declared, with abundance of personally complimentary expressions towards Drogo, that his primatial authority must be first of all recognized by a general assembly of the bishops concerned. Such an assembly, as may be imagined, never came together, and the Archbishop of Metz was forced to resign himself to a purely honorary vicariate. Lothar met with no better success in his attempt to restore his ally, Ebbo, to his archiepiscopal throne at Reims, whence he had been expelled in 835 as a traitor to the Emperor Louis. Though no successor had yet been appointed, the Pope turned a deaf ear to all representations on Ebbo's behalf, and the Council at Vers entreated Charles to provide the Church of Reims with a pastor without delay. This pastor proved to be the celebrated Hincapar, who for nearly 40 years was to be the most strenuous and illustrious representative of the episcopate of Gaul. Footnote: Hincmar, who was born during the first years of the 9th century, was at this time a monk at St. Denis and entrusted with the government of the abbeys of Notre Dame by Compiègne and St. Germain de Flay. But Charles had already employed him on various missions, and he seems for some years to have held on important position among the king's counselors. End of footnote. Thus the attempts made by Lothar to obtain anything in the nature of supremacy outside the borders of his own kingdom had met with no success. They even had a tendency to bring about a renewal of hostilities between him and his youngest brother. But the bishops surrounding the three kings had a clear conception of the Treaty of Verdun as having been made not only to settle the territorial problem, but also to secure the continuance of peace and order. The magnates themselves were weary of civil war, and had, besides, enemies from without to contend against: Slavs, Saracens, Bretons, and above all, Northmen. They were of one mind with the prelates in saying to the three brothers, "You must abstain from secret machinations to one another's hurt, and you must support and aid one another." Consequently, a new system was established called, with perfect correctness, the system of Concord secured by frequent meetings between the three brothers. The first of these interviews took place at Jutz, near Thionville, in October 844, at the same time as the synod of the bishops of the three kingdoms under the presidency of Drogo. Here the principles governing the Carolingian fraternity were at once laid down. The kings for the future are not to seek to injure one another, but on the contrary, are to lend one another mutual aid and assistance against enemies from outside. The king most threatened at the time by enemies such as these was Charles the Bald. In 842, the Northmen had pillaged the great commercial mart of Krontovik, near the river Kanch. In the following year, they went up the Loire as far as Nantes, which they plundered, slaughtering the bishop during the celebration of divine service. The Bretons, united under their leader, Noël, and not much impressed by an expedition sent against them in 843, were invading Frankish territory. Lambert, one of the counts of the march, created to keep them in check, had risen in revolt and was making common cause with them. On the other hand, the Aquitanians, faithful to Pepin II, the king they had chosen, refused to recognize Charles. An expedition which the king had sent against them in the spring of 844 had failed through a check to the siege of Toulouse, and through the execution of Charles' former protector, Count Bernard of Septimania, who was accused of treason. The Frankish troops, beaten by the Aquitanians on the banks of the river Agut, had been forced to beat a retreat without accomplishing any useful purpose. The kings who had met at Yurts addressed a joint letter to no one now, Lambert and Pepin II, threatening to unite and march against them if they persisted in their rebellion. These threats, however, were only partially effective. Pepin agreed to do homage to Charles, who in exchange for this profession of obedience recognized his possession of a restricted Aquitaine without Poitou, the Angoumois or Saintonge. But the Bretons, for their part, refused to submit. Charles sent against them an expedition which ended in a lamentable defeat on the plain of Ballon, not far from Redon, 22 November 845. During the following summer, Charles was compelled to sign a treaty with Noël, acknowledging the independence of Brittany, and to leave the rebel Lambert in possession of the county of Maine. A body of Scandinavian pirates went up the Seine in 845. The king was obliged to buy their withdrawal with a sum of money. Other Danes, led by their king Horik, were ravaging the dominions of Louis the German, particularly Saxony. In 845, their countrymen had got possession of Hamburg and destroyed it. At the same time, Louis had to keep back his Slav neighbors and to send expeditions against the rebellious Obotrites, 844, and the Moravians, 846. Lothar, for his part, had in 845 to contend with the revolt of his Provençal subjects, led by Fulkrad, Count of Arles. The friendly agreement proclaimed at Yurts between the three brothers was a necessity of the situation. It was nevertheless disturbed by the action of a vassal of Charles the Bald, named Gilbert Giselper, who carried off a daughter of Lothar I, taking her with him to Aquitaine, where he married her in 846. Great was the emperor's wrath against his youngest brother, whom he accused, in spite of all his protests, of complicity with the abductor. He renewed his intrigues at Rome on behalf of Drogo and Ebbo, and even gave shelter in his dominions to Charles, brother of Pepin, who had again rebelled. Besides this, he allowed certain of his adherents to lead expeditions into the Western Kingdom, which were, in fact, mere plundering raids. He consented, however, in the beginning of 847, to meet Louis and Charles in a fresh conference which took place at Meersen, near Maastricht. Again, the principle of fraternity was proclaimed, and this time it was extended beyond the sovereigns themselves to their subjects. Further, for the first time, a provision was made which chiefly interested Lothar, who was already concerned about the succession to his crown. It was decided to guarantee to the children of any one of the three brothers, who might happen to die, the peaceful possession of their father's kingdom. Letters or ambassadors were also ordered to be sent to the Northmen, the Bretons and Aquitanians, but this latter resolution, save for an advance made to King Horik, remained nearly a dead letter. Lothar, who still cherished anger against Gilbert's suzerain, chose to leave him in the midst of the difficulties which pressed upon him, and even sought an alliance against him with Louis the German, his interviews with whom become very frequent during the next few years. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Carolingian Kingdoms, 840 to 877. Part 2, by René, Poupardin. Nevertheless, the position of Charles improved. The magnates of Aquitaine, ever inconstant, had abandoned Pepin II almost to a man, and Charles had, as it were, set a seal upon his entrance into actual possession of the whole of the states which the Treaty of 843 had recognized as his, by having himself solemnly crowned and anointed at Orleans on 6 June 848 by Ganelon, Wenelo, the Archbishop of Sens. Again, Gilbert had left Aquitaine and taken refuge at the court of Louis the German. There was no longer any obstacle to the reconciliation of Lothar with his youngest brother, which took place in a very cordial interview between the two sovereigns at Peronne, January 849. A little later, Louis the German, in his turn, had a meeting with Charles at which the two kings mutually recommended their kingdoms and the guardianship of their children to one another, in case of the death of either. The result of all these private interviews was a general conference held at Meissen in the spring of 851, in order to buttress the somewhat shaky edifice of the Concordia Fratrum. The principles of brotherly amity and the duty of mutual help were again proclaimed, supplemented by a pledge given by the three brothers to forget their resentment for the past, and in order to avoid any further occasions of discord, to refuse entrance into any one kingdom to such as had disturbed the peace of any other. But these fair professions did little to alter the actual state of things, and the sovereigns pursued their intrigues against one another. Lothar tried to recommend himself to Charles by procuring for Hinclar the grant of the pallium. Louis the German, on the contrary, displayed his enmity to him by receiving into his dominions the disgraced Archbishop Ebbo, to whom he even gave the bishopric of Hildesheim. Meanwhile, the Scandinavian invasions raged ever more fiercely in the Western Kingdom. In 851, the Danish followers of the Sea King Oscar, having devastated Aquitaine, pushed up the Seine as far as Rouen, pillaged Jugiens and St. Waldril, and from thence made their way into the Beauvais country, which they ravaged with fire and sword. Next year, another fleet desisted from pillaging Phrygia to sail up the Seine. Other hordes ascended the Loire, and in 853 warned Tours and its collegiate church at St. Martin, one of the most venerated sanctuaries of Gaul. Some of the Northmen, quitting the river banks, carried fire and sword through the country to Angers and Poitiers. Next year, Blois and Orleans were ravaged, and a body of Danes wintered at the island of Bes, near Nantes, where they fortified themselves. On the other hand, in 849, Nomino of Brittany, who was striving ever harder to make good his position as an independent sovereign, and had just made an attempt to set up a new ecclesiastical organization in Brittany, withdrawing it from the jurisdiction of the Frankish metropolitan at Tours, was again in arms. He seized upon Rennes and ravaged the country as far as Le Mans. Death put an abrupt end to his successes, 7th March 851, but his son and successor, Arisbo, obtained from Charles, who had been discouraged by a fruitless expedition, his recognition as King of Brittany, now enlarged by the districts of Nantes, Retz, and Rennes. Finally, the affairs of Aquitaine only just failed to rekindle war between the eastern and western kings. The authority of Charles, in spite of Pepin's oath of fealty, and in spite of the apparent submission of the magnates in 848, had never been placed to the south of the Loire on really solid foundations. In 849, he had been obliged to dispatch a fresh expedition into Aquitaine, which had failed in taking Toulouse. But afterwards, in 852, the chance of a skirmish threw Pepin into the hands of Sancho, Count of Gascony, who handed him over to Charles the Bald. The king at once had the captive tonsured and interned in a monastery, but this did little to secure the submission of Aquitaine. The very next year, the magnates of the country sent envoys to Louis the German offering him the crown, either for himself or one of his sons, and threatening, if he refused it, to have recourse to the heathen, either Saracen or Northman. Louis the German agreed to send one of his sons, Louis the Younger, whom they might put at their head. But Charles the Bald had become aware of what was intended against him, for he is at once found making closer alliance with Lothar, whom he met twice, first at Valenciennes and then at Liège. In the course of the interviews, the two sovereigns guaranteed to each other the peaceful possession of their lands for themselves and their heirs. When they separated, Aquitaine was in full revolt. Charles hastened to collect his army, cross the Loire, and march against the rebels, ravaging the country as he went. Devastated as it already was by the troops which Louis the Younger had brought from beyond the Rhine, the news of a colloquy between Lothar and his brother of Germany excited the distrust of Charles the Bald, and abruptly recalled him to the north of Gaul, where he came to Antigny to renew the alliance previously made with the emperor. Then with his army he again set out for Aquitaine. But what was of more service to him than these warlike demonstrations was the reappearance south of the Loire of Pepin II, who had escaped from his prison. At the sight of their old prince, the Aquitanians would generally abandon the cause of Louis the Younger, who found himself forced to return to Bavaria. But it does not appear that Charles the Bald looked upon Pepin's power as very firmly established. The next year he gave a king to the Aquitanians in the person of his own son Charles the Younger, whom he caused to be solemnly anointed at Limoges. A few weeks earlier, Lothar, after having arranged for the division of his lands among the three sons whom the Empress Ermengarde had borne him, retired to the Abbey of Prum. Here it was that on the night of 28 to 29 September 855, his restless life reached its end. The partition, which the Emperor Lothar I had thus made of his territories, divided into three truncated portions the long strip of country, which by the Treaty of 843 had fallen to him as the lot of the eldest son of Louis the Pious. To Louis II, the eldest of the dead man's sons, was given the imperial title, which he had borne since April 850, together with Italy. To the next, Lothar II, were bequeathed the districts from Phrygia to the Alps between the Rhine and the Scheldt, which were to preserve his own name, for they were called Lotharia Regnum, i.e. Lorraine. For the youngest son, Charles, a new kingdom was formed by the union of Provence proper with the Duchy of Lyon, i.e. the Lyonnese and the Viennese. For the rest, the two elder were discontented with their share, and in an interview which they had with their younger brother at Orbe, attempted to force him into retirement in order to take possession of his kingdom. Only the intervention of the Provençal magnates saved the young Prince Charles, and Lothar II and Louis II were forced to carry out the last directions of their father. But the death of Lothar I, whose position both in theory and in fact had fitted him to act as in some sort a mediator between his two brothers, endangered the maintenance of peace and concord. Charles, who was a feeble epileptic, had no weight in the Carolingian concert. It was only the kind of regency entrusted to Gerard, Count of Vienne, renowned in legendary epic as Gerard of Roussillon, which secured the continued existence of the little kingdom of Provence. Louis II, whose attention was concentrated on the struggle with the Saracens, had to content himself with the part of Emperor of the Italians, as the Frank annalists, not without a touch of contempt, describe him. Only Lothar II, as ruler of the country where the Frank Empire had been founded, and whence its aristocracy had largely sprung, might, in virtue of his comparative strength and the geographical situation of his kingdom, count for something in the relations between his two uncles. Thus, at the very beginning of his reign, we find Louis the German seeking to come into closer touch with him at an interview at Courbevoie, February 857. Lothar, however, remained constant to the alliance made by his father with Charles the Bald, which he solemnly renewed at St. Quentin. The Western Kingdom was still in a distracted state. The treaty concluded at Louviers with King Erispo, 10 February 856, had for a time secured peace with the Bretons. Prince Louis, who was about to become Erispo's son-in-law, was to be entrusted with the government of the March created on the Breton frontier and known as the Duchy of Maine. But the Northmen were becoming ever more menacing. In the same year, 856, in the month of August, the Viking Sidroc made his way up the Seine and established himself at Pitras. A few weeks later, he was joined by another Danish chief, Bjorn Ironside, and together they ravaged the country from the Seine to the Loire. In vain Charles, despite the systematic opposition of a party among the magnates who refused to join the host, showed laudable energy in resisting their advance, and even succeeded in inflicting a check upon them. In the end, they established themselves at Ocelum, an island in the Seine opposite Durfras, near Mons, twice ascending the river as far as Paris, which they plundered, taking prisoner and holding to ransom Louis, abbot of St. Denis, one of the chief personages of the kingdom. On the other hand, Maine, in spite of the presence of Prince Louis, remained a hotbed of disaffection to Charles. The whole family of the Count Kazbek, who had been beheaded for treason some years before, was in rebellion, supported by the magnates of Aquitaine, where Pepin II had again taken up arms and was carrying on a successful struggle with Charles the Young. Even outside Aquitaine, discontent was rife. Family rivalry intensified every difficulty. The clan then most in favor with Charles was that of the Welfs, who were related to the Empress Judith, the most prominent members of it being her brother Conrad, lay abbot of Jomèche, and of Saint Riquier, who was one of the most influential of the king's counselors, and his nephew Conrad, Count of Auxerre, and Hugh, abbot of Saint Germain in the same town. The relations of Queen Ermentrude, who were thrust somewhat on one side, Adelard, Odo, Count of Troyes, and Robert the Strong, the successor in Maine of young Louis, whom the magnates had driven out, attracted the discontented round them. Charles had reason to be uneasy. Already in 853, the Aquitanians had appealed to the King of Germany. In 856, the disloyal among the magnates had again asked help of him, and only the necessity of preparing for a war with the Slavs had prevented him from complying with their request. Charles the Bald attempted to provide against such contingencies. At Verviers, near Senlis, 856, at Quierzy, near Léon, 857 and 858, at Brienne, 858, he demanded of his magnates that they should renew their oath of fealty. In 858, he thought he could sufficiently depend on them to venture on a new expedition against the Northmen, who had fortified themselves in the island of Ocelum. Charles the Younger and Pepin II of Aquitaine had promised their help. Lothar II himself came with the Lotharingian contingent to take a share in the campaign, summer of 858. This was the moment which Adelard and Odo chose for addressing a fresh appeal to Louis the German. The latter, who was on the point of marching anew against the Slavs, hesitated long, if we are to trust his chroniclers. Finally, strong in the purity of his intentions, he preferred to serve the interests of the many rather than to submit to the tyranny of one man. Above all, he considered the opportunity favorable. Lothar's absence left the road across Alsace clear for him, and by 1 September 858, he had established himself in the Western Kingdom, in the palace of Pantheon. Here he was joined by such of the magnates as had deserted Charles the Bald before the fortified Northmen. Thence, by way of Chalon-sur-Marne, he reached first Sens, whither he was called by its Archbishop Ganelon and then Orleans, showing plainly his intention of holding out a hand to the rebels of Le Mans and Aquitaine. Charles, for his part, on hearing of the invasion, had hastily raised the siege at Ocelum, and was on the march for Lorraine. Louis, fearing to have his retreat to Germany cut off, retraced his steps, whereupon the armies of the two brothers found themselves face to face in the neighborhood of Brienne. But the Frankish counts, whose support was essential for the final success of either party, had a deep and well-founded distaste for pitched battles. The question for them was merely the greater or less number of the benefices, which they might hope to obtain from one or the other adversary. Recourse was consequently had to negotiation, when despite the numerous embassies sent by Charles to Louis, the latter shewed himself the more skilful of the two. By dint of promises, he succeeded in corrupting nearly all his brother's vassals. Charles found himself constrained to throw up the game and retire to Burgundy, the one province where his supporters were still in a majority. Louis, seeing nothing to be gained by pursuing him thither, betook himself to the palace of Attigny, whence, on 7th December, he issued a diploma as King of Western Francia, and where he spent his time in dealing out honors and benefices to those who had come over to his side. But in order to make his triumph secure, he still had to be acknowledged and consecrated by the Church. The episcopate of the Western Kingdom, however, remained faithful to Charles, whether through attachment to the principles of peace and concord, or through dread of a new system founded on the ambitions of the lay aristocracy, who were ever ready to extort payment for their support out of the estates of the ecclesiastical magnates. On the Ganelon of Sens, forgetting that he owed his preferment to Charles's favor, had taken sides with the new sovereign, thus leaving his name to become in tradition that of the most notorious traitor of medieval epoch. The bishops of the provinces of Reims and Rouen, being summoned by Louis to attend the council at Reims, contrived under the skilful guidance of Hincmar to hinder the meeting from being held, protesting meanwhile that their good intentions, but declaring it necessary to summon a general assembly of the episcopate, and demanding guarantee for the safety of church property. The presence of Louis the German in the province of Reims, where he came to spend the Christmas season and to take up his winter quarters, made no difference to the bishop's attitude. However, Charles the Bald, with the help of the abbot Hugh and Count Conrad, had rallied all the supporters that remained to him at Auxerre. On 9 January, he suddenly left his retreat and marched against his brother. Many of the German lords had set out to return to their own country. The Western magnates, not seeing any sufficient advantage to be gained under the new government, showed no more hesitation in deserting it than they had in accepting it. At Jouy, near Soissons, where the sudden appearance of his brother took Louis by surprise, the German found himself left with so small a proportion of his quondam followers that in his turn he was forced to retreat without striking a blow. By the spring of 859, Charles had regained his authority. Naturally, he made use of it to punish those who had betrayed him. Abelard lost his abbey of St. Bertin, which was given to the abbot Hugh, and Odo lost his counties. What makes it plain that for the magnates the whole affair was simply a question of material gain is that in the negotiations with Charles opened with Louis, the point that he specially insisted on was that the latter, in exchange for the renewal of their alliance, should abandon to his discretion those magnates who had shared in the defections, in order that he might deprive them of their estates. The negotiations were over, proved long and thorny, despite the intervention of Lothar II. Synods and embassies, even an interview between the two sovereigns in a boat midway across the Rhine, produced no results. It was not until the colloquy held at St. Castor in Coblentz on 1 June 860, in the presence of a large number of bishops, Hincmar being among them, that Louis and Charles succeeded in coming to terms. Charles the Bald promised to leave his magnates in possession of the fiefs which they had received from Louis the German, reserving his right to deprive them of those which he himself had previously bestowed on them. The oaths of peace and concord made in 851 at Mierfsen were again sworn to. Louis made a declaration to this effect in the German tongue, denouncing the severest penalties on all who should violate the agreement, a declaration afterwards repeated by Charles in the Romance language, and even in German, as far as the more important passages were concerned. Briefly, it was a return to the status quo as it had been before the sudden stroke attempted by Louis. A fresh match was about to be played, the stake this time being the kingdom of Lothar II. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Carolingian Kingdoms, 840 to 877, Part 3 by René, Poupardin. From about 860 to 870, the whole policy of the Carolingian kings turns mainly on the question of the King of Lorraine's divorce and the possible succession to his crown. In 855, Lothar had been compelled by his father to marry Thotberga, a maiden of noble family, sister of a lord named Hubert, whose estates were situated on the upper valley of the Rhone, and who seems about this time to have been made by the emperor-governor of the duchy between the Jura and the Alps, corresponding roughly to French Switzerland of today. The marriage was evidently arranged with the object of ensuring for the young king the support of a powerful family, but before it took place, Lothar had had a mistress named Waldrada, by whom he had children, and this woman seems to have acquired over him an extraordinary ascendancy, which contemporaries, a matter of course, attribute to the use of magic. From the very beginning of his reign, Lothar bent all his energy towards the single end of ridding himself, by any possible means, of the consort chosen by his father, and raising his former mistress to the title and rank of a legitimate wife. Thotberga had not borne an heir to Lothar and seems to have been considered incapable of doing so, although this was not used as a weapon against her by her adversaries. On the other hand, it was the consideration which determined the attitude of the other sovereigns and helped to make the question of the Lorraine divorce, it may almost be said, an international one. If Lothar were to die childless, it would mean the partition of his inheritance among his relations, practically between his two uncles, for his brother Charles, epileptic and near his end, was in no position to interfere, while Louis II himself, without an heir, was too much occupied in southern Italy to be a very serious competitor. Hostile measures against Thotberga had been taken almost at the very beginning of the new king's reign. He hurled at his wife a charge of incest with her brother Hubert, but a champion nominated by the queen submitted himself on her behalf to the judgment of God by the ordeal of boiling water. The result was the solemn proclamation of Thotberga's innocence, and Lothar II was obliged to yield to the wishes of his nobles and take back his wife. Hubert, for his part, had revolted, and under the pretext of defending his sister was indulging in acts of brigandage in the upper valley of the Rhone. An expedition sent against him by the King of Lorraine had produced no results. Thus the cession made 859 by Lothar to his brother Louis II of the three dioceses of Geneva, Lucerne, and Sion had been designed quite as much to rid the kingdom of Lorraine of a turbulent noble as to conciliate the goodwill of the emperor. In the same way, Lothar had, the year before, attempted to win over Charles of Provence by ceding to him the two dioceses of Bely and Tarentaise, in exchange, indeed, for a treaty securing to him the inheritance of his young brother, in the event, which seemed not unlikely, of the latter's dying childless. The conflict of 858-9 had displayed Lothar's anxiety to keep on good terms with both of his uncles by abstaining from interference on behalf of either. At the same time, an active campaign was being kept up against Thuutberge, organized by two prelates devoted to the King of Lorraine, Thuutgard, Archbishop of Treves, and Gunther, Archbishop of Cologne. The latter, even with skillful treachery, contrived to become confessor to the persecuted queen. In January 860, Lothar thought himself sure enough of his position to convoke a council at Aix-la-Chapelle, before which he appeared, declaring that his wife herself acknowledged her guilt and petitioned to be allowed to take the veil. The bishops did not profess themselves convinced and demanded that a fresh assembly should be held, to which were summoned foreign bishops and in particular Hincmar. But the latter did not respond to the invitation, and it was at a synod composed exclusively of Lorrainers, and again held at Aix, that Thuutberge herself was present and read a confession, evidently drawn up by Gunther and his accomplices, in which she acknowledged herself guilty of the crimes imputed to her. On this occasion, the bishops were obliged to accept as valid the declaration thus made by the queen and to condemn her. But they avoided coming to a decision on the point which lay nearest to Lothar's heart, viz., the possibility of his contracting another marriage. He was forced to content himself with the imprisonment of Thuutberge, without advancing any further towards the execution of his plans. Some months later, the dispute was reopened. Hincmar stepped into the lists by putting forth his voluminous treatise De Divortia Lotharii, in which he shewed clearly the weakness of the arguments used against Thuutberge, and pronounced confessions extorted by constraint and violence null, while demanding that the question should be examined in a general council of the bishops of the Franks. The treatise of the Archbishop of Reims was of exceptional importance due not only to the reputation which he enjoyed in the ecclesiastical world as a theologian and canonist, but also to his political prominence in the Western Kingdom as the advisor of Charles the Bald. The latter thus took his place among the declared opponents of Lothar II's matrimonial policy. He gave further proof of this attitude by affording shelter in his kingdom to Hubert, who was forced to quit Lorraine, and to Thuutberge, who had succeeded in making her escape. Lothar, indeed, retorted by offering a refuge to Judith, Charles's daughter, the widow of the Old English king, Athelwulf. She had just arranged to be carried off by Baldwin Ironarm, first Count of Flanders, son of Odocar, whom she married in spite of her father's opposition, and Charles at the same time met with the check in Provence. Called in by a party of the magnates of the country, he had imagined himself in a position to lay hands on his nephew's kingdom. But Gerard of Roussillon was mounting guard over the young prince, and in the face of his energetic opposition, Charles was obliged to beat a retreat after having advanced as far as Burgundy, 861. At the same time, Lothar was making advances to his other uncle, Louis the German, whose friendship he endeavored to make sure of by ceding to him Alsace, or at least the prospect of possessing it, whenever the king of Lorraine should die. Lothar now thought himself strong enough to convoke at Aix a fresh council, which this time declared the marriage contracted with Thuutberge null and void, and consequently pronounced the king free to form a fresh union. Lothar, before long, made use of this permission by marrying Waldrada, and having her solemnly crowned, but Thuutberge, for her part, appealed to the Pope to quash the sentences pronounced against her. Lothar retorted by petitioning the sovereign pontiff to confirm the judgments which had been given. At the same time, in concert with Louis the German, he complained to the Pope of the conduct of Charles the Bald, who, without any show of right, was seeking to lay hands on the inheritance of his nephews. Meanwhile, Charles was gaining power in his own kingdom, He had just defeated the Bretons under their king Solomon and suppressed a revolt of his own son Louis the Stammerer, while the magnates who had risen against him in 858 to 859 were one by one making their submission to him. The invasions by the Northmen indeed were still going on. Paris had again been pillaged in 861. The hordes of the Viking Wieland, whom Charles had hoped to hire for money and employ against their compatriots in the island of Ocelum, had made common cause with the latter and had ravaged the Seine Valley as far as Milan. Charles had discovered a method of resisting them, and from the time of the assembly at Petrus, 862, began to put it into practice. It was to have fortified works constructed along the rivers which the Normans ascended, particularly bridges, which should bar the way to the invaders. This new departure in tactics produced fairly good results during the years that followed. In 862, Charles, in this way, cut off the retreat of the bands, which had forced their way into the Mo country, and compelled them to promise to give up the prisoners they had made and to quit the kingdom. During the succeeding years, we find the king taking measures to complete the defenses of the valleys of the Seine and Oise. It is true that these precautions did not hinder the Northmen from again burning Paris in 865 and from penetrating as far as Milan in 866. This time, Charles could only rid himself of them by paying them ransom. But on the other hand, the Marquess Robert the Strong defeated the Northmen of the Loire on several occasions and up to his death in the fight at Brissard, 866, the valley of the Maccabees of France, opposed substantial resistance to the invaders of Anjou and Maine. In the affair of Lothar, neither Charles nor Hincmar would give way. The king of Western France had shown himself determined strenuously to maintain the fight on behalf of the indissolubility of marriage, and declared that he would hold no further intercourse with his nephew until he should take back Bitburg. He repeated this resolution at the interview which he had with his brother Louis at Savoniers, near Toul, November 862, to which Lothar had sent as his representatives several of the bishops of his kingdom. Charles accused his nephew of being the cause of double scandal to the Christian Church by the favor he had shown to the guilty connection between Baldwin and Judith, and by marrying Waldrada without waiting for the opinion of the Pope. He called for the assembling of a general council to pronounce definitively on both these questions. In the end, Lothar agreed, so far as Judith's case was concerned, but in the matter of the divorce he declared that he would await the decision of the Pope. Charles was obliged to be content with this reply, and to take leave of his brother, having done nothing more than renew the treaty of peace and alliance concluded in 860 at Coblentz. The death of Charles of Provence, 25 January 863, made little change in the respective positions of the sovereigns. The dead man left no children. His heirs, therefore, were his two brothers, for Louis II does not appear to have recognized the treaty concluded in 858 between Charles and Lothar II, by which the latter was to succeed to the whole of the inheritance. Therefore, the two rivals hastened to reach Provence, each being eager to win over the magnates of the country to his own side. The seemingly inevitable conflict was warded off, thanks to an agreement which gave Provence, strictly so called, as far as the Durance to the Emperor, and to the King of Lorraine, the Lyonnese, and the Viennois, that is to say, the Duchy of Lyon, of which Gerard of Roussillon was governor. But the question of Bitburg was still not definitively settled, and for the years that followed it remained the subject of difficult negotiations, on the one hand between the different Frankish sovereigns, and on the other between these sovereigns and the Pope. The situation was eminently favorable to a Pope of the character of Nicholas I, who in 858 had taken the place of Benedict III on the papal throne. Being petitioned to intervene at once by Bitburg, Lothar, and the opponents of Lothar, he could take up the position of the arbiter of the Christian world. Meanwhile, without deciding the question himself, he resolved to hand over the settlement of it to a great council to be held at Metz, at which not only the bishops of Lorraine should be present, but 2 representatives of the episcopate in each of the kingdoms of France, Germany, and Provence. The assembly was to be presided over by 2 envoys from the Holy See, John, Bishop of Servia, and Bradold, Bishop of Porto. But Lothar's partisans were on the alert and were working to gain time. The papal letters carried by the 2 legates were stolen from them by skillful thieves, and they were forced to apply for new ones. While they were waiting, and while, on the other hand, Lothar's absence in Provence to take up the inheritance of his brother delayed the calling of the council, the emissaries of Gunther and Thuttgard succeeded in bribing Bradold and his colleague. The legates failed to convoke the foreign bishops, and the purely Lotharingian synod held at Metz was a tool in the hands of Gunther. It therefore confirmed the decisions of the Assembly of Aix, basing them on the ground of an alleged marriage between Lothar and Waldrada, previous to his union with Thuttberga, June 863. This statement, improbable as being now produced for the first time, did not suffice to appease the righteous anger of Nicholas I when he learned by what methods the case had been conducted. He did not hesitate to quash the decisions of the council, to condemn Bradold and John, and irregular as the proceeding was, to depose Gunther and Thuttgard by the exercise of his own authority. On the other hand, Louis II, who had shown some disposition at first to support the Lotharingian bishops, now abandoned his brother, in spite of the interview which he had just had with him at Orbe. Louis the German and Charles the Bald, on the contrary, drew closer together. In February 865, they had an interview at Toucy, where, under color of renewing their mutual oaths of peace and concord, and of reprehending their nephew, they arranged a treaty for the eventual partition of his lands. The Lotharingian bishops became restive and drew up a protest to their brethren in Gaul and Provence, in which they declared themselves ready to support their sovereign, calumniated by the malignant Lothar, equally alarmed, dreading an armed collision with his uncles, and dreading no less that the Pope should pronounce him excommunicate, thought it advisable to have recourse himself to the Holy See, and by the mediation of the Emperor, to announce to the Pope that he was prepared to submit to his decision, provided that a guarantee was given him that the integrity of his kingdom should be respected. Nicholas I was now become the mediator between kings and the supreme judge of Christendom. He immediately dispatched a legate, Arsenius, Bishop of Orda, with orders to convey to the 3 sovereigns the expression of the Pope's will. After an interview with Louis the German at Frankfurt, Arsenius reached Lothar's court at Grandeville by the month of July 865, and in the Pope's name called upon him to take back Thuttberga on pain of excommunication. Lothar was obliged to promise obedience. Arsenius then betook himself to Aquitaine to present to Charles the Bald letters from the Pope exhorting him to respect his nephew's territory. From thence he went back to Lorraine, bringing with him Thuttberga, whom he restored to her husband. On 15 August he celebrated a solemn high mass before the royal pair, who were invested with the insignia of sovereignty, before he began his return journey to Rome, on which he was accompanied by Waldrada, who, in her turn, was to answer for her actions before the Pope. The legation had resulted in a triumph for Nicholas. In the presence of the Pope's clearly expressed requirements, peace had been restored between the kings, and Thuttberga had regained her rank as queen. Thanks to his own firmness and skill, the Pope had acted as supreme arbiter. Not only Lothar, but Charles the Bald and Louis the German had been obliged to bow before him. Nevertheless, in the succeeding years, it would appear that Lothar conceived some hope of being able to reopen the divorce question and attain his desired object. Waldrada had hardly arrived at Pavia when, without the formality of a farewell, she succeeded in eluding the legate and returning to Lorraine, where she remained in spite of the excommunication launched against her by Nicholas I. Besides this, Charles the Bald's attitude toward his nephew became somewhat less uncompromising, doubtless on account of the temporary disgrace of Hincmar, the most faithful champion of the cause of the indissolubility of marriage. The king of the Western Franks even had a meeting with Lothar at Ottavinius, perhaps Ottavens, near Bar-le-Duc, when the two princes agreed to take up the divorce question afresh by sending an embassy to Rome under the direction of Agillo, the metropolitan of Sens. But the Pope refused point-blank to fall in with their views, and replied by addressing the bitterest reproaches to Charles, and above all to Lothar, whom he forbade ever to dream of renewing his relations with Waldrada. The death of Nicholas I, 13 November 867, gave a new aspect to affairs. His successor, Hadrian II, was a man of much less firmness and consistency, almost of a timorous disposition, and much under the influence of Louis II, that is, of Lothar's brother and ally. Thus, while refusing to receive Thutberga, whom Lothar had thought of compelling to accuse herself before the Pope, and while congratulating Hincmar on his attitude throughout the affair, and again proclaiming the principle of the indissolubility of marriage, the new Pope soon relieved Waldrada from her sentence of excommunication. Lothar resolved to go and plead his cause in person at Rome. Hadrian consented to his taking this step, which Nicholas I had always refused to sanction. The only consideration which could arouse Lothar's uneasiness was the attitude of his uncles. The latter, indeed, despite a recent letter from the Pope taking up the position of the defender of the integrity of the kingdoms, had just come to an agreement at St. Arnulf's of Metz, that, in case God should bestow on them the kingdoms of their nephews, they would proceed to a fair and amicable division of them, 867 or 868. However, in the spring of 869, having extracted from Charles and Louis some vague assurances that they would undertake nothing against his kingdom during his absence, even if he married Waldrada, Lothar set out on his journey with the intention of visiting the emperor in order to obtain his support at the papal court. Louis II was then at Benevento, warring against the Saracens. At first he showed himself little disposed to interfere, but his wife, Engelberga, proved willing to play the part of mediator, and in the end an interview took place at Monte Cassino between Hadrian and Lothar. The latter received the Eucharist from the hands of the Pope, less perhaps as the pledge of pardon than as a kind of judgment of God. Receive this communion, the Pope is reported to have said to Lothar, if thou art innocent of the adultery condemned by Nicholas. If, on the contrary, thy conscience accuse thee of guilt, or if thou art minded to fall back into sin, refrain. Otherwise by this sacrament thou shalt be judged and condemned. A dramatic coloring may have been thrown over the incident, but when he left Monte Cassino, Lothar bore with him the promise that the question should again be submitted to a council. This for him meant the hope of undoing the sentence of Nicholas I, death which surprised him on his way back at Piacenza on 8 August 869, put an end to his plans. His successor by right of inheritance was, strictly speaking, the Emperor Louis, but he was little known outside his Italian kingdom, and appears not to have had many supporters in Lorraine, unless perhaps in the Duchy of Lyon, which was close to his Provençal possessions. In Lorraine proper, on the contrary, there were two opposed parties, a German party and a French party, each supporting one of the uncles of the dead king. But Louis the German was detained at Ratisbon by sickness. Thus circumstances favored Charles the Bald, who hastened to take advantage of them by entering Lorraine. An embassy from the Bagnots, which came to meet him at Attigny, to remind him of the respect due to the treaty which he had made with his brother at Metz, produced no result. By way of Verdun, he reached Metz, where in the presence of the French and Lotharingian nobles, and of several prelates, among them the bishops of Toul, Liège, and Verdun, Charles was solemnly crowned King of Lorraine in the Cathedral of St. Stephen on 9 September 869. When a little later he heard of the death of his wife, Queen Ermentrude, 6 October, Charles sought to strengthen his position in the country by taking first as his mistress, and afterwards as his lawful wife, 22 January 870, a noble lady named Richilda, a relation of Thutberga, the former queen, belonging to one of the most important families in Lorraine. On her brother also Charles heaped honors and benefices. Neither Louis the German nor Louis II could do more than protest against the annexation of Lorraine to the Western Kingdom, the former in virtue of the Treaty of Metz, the latter in right of his near relationship to the dead king. To the envoys of both, Charles the Bald had returned evasive answers while he was convoking the magnates of his new kingdom at Gondreville to obtain from them the oath of fealty. But those who attended the assembly were few in number. Louis the German's party was recovering strength. Charles was made aware of it when he attempted to substitute for the deposed Gunther in the See of Cologne a French candidate, Hilduin. The Archbishop of Mayence, Luitpold, a faithful supporter of the King of Germany, set up in opposition a certain Willibert, who ultimately won the day. On the other hand, Charles was more successful at Treves, where he was able to install the candidate of his choice. Meanwhile, Louis the German, having recovered, had collected an army and, calling on his brother to evacuate his conquest, marched in his turn upon Lorraine, where his partisans came round him to do him homage. Spring 870. An armed struggle seemed imminent, but the Carolingians had little love for fighting. Brisk negotiations began, in which the principal part was taken by Luitpold, Archbishop of Mayence, representing Louis, and Odo, Bishop of Beauvais, on behalf of Charles. In the end, the diplomatists came to an agreement based on the partition of Lorraine. The task of carrying it into effect was at first entrusted to a commission of magnates, but difficulties were not long in arising. It was decided that the two kings should meet, but the interview was delayed by an accident which happened to Louis the German, through a floor giving way, and only took place on 8 August at Meissen, on the banks of the Meuse. Here the manner of the division of Lothar's second former dominions was definitely settled. The Diviso Regni, the text of which has been preserved in the Annals of Hincmar, shows that no attention was paid to natural boundaries, to language, or even to existing divisions, whether ecclesiastical or civil, since certain counties were cut in two, e.g. the Ornois. An endeavor was made to divide between the two sovereigns, as equally as possible, the sources of revenue, i.e. the counties, bishoprics, and abbeys. Louis received the bishoprics of Cologne, Treves, Metz, Strasbourg, and Basel, with a portion of those of Toul and Liège. Charles, besides a large share of the last two, was given that of Cambrai, together with the metropolitan see of Ascalon, and the counties of Lyon and Vienne with the Vivarais, that is to say, the lands which Lothar had acquired after the death of Charles of Provence. Without entering into details as to the division of the Pagi in the north part of the Kingdom of Lorraine, from the mouths of the Rhine to Toul, it is substantially true to say that the course of the Meuse and a part of that of the Moselle formed the borderline between the two kingdoms. Thence the frontier ran to the Saône Valley, and the limits thus fixed, although not lasting, had distinct influence later in the Middle Ages. Hardly was the Treaty of Meissen concluded when the brother kings of Gaul and Germany were confronted by deputies from the Pope and the Emperor, protesting in the name of the latter against the conduct of his uncles and thus robbing him of the inheritance which was his by right. Hincbar replied by endeavoring to justify his master, and by dwelling on the necessity of preserving peace in Lorraine. Charles, for his part, bestowed fair words and rich gifts on the Pope. As to Louis the German, he professed himself ready to make over what he had acquired of Lothair's lands to Louis II. These assurances, however, were not followed by any practical result, and Charles spent the latter part of the year in completing the subjection of the southern part of his newly acquired dominions. Lyon was occupied without a struggle. Only Vienne, which was defended by Bertha, wife of Gerard of Roussillon, who was himself ensconced in a castle in the neighborhood, made some resistance, surrendering, however, in the end, 24 December 870. Charles was recalled to Francia by the rebellion of his son, Carloman, who had forsaken his father's expedition in order to collect bands of partisans and ravage his kingdom. Louis the German was at the same time engaged in a struggle with his two sons, who had risen against him. Charles confided the government of the Viennois and Provence to his brother-in-law Bosso as Duke, and turned homewards. In the meanwhile, a report spread through Gaul and Germany that the Emperor Louis II had been taken prisoner and put to death by Aldecus, Prince of Benevento. In reality, the latter had merely subjected his sovereign to a few days' captivity, August 871. But Louis the German and Charles the Bald had lost no time in shewing that each intended to appropriate for himself the inheritance left by the deceased. Louis by sending his son Charles the Fat beyond the Alps in order to gather adherents, and Charles by setting out himself at the head of an army. However, he went no farther than Besançon, when the two competitors were stopped by the news that the emperor was still alive. But during the 3 following years, we find both brothers bent on eventually securing the heritage of the King of Italy. Louis the German being supported, it would seem, by the Empress Engelberga, while Charles the Bald, who had rid himself of his rebellious son Carloman, whom he had succeeded in making prisoner and whose eyes he had put out, was trying to form a party among the Roman nobles and those surrounding the new pope, John VIII, who in December 872 had taken the place of Hadrian. The death of Louis II of Brescia, 12 August 875, led to an open struggle between the two rivals. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Carolingian Kingdoms, 840 to 877. Part 4 by René Poupardin. For a long time, the Kingdom of Italy had stood considerably apart from the other Carolingian states. Louis the Pious and Lothar had already placed it in a somewhat special position by sending as their representatives there each his eldest son, already associated in the empire and bearing the title of king. Since 855, the emperor had been restricted to the possession of Italy, where he had already received the royal title in 844, and where his coronation as joint emperor had taken place, Rome, April 850. Apart from matters concerning the inheritance of his brothers, it does not seem that Louis II held that office imposed on him the duty of interfering in affairs beyond the Alps. The emperor had been obliged to devote his chief attention to his duties as King of Italy, and the defense of the country entrusted to him against the attacks of its enemies, particularly the Saracens. But circumstances were too strong for him, and in spite of his activity and energy, Louis II was fated to wear himself out in a struggle of 30 years, and yet neither to leave undisputed authority to his successor, nor finally to expel the Muslims from Italian soil. The royal power had never been very great in the peninsula. The Frankish counts who had taken the place of the Lombard lords had quickly acquired the habit of independence. The bishops and abbots had seen their temporal power grow in extent through numerous grants of lands and immunities. On the other hand, three strong powers outside the papal state had taken shape of the ancient duchies of Friuli and Spoleto and in Tuscany. The counts of Frankish origin were reviving the former Lombard title of Duke, or the Frankish one of Marquess, and regular dynasties of princes, by no means very amenable to the orders of the sovereign, were established at Cividale, Lucca, and Spoleto. The March of Friuli, set up between the Livenza and Isonza to ward off the attacks of Slavs and Avars, although its ruler, no doubt, had extended his authority over other countries beyond these limits, had in the time of Lothar been bestowed on a certain Count Everett, husband of Gisela, the youngest daughter of Louis the Pious. This man, coming originally from the districts along the Meuse, where his family still remained powerful, was richly endowed with counties and abbeys, and played a distinguished part in the wars against the Serbs, dying in 864 or 865. His immediate successor was his son, Wunruk, who died young, and then his second son, Berengar, who was destined to play a conspicuous part in Italy at the end of the 9th century, and who seems from an early date to have thrown in his lot in politics with the partisans of Louis the German and the Empress Engelberga. The ducal family established at Spoleto also came from Francia, from the valley of the Moselle. It was descended from Guy, Count of the March of Brittany, under Louis the Pious. His son, Lambert, who at first bore the same title derived from the March, was a devoted adherent of Lothar, and, as such, had been banished to Italy, where he died. It is this Lambert's son, Guido, who appears as the first Frankish Duke of Spoleto, brother-in-law of Cincinov, Prince of Benevento. He contrived to interfere skillfully in the wars among the Lombard princes, betray his allies at well-chosen junctures, and add to his duchy various cities, Sora, Antino, etc., the spoil of Cincinov or his rivals. He died about 858. His son Lambert shewed himself an intractable vassal, sometimes the ally of Louis II, again at open war with him, or fugitive at the court of the princes of Benevento. He was even temporarily deprived of his duchy, which was transferred to a cousin of the Empress Engelberga, Count Suppo. After the Emperor Louis's death, however, Lambert is found again in possession of his duchy, and like his brother Guy, Count of Camerino, is counted among the adherents of Charles the Bald. In Tuscany, the ducal family was of Bavarian origin, tracing its descent from Count Boniface, who, in the beginning of the 9th century, was established at Lucca, and was also entrusted with the defense of Corsica. His grandson, Adalbert, succeeded in consolidating his position by marrying Rotilda, daughter of Guy of Spoleto. As to southern Italy, beyond the Sangro and the Volturno, the Lombard principalities there, in spite of formal acts of submission, remained like the Greek territories outside the Carolingian Empire. The power of the princes of Benevento was considerably diminished after the formation of the Principality of Salerno, cut off from the original duchy in 848. From the middle of the 9th century, the Gastons of Capua also affected to consider themselves independent of the prince reigning at Benevento. The Frankish sovereign could hardly do otherwise than seek to foment these internal dissensions and try to obtain from the combatants promises of vassalage or even the delivery of hostages. But Louis II made no real attempt to compel the submission of the Lombards of Benevento and Salerno, who were firmly attached to their local dynasties and to their independence. If he interfered on several occasions beyond the limits of the states of the Church and the Duchy of Spoleto, it was not as suzerain, but as the ally of the inhabitants in their struggle against the common enemies of all Italy, the Saracens. These latter, who came from Africa and Spain, were for more than 100 years to be to the peninsula nearly as great a scourge as the Northmen were to Gaul and Germany. In 827 they had gained a foothold in Sicily, and 4 years afterwards, 831, taking advantage of the dissensions between the Byzantine governors, they seized Palermo and Messina and made themselves masters of the whole island. In 837 the Duke of Naples, Andrew, set the fatal example of calling them in as allies in his struggle with Sicard of Benevento, to whom he was refusing the tribute he had promised. Thenceforward, in spite of engagements to the contrary, Italian dukes and Greek governors constantly took Muslim pirates into their pay. Other bands having seized various Greek cities such as Taranto, we get the pillage of the towns on the Adriatic, Aegae, and Kona. 839. In 840, the treachery of the Gastalpando handed over to them Bari, where they fixed themselves permanently, and it was the Saracens of Bari whom Redicus of Benevento employed as auxiliaries during his struggle with Cinganov of Salerno. Other pirate crews attempted the siege of Naples, but the city offered a determined resistance, and its Duke, Sergius, at the head of a fleet collected from the Campanian ports, won the naval victory of Lycosa over the invaders in 846. Repulsed from the Campanian shores, the pirates fell upon the coast nearest to Rome. In order to keep them out of the Tiber, Pope Gregory IV had built a fortress at its mouth. This did not prevent the pirates from landing on the right bank of the river, or even pushing their ravages as far as the gates of Rome. Unable to force their way in, they sacked the Basilica of St. Peter, which was then outside the walls, profaning the tomb of the Prince of the Apostles. This sacrilege created a profound sensation throughout Christendom. It was indeed related that a tempest destroyed the invaders with the precious booty with which they were laden. But the truth appears to be that Louis II, as he was advancing to the rescue of the city, met with a check, and that the Saracens retired unmolested with their spoil. A great expedition organized against them in the spring of the next year, 847, by Lothar I and Louis II had no important results. Louis, however, took advantage of being in the south of Italy to put an end by treaty to the contest between Radulcus and Sichanov, definitively separating by a precise frontier line the two principalities of Benevento and Salerno. The Roman suburbs had arisen from their ruins, and Pope Leo IV, 847-8, had built a wall round the Basilica of St. Peter in the quarter on the right bank of the Tiber, enclosing what became the Leonine city. In 851-2, the Lombards again appealed to Louis II. The latter delivered Benevento from the body of Saracens, which had settled down there. But being badly supported by his allies, he was unable to take Bari, the Muslim garrison of which, as soon as the Frankish army had withdrawn, recommenced its devastating raids into the surrounding country. It was at this time that the Saracens pillaged the famous abbeys of Monte Cassino and St. Vincent of Volturno. In 867, the emperor made a fresh expedition against them and laid siege to Bari, but it was impossible to reduce the town without the help of a squadron to blockade it from the sea. Louis II, therefore, attempted to secure the aid of the Greek fleet by an alliance with the Basileus, arranging for the marriage of his daughter Emigard with the son of Basil, the Eastern emperor. A Greek fleet did, indeed, appear off Bari, but the marriage not having taken place, it drew off. Louis was not discouraged and made a general appeal to his subjects in the maritime provinces, even to the half-subjected Slavs to the north of the Adriatic. After many vicissitudes, the town was carried by assault to February 871. But the Lombards of Benevento cordially detested their Frankish deliverers, and their prince Adalcus feared that the emperor might take advantage of his success to assert his sovereignty over southern Italy. In consequence of his hostility, He laid an ambush which threw the emperor a prisoner into his hands. Shellykess extorted from his captive a promise not to re-enter southern Italy. A report of the emperor's death was even current in Gaul and Germany, but Louis II, being quickly set at liberty, obtained from the Pope a dispensation from the oath he had sworn, and renewed the campaign next year, 873, without, however, having attained any advantage. On 12 August 875, he was suddenly carried off by death. Such was the state of affairs in Italy at the moment when Charles the Bald and Louis the German were preparing to dispute with one another the heritage left by their nephew. The succession question which presented itself was, it is true, a complicated one. The dead emperor left only a daughter. The territories which he had ruled ought, it would seem, to have been divided by agreement between his two uncles. But if the imperial dignity had, since the time of Charlemagne, been considered inalienable from his family, no rule of succession had yet been established, even by custom, which could be applied to it. In practice it seemed to be bound up with the possession of Italy, and to require as indispensable conditions the election of the candidate, at least in theory, by the Roman people, and his consecration at the hands of the Pope. Now Charles the Bald had on his side the sympathy of John VIII, who claimed that he was only carrying out the wishes already expressed by Nicholas I himself. Charles has been accused of having entangled the Pope by means of offerings and grants. In reality, what John VIII most desired seems to have been a strong and energetic emperor, capable of taking up the task to which Louis II had devoted himself, and of defending the Holy See against the Saracens. Rightly or wrongly, he believed that he had formed his ideal in Charles, who was in addition well educated and a lover of letters, and had besides for a long time given his attention to Italy, whither he had been summoned by a party of the magnates at the time of the false reported the death of Louis II. His possession, too, of Provence and of the Viennois made it possible for him to interfere beyond the Alps more readily than his brother of Germany could do. He took action, besides, with promptness and decision. Hardly had the news of his nephew's death reached him at Douzy, near Sedan, then he summoned an assembly of magnates at Pantheon, near Chalon, to nominate his comrades on the expedition. He crossed the great St. Bernard, and had scarcely arrived in Italy when he was met by the envoys of the Pope, bearing an invitation to him to come to Rome to be crowned. Louis the German was not inclined to see his brother go to this length without a protest. He dispatched his two sons in succession beyond the Alps with an army. Charles the Fat was immediately obliged to beat a retreat. Carloman, more fortunate, succeeded in meeting Charles the Bald on the banks of the Brenta, and after the Carolingian manner, opened negotiations. Either, as the German annalists say, his uncle got the better of him by deceitful promises, or else he felt himself too weak to fight the matter out. He therefore arranged a truce, and returned to Germany without a blow. Meanwhile, Louis the German had made an attack upon Lorraine, having been called in by a disgraced chamberlain, Enguerrand, who had been deprived of his office for the benefit of the favorite Boso. Ravaged the country terribly as he went, Louis reached the palace of Antony on 25 December 875, where he waited for adherents to come in, but the defections on which he had counted did not take place, and the invader, for want of sufficient support, was obliged to retreat and make his way back to Mayence. Charles, meanwhile, had not allowed himself to be turned from his object by the news from Lorraine. He was bent on the empire. He had reached Rome, and on Christmas Day, 875, he received the imperial diadem from the hands of John VIII. But he did not delay long in Rome, and having obtained from John the title of Vicar of the Pope in Gaul, for Ansiges, Archbishop of Sens, he began his journey homeward on 5 January 876. On January 31st he was at Pavia, where he had himself solemnly elected and recognized as King of Italy by an assembly of magnates. Leaving Bozzo to govern this new kingdom, he again set forth and was back at St. Denis in time to keep Easter, 15 April. In the month of June, in company with the two papal legates who had come with him from Italy, John, Bishop of Arezzo, and John, Bishop of Toscanella, he held a great assembly of nobles and bishops at Pantheon, where he appeared wearing the imperial ornaments. The council solemnly recognized the new dignity which the Pope had conferred on the King of the West, Franks. Charles would have wished also to secure its assent to the grant of the vicariate to Ansages, but on this point he met with strong resistance. To the same assembly came envoys from Louis the German, demanding in his name an equitable partition of the territories formerly ruled by Louis II. Charles appeared to recognize these pretensions as well-founded. In his turn, he sent an embassy to his brother and opened negotiations. They were interrupted by the death of Louis the German at Frankfurt, 28 August 876. The dead king left 3 sons. In accordance with arrangements which had been made beforehand, but often modified in detail, the eldest, Carloman, was to receive Bavaria and the East Mark, the second, Louis, Saxony and Franconia, and the third, Charles the Fat, Alemannia. These dispositions were according to precedent. It is thus difficult to conceive by what right Charles the Bald professed to claim that portion of Lorraine, which by the Treaty of Meissen had been allocated to his brother. Nonetheless, it is certain that he hastened to send off emissaries to the country, charged with the business of gaining supporters for his cause, and then set out himself for Metz, Aix, La Chapelle, and Cologne. But Louis the Younger, on his side, had raised an army in Saxony and Thuringia, and sent deputies, although vainly, to call upon his uncle to respect his rights. He himself had recourse to the judgment of God, and when the ordeal proved favorable to his champions, he crossed the Rhine at Andernach. In the meanwhile, Prussian envoys bearing proposals of peace sought Charles the Bald on his behalf. His uncle feigned willingness to enter into negotiations, but during the night of 7 to 8 October, he suddenly struck his camp and began a forward march, hoping to surprise his sleeping enemies in the early dawn. The season, however, was inclement. The roads were soaked with rain, and the cavalry, which was the principal arm of Carolingian forces, could only advance with difficulty. Besides this, a faithful adherent of Louis the Younger in Charles's own camp had succeeded in warning his master of the coup de main about to be attempted against him. Thus the imperial army, fatigued by the night march, found the enemy whom they had thought to surprise on his guard. The result was a disastrous defeat of the troops of Charles. Numerous prisoners and rich spoil fell to the victor, but it would appear that Louis was not in a position to profit by his advantage, for almost immediately we find him falling back on Aix and Frankfurt. Charles, for his part, made no second attempt against him, and shortly afterwards, without any formal treaty having been concluded, peace was restored between the two kings, marked by the liberation of the prisoners taken at Andernach. Charles the Bald was, besides, absorbed by other anxieties. If his election had been the act of John VIII, the reason was that the Pope needed his help in Italy against the Saracens. Not satisfied with promises of troops and missi, he unceasingly demanded Charles's presence in Italy. 2 papal legates again approached Charles at Compiègne at the beginning of 877 and finally drew from him a pledge that he would cross the Alps in the course of the summer. The moment, however, was not favorable, for the Northmen were showing increased activity. In 876, 100 of their ships had gone up the Seine and threatened the rich abbey of St. Denis, driving the monks to flee to a safer retreat on the banks of the Aisne. Charles the Bald decided to negotiate with them once more, and on 7 May 877, he ordered the collection of a special impost, a tributum Normannicum. destined to produce the 5,000 pounds of silver needed to purchase the withdrawal of the Northmen from the Seine. On 14 June, he assembled the magnates of Kiersey, where he promulgated a celebrated capitulary which has been too long held to be the charter constituting the feudal system, a legislative measure establishing the hereditary nature of fiefs, the deliberate completion of a process of evolution which had been going on from 847, the date at which the capitulary of Meersen ordered every free man to choose a lord for himself. In 847, what was really in question was a measure to facilitate the levy of the host. In 877, at Kiersey, a whole body of very diverse measures were introduced, their object being to secure the good government of the kingdom and the proper administration of the private property of the king during his absence, or even in case he should happen to die while on his expedition. The Prince Louis, the Stammerer, was to take his father's place with the assistance of counselors, the choice of whom shows that the emperor was not entirely free from distrust of his heir. An article in the capitulary orders Louis not to deprive the son of any count who should die during the campaign of the honors enjoyed by the father. Here we have a seal set upon the custom which was becoming more and more general, namely that the honors held by the father should be continued to the son. But at the same time, we get the implicit recognition of the sovereign's right to dispose of the fiefs which, in principle, he is granted for life only, a right which Louis might possibly abuse. Charles, accompanied by Roquilda, set out at the end of June. He brought with him only a small number of his chief vassals, others of whom Beausoleil was one, were to join him a little later at the head of an army which they had received orders to assemble. The emperor took the St. Bernard route and met John VIII, who had advanced as far as Vercelli, to receive him. But at the same time as Charles, Carloman of Bavaria had been crossing the Alps at the head of a powerful army, and now made his appearance in the eastern part of Lombardy. Charles, uneasy at this, hurried on the coronation of Roquilda as empress, and sent her back to Gaul, demanding the hastening forward of the reinforcements which he was awaiting. But his presentiments were realized. The magnates had been irritated to see him depart thus, giving up the struggle with the Northmen, which in the eyes of the Frankish aristocracy was more important than the war against the Saracens. On the other hand, they had no doubt considered that the expedition was unlikely to provide them with many fiefs and benefices to be conquered beyond the Alps. Thus, they made no response to the appeal addressed to them. Beausoleil himself, who the year before, under the influence of Berengar of Ruili and the German party, had married Ermengarde, daughter of the late Emperor Louis II, was opposed to a fresh expedition into Italy and declined to enter upon the campaign. Some of the most powerful nobles of the Western Kingdom, chosen by Charles to command the relieving army, Bernard, Count of Auvergne, and Bernard, Marquis of Gothia, followed the example set them. Hincmar himself, discontented that the vicariate should have been conferred on Ansages, showed himself less loyal than usual, and Prince Louis openly abetted the movement. The one object of the discontented seems to have been to compel Charles to return, and in this they succeeded, for the emperor lost no time in retracing his way towards Gaul, but on the road he fell sick on 6 October in a poor hovel, poisoned, it was said, by his Jewish doctor Zedekiah. He ended miserably enough his reign of 37 years. Historians have often pronounced adversely on the reign, influenced by chroniclers of Louis the German, who accused his adversary of cowardice and incapacity. But it does not, in fact, appear that Charles was wanting either in courage or energy. All his contemporaries describe him as a learned man and a friend to letters. He has been reproached with not having succeeded in exacting obedience from his vassals, nor in the organizing resistance to the Northmen. But it would certainly have been a task beyond human strength to resist the process of evolution, at once economic and social, which gave birth to the feudal system and transformed into hereditary fiefs, the benefices which had been granted for life or during pleasure by the early Carolingians. Where Charles the Great had had subjects and functionaries, Charles the Bald has already no more than vassals, and is forced to impoverish himself for their behoof by incessant grants of honors and benefices, lest he should be abandoned by nobles ever ready to transfer their oaths of fidelity to a rival sovereign. Even the bishops, who were usually loyal, had no scruples in taking Charles to task on various occasions, Hincmar being first to set the example. Besides this, the civil wars, whether between the kings or between turbulent counts, and the Northman invasions compelled the free men to gather in groups around magnates or proceres, strong enough to protect them in time of need. Thus they commend themselves to these lords, and in their turn become vassals. This process was at first encouraged by the sovereign, as facilitating the assembly of the host when necessary, and this it is which explains the provisions of the Capitulary of 847, ordering every free man to choose himself a lord, the latter being charged with the office of leading his men to war. But an important transformation had besides taken place in the host. The infantry, which in the 8th century had formed the chief strength of the Frankish armies, had given way to cavalry. By the end of the 9th century, the Carolingian armies are almost wholly composed of horse soldiers. But the mounted warrior cannot be a mere freeman, for in order to maintain his steed and his handful of followers, he must hold some land or benefice from his lord. He has become the knight, the millis, the last rank in the feudal hierarchy. Counts and knights, however, when summoned by the king, show no great eagerness to respond to the appeal. Constantly the attempts made by Charles to resist the Northmen are brought to nothing by the refusal of his vassals to follow him. Even when the Frankish force is under arms, it is only a sort of landwehr or militia, ill adapted for fighting. The civilized Franks have lost the warlike qualities of their half-barbarous forefathers. It is not with such materials that a king or any other leader could expect to succeed against the bands of the Scandinavians who were trained to warfare and made it their habitual occupation. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Carolingian Kingdoms, 877 to 918. Part 1 by René Poupardin. The death of Charles the Bald did not ensure the triumph of Carloman, who was soon forced by an epidemic which broke out in his army to make the best of his way back to Germany. It seemed, however, as if it would be the signal for renewed civil discord in Gaul. When Louis the Stammerer received news at Orville, near Leon, of the pitiable end of his father, he hastened, without the assent of the magnates, to distribute to such of his partisans as happened to be around him honors, counties, estates, and abbeys, thus violating an engagement made at Guernsey. Accordingly, when he was about to go into Francia to receive the oath of fidelity from his new subjects, he learned that the magnates, rallying round Boso and the abbot Hugh, and supported by the widowed Empress Rothilda, refused him obedience, and, as a sign of their displeasure, were ravaging the country. Nevertheless, thanks, no doubt, to the mediation of Hincmar, and after some time had been spent in arranging terms, the rebels agreed to a settlement. Rothilda was reconciled to her stepson, handing over to him the royal insignia, and the deed by which Charles the Bald before his death had nominated his heir. The magnates, whose rights the king promised to recognize, all made their submission. The abbot Hugh even became one of the most influential counselors of Louis the Stammerer. On 8 December, After having sternly exhorted the new sovereign to respect the rights of his vassals, Hincmar crowned him king of the West Franks in the church of Compiègne. Louis, however, was not the man to carry out his father's imperialist policy. In spite of the opportunity which occurred for it the next year, anarchy set in more fiercely than ever in Italy. Carloman had obtained from his brothers the cession of their rights over the peninsula, in exchange for those which he possessed over Lorraine in virtue of a partition treaty, concluded the year before, 877. But he was in no plight to attempt another expedition. Lambert, Duke of Spoleto, and his brother-in-law Adalbert, Duke or Marquess of Tuscany, were making open war upon John VIII, and plainly intended to bring back to Rome the political opponents whom the Pope had formerly expelled, particularly the celebrated Formosus, Bishop of Porto. So John VIII decided upon another attempt to make the Western Kingdom his ally. After having bought a peace from the Saracens, who were still a menace to the Papal States, he embarked on a Neapolitan vessel and landed at Arles, where Boso, who had returned to his former duchy, and his wife Ermengarde, welcomed him with assurances of devotion, and in company with him ascended the Rhone as far as Lyon. After somewhat laborious negotiations with Louis the Stammerer, a council presided over by the Pope met at Troyes at the beginning of autumn, but there were few practical results attained from the assembly. Little was settled, except a few points relating to discipline and the confirmation of the sentence of excommunication against Lambert, Adalbert, and their supporters. John VIII would have wished to see Louis put himself at the head of another expedition against the enemies of the Holy See, or the rebel counts or Saracens. The king, however, seems not to have had the least inclination for such a course, and John VIII was forced to turn to that one among the magnates who, if only by his connection with Italy, seemed best fitted to take up the task which the Carolingians refused to accept, namely Boso. It was in his company that the Pope recrossed the Alps at the end of the year, calling a great meeting of the bishops and lay lords of northern Italy to assemble at Pavia. In a letter which he addressed at this time to Engelberga, widow of Louis II, he anticipated for her son-in-law the most brilliant prospects. Ermengarde's husband might look forward to the Lombard crown, perhaps even to the imperial one, but Boso himself did nothing to forward the ambitious views of the pontiff on his behalf. At Pavia, under one pretext or another, he quitted John VIII and made his way back to Gaul. Louis the Stammerer, who had concluded a treaty at Foron with his cousins of Germany for the petition of Louis II's inheritance, and being free from anxiety in that quarter, had just resolved upon an expedition against Bernard, Marquess of Galthia, who had not made his submission at the beginning of the reign and still remained contumacious. Footnote: 3 places in Belgium in the province of Liège bear the name of Foron. It cannot be positively ascertained at which of them the conference took place which led up to the treaty. End of footnote. But a change came over the situation with the death of King Louis on 10th April 879. The leaders of the party opposed to the abbot Hugh and to the magnates actually in power made use of the event to appeal for aid to the foreigner. At the instigation of one of the Welfs, Conrad, Count of Paris, and of Jocelyn, abbot of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, Louis of Saxony entered the kingdom from the west to dispute possession of their father's inheritance with Louis III and Carloman, the 2 young sons of Louis the Stammerer. He penetrated as far as Verdun, ravaging the country as he went, but those who took up his cause were few in number. Envoys from the abbot Hugh, from Boso and Theodoric, Count of Autumn, who were at the head of affairs in the Western Kingdom, had no great difficulty in persuading the King of Germany to abandon his enterprise in return for a promise of the cession of that part of Lorraine which, by the Treaty of Meissen, fell to the share of Charles the Bald. In the month of September, the coronation of the two sons of Louis the Stammerer by his marriage with Ansgard took place quietly at Verrières, but Ansgard had been afterwards repudiated by her husband, who had taken a second wife named Adelaide, the mother of his son Charles the Simple. The legitimacy of Louis III in Parliament was not universally admitted. Discontent still existed, and before the end of 879, the Frankish kingdom was threatened by a new danger, also at the instance of his wife, Ermengarde, who, by birth the daughter of an emperor, was dissatisfied with her position as the wife of a duke, took advantage of the weakness of the kings to re-establish for her own benefit the former kingdom of Charles of Provence, that is, the counties of Lyon and Vienne with Provence, and to have himself proclaimed king of it at an assembly of bishops held at Montaigne near Vienne. A little later he was solemnly crowned by the Archbishop Aurélien at Lyon, autumn of 879. In the spring of 880, Conrad and Jocelyn again called in Louis of Saxony. This second attempt had no better success than the first, and Louis was obliged to return to his own dominions after having concluded with his cousins the Treaty of Ribeaumont, which again confirmed him in possession of the former kingdom of Lothar II. His tenure of it, however, was somewhat insecure, since the Lyon and Vienne districts were under Bosso's control. The Archbishop of Besançon appears to have recognized the usurper. In the north, Hugh, an illegitimate son of Lothar II, had taken up arms and was also endeavoring to make himself independent. Confronted with these dangers, and also with incessant attacks by the Danish pirates, the Carolingian kings felt the necessity for union. By a treaty agreed to at Amiens in the beginning of 880, Louis III was to have Francia and Neustria, Carloman taking Aquitaine and Burgundy, with the task of making head against Bosso. Nonetheless, the two kings were agreed in desiring an interview at Condeville with one of their cousins from Germany and taking concerted measures against the rebels. It was Charles the Fat, the ruler of Alemannia, who, on his return from Italy, whither he had gone to secure his proclamation as king by an assembly of magnates held at Ravenna, met Louis III and Carloman at this last fraternal colloquium in June 880. The three sovereigns began by joining forces against Hugh of Lorraine, whose brother-in-law, Count Theobald, was defeated and compelled to take refuge in Provence. The allies then directed their efforts against the latter country. The Count of Macon, who adhered to Bosso, was forced to surrender, and the Carolingian kings, pursuing their advance without encountering any resistance, laid siege to Vienne, where the usurper had fortified himself. The unlooked-for defection of Charles the Fat put a stop to the campaign. For a long time, John VIII, compelled by the desertion of Bosso to go back to the policy of an alliance with Germany, had been demanding the return of Charles to Italy. Suddenly abandoning the siege, the king again crossed the Alps in order to go to Rome, and there to receive the imperial crown from the hands of the Pope, February 881, while his cousins, unable to subdue Bosso at once, returned to their dominions, leaving the task of blockading Vienne to the Duke of Burgundy, Richard the Justiciar, who was his own brother, as it happened, to the rebel king of Provence. Queen Ermengarde, who was defending the place, was obliged to surrender a few months later, September 882. Charles the Fat made no long stay at Rome. As early as February 881, he took the road leading northwards. It is true that the new emperor made a fresh expedition into Italy at the end of the same year, though he got no farther than Ravenna. Here the Pope came to meet him in order to try and obtain him measures likely to protect the patrimony of St. Peter from the attacks of the Dukes of Spoleto. But the death of Louis of Saxony, 20 January 882, now recalled the emperor to Germany. This event made Charles master of the whole eastern kingdom, for Carloman of Bavaria, who by an agreement made in 879 with Louis, had secured to the latter his whole inheritance, had died in 880. Carloman's illegitimate son Arnold had been, by the terms of the same treaty, forced to content himself with the duchy of Carinthia. Hugh of Lorraine, who still under pretext of claiming his paternal heritage, had again been indulging in acts of brigandage, had been defeated by Louis some time before his death and constrained to take refuge in Burgundy. In the Western Kingdom, Louis III of France had died of a fall from his horse on 5 August 882. Carloman, summoned from Burgundy, received the magnate's oaths of fidelity at Kiersey, and thus became the sole sovereign of the Western Kingdom. His brief reign is wholly taken up with fruitless struggles against the Northmen. On 12 December 884, he also was carried off by an accident while out hunting. Louis the Stammerer's posthumous son, Charles, known later as the Simple, was by reason of his youth unfit to reign. Thus the Frankish nobles appealed to Charles the Fat, in whose hands were thus concentrated all the kingdoms which had gone to make up the empire of Charles the Great. But the emperor, though a man of piety and learning, was very far from possessing the activity and vigor demanded by a position now more difficult than ever. For the ravages of the Northmen had redoubled in violence during the preceding years. Established permanently in Flanders, they took advantage of their situation to ravage at once what was formerly Lorraine and the kingdoms of the East and West. A victory gained over them at Lyon on the Sambre by Louis of Saxony in 880 had led to no results. During the same year they burnt Nijmegen, while another band made their way into Saxony. The abbot Jocelyn had in vain attempted to drive out those on the Scheldt, who from their fortified camp at Courtrai made perpetual raids for pillage into the Western Kingdom. Nevertheless, King Louis III won over them at Sargord in Ponthieu, a renowned victory, commemorated by a cantilene, a popular song in celebration of it, in the German language which has come down to us. Yet it did not hinder the Danes settled at Ghent from reaching the valley of the Meuse and forming a new entrenched camp at Elslo. During the winter of 881 to 882, they burnt Liège, Tongres, Cologne, Bonn, Stavelot, Prune, and Aix, and took possession of Treves. Wallo, the Bishop of Metz, who with Bertolf, Archbishop of Treves, had put himself at the head of the defenders, was defeated and killed in April 882. At the assembly held at Worms, May 882, Charles the Fat, who was returning from Italy, determined to act with vigor, and gathered a numerous army at the head of which he placed to second his efforts 2 tried warriors, Arnulf of Carinthia and Henry, Count or Duke of Thuringia. But on the point of attacking the camp at Eslo, his courage failed. He fell back on the dangerous method already too often practiced by the Carolingians of negotiating with the invaders. Of their leaders, Godfrid Gorflor obtained Phrygia as a fief on condition of receiving baptism, and Siegfried, Sigrur, was paid to withdraw. The chief part of the great Northman army then turned to attack the Western Kingdom. By the autumn, they were ravaging up to the gates of Reims. The aged Archbishop Hincmar was forced to leave his metropolitan city and flee for refuge to Epernay, where he died on 21 December 882. Carloman succeeded in checking the Danes more than once on the banks of the Aisne and of the Vicomte, but the invasion was not beaten off. Another fortified camp was formed by the Northmen at Condé on the Scheldt. The bands which came forth from it next year seized Amiens and ravaged the district between the Seine and the Oise without meeting with resistance. Carloman was obliged to negotiate with them, and thanks to the intervention of Siegfried, he obtained a pledge that the band in containments near Amiens should evacuate the Western Kingdom in consideration of the enormous sum of 12,000 pounds of silver, 884. The engagement, moreover, was respected. The main party of the Great Northman army crossed over to England, but other bands passed into the kingdom of Lorraine, and a party among them settled down behind the woods and marshes which covered the site of the present town of Louvain. Such was the position of things at the time when Charles the Fat became sole ruler of the Frankish Empire, and the magnates of France and Lorraine came to do homage to their new sovereign at Gondreville, near Toul and Ponthion. The beginning of the reign was marked, besides, by several victories gained over the Northmen who had penetrated into Saxony. Other bands were defeated by Count Henry of Alemannia and Luthbert, Archbishop of Mayence. But Hugh of Lorraine had decided that the occasion was a good one for again putting forward his claim to his father's kingdom, with the support of his brother-in-law, the Northman Godfrey. Count Henry, whose task it was to resist them, chose to employ treachery. Godfred was imprudent enough to consent to an interview in the course of which he was assassinated, and the Franks succeeded in inflicting a check on his leaderless troops. Hugh, being allured to Gondreville under pretext of negotiations, also fell into an ambush. He was blinded, tonsured, and immured in the Abbey of Rouen. His sister Gisela, Godfred's widow, was a little later to die as abbess of the convent of Nevils. This partial success was, however, balanced by the defeat suffered in front of Louvain by the army raised in Lorraine and in the Western Kingdom. Charles seems indeed to be losing his interest in this unceasing war. At the assembly which he held at Frankfurt at the beginning of the year 885, his only care seemed to be to procure the recognition of his illegitimate son Bernard's right to succeed him. His wishes, however, were opposed by the magnates. Charles counted on the support of Pope Hadrian III, the successor of John VIII, who had been assassinated in 884. But Hadrian died 8 July 885, and this event forced the emperor finally to give up his project. The successor of the dead Pope, Stephen V, had been elected without consulting Charles the Fat, and so much was the emperor displeased that he thought it necessary to cross the Alps again. But he lingered in the north of the peninsula while his confidential agent, the Arch-Chancellor Luthbert, Bishop of Roselbex, went to Rome to negotiate with the Pope. An outbreak of sedition at Pavia nearly cost the emperor his life, and he decided not to advance farther, but to take the road for Gaul once more, whither he was recalled by the imperious necessity of resisting the Northmen. Carloman's death had liberated the bands with whom he had treated at Amiens from their pledge to respect the Western Kingdom. Large numbers of the Northmen who had crossed over into England came back during the summer of 885 to rejoin their compatriots of Louvain who, for their part, had got as far as the mouth of the Seine. Other companies coming from the lower Scheldt joined them there. On 25 July they entered Rouen, and their fleet, 300 strong, carrying some 40,000 men, began to push up the Seine. A Neustrian army, which attempted to bar the way to the invaders, was obliged to beat a retreat without having succeeded in defending the fortified bridge, which Charles the Bald had built at Petrus, and the great Viking fleet, reinforced by Danes from the Loire, arrived before Paris on 24 November, covering the river's surface for more than 2 leagues. The city of Paris at this time did not extend beyond the island of the Cité. On the right bank, however, and especially on the left, lay the suburbs with their churches and abbeys, St. Mary and St. Germain-l'Auxerrois. To the north, St. Germain-des-Prés and St. Geneviève. To the south, with the houses, gardens, and vineyards surrounding them. Of course, no wall enclosed these suburbs. The city itself had been without a rampart in the days of Charles the Bald, since the Roman fortifications there, as elsewhere, have for long centuries fallen into ruins. Thus the Danes had on several occasions descended on the town and pillaged it without let or hindrance. The last of their incursions dated from 866, but since then Paris had made preparation for resistance. Under the superintendence of Odo, the Count, son of Robert the Strong, helped by Bishop Jocelyn, The old wall had been rebuilt. Footnote: at the end of the 9th century, a fairly general movement took place to restore the walls of cities, so as to ensure them against the coup de main of the Northman hands. End of footnote. Two bridges establishing communication between the island and both banks of the Seine barred the way to the Viking ships. One, Siegfried, who seems to have been in command of the expedition, made a demand for himself and his followers a free access to the upper part of the Seine. Odo and Jocelyn refused. A general assault next morning was repulsed with loss, and the Northmen were obliged to undertake a formal siege. This lasted for long months, varied by attacks upon the bridges and the works defending them on both banks of the river, and also by pillaging expeditions into the neighboring districts. But the Parisians met the efforts of their assailants with indomitable energy and endurance. On 16 April 886, Jocelyn was carried off by sickness. Odo tried a sortie in order to seek for reinforcements. It proved successful, and he made use of his opportunity to send pressing appeals to the emperor and his counselors. He then, for the second time, traversed the enemy lines to re-enter the besieged city. Meanwhile, Charles, on his return from Italy, had held a great assembly at Metz, and had then set out at a deliberate rate to go to the succor of the Parisians. Having reached Kierzy, he sent forward his best warrior, Count Henry of Alemannia, at the head of a detachment of his men. But in attempting to reconnoiter the enemy's camp, Henry fell with his horse into one of the fosses dug by the besiegers, and was killed 28th August. His death threw a gloom over his followers, and the relieving detachment, which he had been leading, fell back. On 28 October, the emperor came up in person before Paris, and the inhabitants could see his army on the heights of Montmartre. But instead of crushing the heathen between his troops and the city walls, Charles once more began negotiations with them. Siegfried consented to raise the siege in return for a sum of 700 pounds in silver, and permission for his followers to go and winter in Burgundy, with the right to go up the Seine freely. The Parisians, however, refused to agree to this last condition and to allow the Viking vessels to pass under the fortified bridges, which they had defended with so much valor. The Danes were obliged to draw their boats to land to get them above the city by the river bank, but nonetheless they reached Burgundy, which they ravaged. Sens in particular stood a siege of 6 months. In the meanwhile, the emperor fell sick and returned to Alsace. During the Easter season, he held an assembly at Lingen, near Stuttgart, at which was present, among others, Berengar, Marquis of Friuli. From thence he went to Kirchen in the Beskial, where he was sought out by Ermengarde, widow of Boso, with her young son Louis. Boso, in spite of the capture of Vienna and the efforts of the Carolingian kings and their lieutenants, had succeeded in maintaining his ground in the kingdom he had created for himself, and died unsubdued 11 January 887. The son whom he left, Louis, was still almost a child when his mother brought him to the emperor. Charles the Fat received him kindly, recognized his right to succeed his father, and even went through some kind of ceremony of adopting him. But the young prince was not long to be benefited by his protection. The discontent of the magnates with the emperor, whom they accused of weakness and incapacity, and with the counselor by whom he was chiefly guided, his chancellor Luitward, bishop of Vercelli, grew greater every day. Charles endeavored to placate them by dismissing his chancellor, but their dissatisfaction still continued undiminished, and at the end of 887 a revolt broke out, facilitated by Charles's illness and physical incapacity. The rebels, in an assembly held at Trebor, near Darmstadt, formally deposed the emperor. He returned to Nijmegen on the Danube near Constance, where he made a pitiable end on 13 January 888, while his former vassals proclaimed in his room Arnulf of Carinthia, son of Carloman of Bavaria, of illegitimate birth, it is true, but well known for his warlike qualities and in the eyes of the magnates, the only prince capable of defending the empire, or at least the kingdom of Germany, against the enemies threatening it on every side. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. The Carolingian Kingdoms, 877 to 918, Part 2, by René, Poupardin. The deposition of Charles the Fat marks the epoch of the final dismemberment of the empire of Charlemagne. Even contemporaries were conscious of this. Then said the Lotharingian chronicler, Regino of Prum, in a justly famous passage, the kingdoms which had been subject to the government of Charles split up into fragments, breaking the bond which united them, and without waiting for their natural lord, each one sought to create a king of its own, drawn from within itself, which things was the cause of long wars, not that there were lacking Frankish princes, worthy of empire by their noble birth, their courage and their wisdom, but because their equality in origin, dignity and power was a fresh cause for discord. None of them, in fact, was sufficiently raised above the rest to make them willing to submit to his authority. The West Franks elected as King Odo, the valiant defender of Paris. In Italy, Berengar, Marquis of Friuli, and Guy Guido, Duke of Spoleto, contended for the crown. Louis of Provence held the valley of the Rhone as far as Lyon. Finally, a new claimant, the Welf Rodolph, son of Conrad, Count of Auxerre, already Duke of the Duchy beyond the Jura, comprising the dioceses of Geneva, Lucerne, and Sion, claimed the ancient kingdom of Lorraine, without, however, succeeding in building up more than a kingdom of Burgundy, restricted to the Helvetian Pagi and the countries which formed the ancient diocese of Besançon. The expressions used by Regino must not, however, be understood too literally. The kings whom the new nations drew from within themselves were all of the Austrasian race and had their origin in Francia. Their families having been for hardly more than 2 or 3 generations settled in their new counties. The dismemberment, which began under Louis the Pious and was finally consummated in 888, was by no means caused by a reaction of the different nations within the Carolingian Empire against the political and administrative unity imposed by Charles the Great. The building up of new nationalities may have been largely the work of the chances of the various partitions which had taken place since the Treaty of Verdun. Nevertheless, the fact that Louis the German and his heirs had as their portion the populations of Teutonic speech, and Charles the Bald and his successors those of the Romance language, no doubt accentuated such consciousness as these people might have of their individuality, a consciousness further strengthened by the antagonism between the sovereigns. Italy, on the other hand, had long been accustomed to live under a king of its own, a little outside the sphere of the other Frankish kingdoms. Besides these more remote causes, we must bear in mind the need which each fraction of the empire felt of having a protector, an effective head to organize resistance against the Slavs, the Saracens, or the Northmen. A single emperor must often be at too great a distance from the point at which danger threatened. The idea of the empire, the idea of the Frankish kingdom, recedes into the background and gives place to an attachment to the more restricted country of one's birth, to the race to which one belongs. Under the influence of geographical situation and of language, or even through the chances of political alliances, new groups had been formed, and each of these placed at its head the man best fitted to defend it against the innumerable enemies who for half a century had been devastating all the parts of the empire. In spite of this separatist movement, the kinglets, Rugoli, set up in 888 still attributed a certain supremacy to Arnulf as the last representative of the Carolingian family. Odo sought his presence at Worms in order to place himself under his protection, August 888, before going to Reims to receive the crown of Western Francia. At Trent, Berengar also took up the attitude of a vassal in order to obtain from Arnulf the recognition of his Italian kingship. Rodolph of Burgundy yielded to the threat of an expedition to be sent against him, and came and made his submission at Ratisbon. A little later, at Worms, it was the turn of young Louis of Provence, 894. Doubtless no homage, strictly so called, was performed, such as would establish between Arnulf and the neighboring sovereigns a relation of positive vassalage, which the reciprocal obligations it entailed. There was, however, a ceremony analogous to that of homage, and the recognition of a kind of overlordship belonging, at any rate in theory, to the King of Germany. Thus, between Arnulf and the rulers of the states which had arisen from the dismemberment of the Carolingian Empire, peace seemed assured, but it was less safe against enemies from without and against revolts on the part of the German magnates. Though in 889 Arnulf had received an embassy from the Northmen bearing pacific messages, the struggle had begun again in 891. The Danes had invaded Lorraine and had inflicted on Count Arnulf and Archbishop Sunderald of Mayence the bloody defeat of Legale. 26 June, balanced, it is true, by the success won by King Arnulf in the same year on the banks of the Dial. On the other hand, the struggle against the Moravian kingdom, founded by a prince named Svlatopolk Sventebold, was going on amidst alternations of success and failure. In 892, Arnulf, with the assistance of the Slovene Duke Boleslav, led a successful expedition against the Moravians, but he had been imprudent enough to call to his aid a troop of Hungarians, thus, as it were, pointing out to the Magyar immigrants from Asia that rode into the kingdom of Germany, with a few years later was to have such a fearful experience of them. 2 years later, 894, the death of Svatopluk led to the recognition of Arnulf's authority by his two sons, Momir and Svatopluk II, and the civil war which before long broke out between them enabled the Franks to intervene successfully in Moravia. But like Charles the Fat, Arnulf was haunted by the dream of wearing the imperial crown. At the opening of his reign, the fear of a revolt among the discontented magnates of Swabia had alone prevented him from responding to the appeals made to him by Pope Stephen V, 890. Events in Italy now offered him the opportunity of renewing his attempts in that quarter. The two rivals, Guy and Berengar, who after the deposition of Charles the Fat disputed for the crown of Italy, were each recognized as king by a certain number of adherents. A truce had been arranged between them up to the beginning of the year 889. They used this respite merely to seek support in foreign countries. Berengar, for 20 years, the faithful ally of the Eastern Carolingians, received reinforcements from Germany. Guy, after an unsuccessful attempt to secure for himself the crown of the Western Kingdom, had recruited contingents in the district of Burgundy-Brown-Dijon, which was his native land. The Italian lords again took sides with one competitor or the other, with the exception of the most powerful of them all, Adalbert, Marquess of Tuscany, who contrived to maintain a prudent neutrality. War then broke out afresh, a bloody battle, a rare event in the 9th century, in which some 7,000 men fought on either side, was waged for a whole day on the banks of the Trebia. Berengar, thoroughly worsted, was forced to retreat beyond the Po, where Verona, Cremona, and Brescia still remained faithful to him, and to abandon the struggle with Guy. The latter seems not to have troubled himself to follow up his enemy's flight. His victory gave him possession of the palace of Pavia, that is, of the capital of the Italian kingdom. In the middle of February 889, he held a great assembly of bishops there, to whom he solemnly promised that church property and rights should be respected and maintained, and that the plundering raids and usurpations of the magnates should be put down. Then the prelates declared him king, and bestowed on him the royal unction. For more than half a century, the supreme title of emperor has seemed to be bound up with the possession of Italy. Guy therefore approached Pope Stephen V, with whom he had hitherto been on good terms with the demand for the imperial crown. Stephen, however, was not anxious to add to the power of the house of Spoleto, always a menace to the papacy. A more distant emperor seemed to offer a fairer prospect of safety. He therefore sent a private summons to Arnulf, but as the latter was unable to leave Germany, Stephen V was compelled, 11 February 891, to proceed to the consecration of Guy as emperor. His wife, Angiltrude, was crowned with him, and their son Lambert received the title of king and joint emperor. Adalbert of Tuscany now resolved on making his official submission to the new ruler. Berengar alone persisted in refusing to recognize him, and maintained his independence in his old domain, the March of Friuli. He even retained some supporters outside its limits who objected to Guy's Burgundian origin, and reproached him with the favor which he showed to certain of his compatriots who had followed him from beyond the Alps, such as Ansgar and Scarius, on whom he bestowed the March of Ivrea. Nevertheless, the new emperor, in the beginning of May 891, held a great placitum at Pavia, at which, to satisfy the demands of the prelates, he promulgated a long capitulary enacting the measures necessary to protect church property. On the same occasion, anxious no doubt to secure the support of the clergy, he made numerous grants to the bishops. In September, Stephen V died. His successor was the bishop of Porto, Formosus, an energetic man, but one whose energy had gained him many enemies. In particular, he seems to have been on bad terms with Guy, and doubtless considered an Italian emperor a danger to the Holy See. He therefore made a fresh appeal to Arnulf. The king of Germany did not come in person, but he sent his illegitimate son, Sventibald, to whom he entrusted the task of restoring order beyond the Alps with the assistance of Berengar of Friuli. Sventibald allowed himself to be daunted or bribed by Guy, and returned to Germany without having accomplished anything, 893. At the beginning of the next year, 894, Arnulf resolved to make a descent into Italy himself. He carried Bergamo by assault and massacred the garrison. Intimidated by this example, Milan and Pavia opened their gates, and the majority of the magnates joined in taking the oath of fidelity to Arnulf. The latter, however, went no further than Piacenza, whence he turned homewards, but on his way back he found the road barred close to Ivrea by the troops of the Marquess Ansgar, swelled by a contingent sent by Rodolph, King of Burgundy. Arnulf, however, succeeded in forcing a passage and turned his arms against Rodolph, but without gaining any advantage, as the enemy took refuge in the mountains. Sventibald was placed at the head of a fresh expedition against the Regnum Durance, but was no more successful. In a word, the brief eruption of Arnulf into Italy had done nothing to alter the situation. Guy remained emperor, but just as he was about to resume his struggle with Berengar, an attack of hemorrhage carried him off. His successor was his son Lambert, who had already been his colleague in the government, but Lambert was young and devoid of energy or authority. Disorder broke out more fiercely than ever, and in the autumn of 895, Formosus again sent a pressing appeal to Arnulf. Again the king of Germany set out, and on this occasion pushed on to Rome. But the population was hostile to him. The resistance was organized by Agiltrude, Guy's widow, an energetic Lombard of Benevento. Arnulf was obliged to carry the city by assault. In February 896, Formosus crowned him emperor in the Basilica of St. Peter, and a few days later the Romans were compelled to take the oath of fidelity to him. But his success was to be short-lived. Angiltrude, who had taken refuge in a duchy of Spoleto, held out there in the name of Lambert. Just as he was about to lead an expedition against her, Arnulf fell ill. Thereupon he gave up the struggle and took the road back to his dominions, where, moreover, other disturbances called for his presence. Once he had gone, Lambert lost no time in reappearing in Pavia, where he again exercised royal power. He also got possession of Milan in spite of the resistance of Manfred, the count whom Arnulf had placed there, and again began hostilities with Berengar. But the two rivals soon agreed upon a treaty, guaranteeing to Berengar the district north of the Po and east of the Adda. All the rest of Italy was left to Lambert, who again entered Rome with Angiltrude in the beginning of 897. Formosus had died on 4 April 896, after the brief pontificate of Boniface VI, which lasted only a fortnight. The Romans had elected Stephen VII. This pope was a personal enemy of Formosus and, perhaps in cooperation with Lambert, undertook to indict his detested predecessor with a horrible travesty of the forms of law. The corpse of Formosus, if an almost contemporary tradition is to be credited, was dragged from its tomb and clothed in its pontifical vestments, and a simulacrum of a judicial trial was gone through. Accused of having infringed canonical rules by his translation from Porto to Rome, of having violated an oath taken to John VIII, never to re-enter Rome, and as a matter of course condemned, the dead pope's body was stripped of its vestments and cast into the Tiber. All the acts of Formosus, in particular the ordinations performed by him, were declared null and void. This sinister condemnation brought about a revulsion of feeling, although opinion had been generally somewhat hostile to Formosus. A revolt broke out in Rome. Stephen VII was made prisoner and strangled. Some months of confusion followed until finally the election of John IX. June 898 restored some measure of quiet. In agreement with Lambert, the new pope took steps to pacify opinion. The judgment pronounced against Formosus was annulled, and the priests who had been deposed as having been ordained by him were restored. A synod, held at Rome, busied itself with measures to secure the good government of the Church and the observance of canonical rule. The prescribed form for the election of a supreme pontiff was again laid down. The choice was to be made by the clergy of Rome with the assent of the people and nobles in the presence of an official delegated by the emperor. A great assembly held by Lambert at Ravenna also made provision for the safety of church property and for the protection of freemen against the oppressions exercised by the counts. But on 15 October 898, the young king lost his life through a hunting accident. Lambert left no heir, and Berengar profited by the situation to make himself master of the kingdom of Italy without striking a blow. By 1 December, Angiltrude herself acknowledged him, receiving from him a deed confirming her in possession of her property. With the accession of Berengar, a new period begins in the history of Italy, not less disturbed than the preceding one, but almost entirely unconnected with the Carolingian Empire and the kings of Germany. On his return from Italy in 894, Arnulf was also to find in the western part of his dominions a situation of considerable difficulty. At the Diet of Worms in 895, resuming a project which the opposition of his good vassals had forced him to lay aside in the preceding year, he had caused his son Sventibald to be proclaimed King of Lorraine. Sventibald was a brave and active prince, often entrusted by his father with the command of military expeditions. Arnulf hoped by this means to protect Lorraine against possible attempts by the rulers of Burgundy or of the Western Kingdom, and at the same time to maintain order, which was often disturbed by the rivalry of two hostile clans who were contending for mastery in the country, that of Count Regamar, inaccurately called the Long-Necked, and that of Count Manfred. But with regard to the latter object, Sventivold, who was of a violent and hasty temper, seems to have been but little fitted to play the part of a pacificator. It was not long before he had given offense to the greater part of the magnates. At the Assembly of Worms, May 897, Arnulf seemed for a moment to have restored peace between the King of Lorraine and his counts. But no later than next year, disorder broke out afresh. Reginar, whom Sventivold was attempting to deprive of his honors, made an appeal to Charles the Simple, who advanced as far as the neighborhood of Aix-la-Chapelle. Thanks to the help of Franco, the Bishop of Liège, Sventivold succeeded in organizing a resistance sufficiently formidable to induce Charles to make peace and go back to his own kingdom. The death of Arnulf, November or December 899, heightened the confusion. He left a son, Louis the Child, born in 893, whose right to the succession had been acknowledged by the Assembly at Triborough, 897. On 4 February 900, an assembly at Fortheim in East Franconia proclaimed him King of Germany. Sometimes afterwards in Lorraine, the party of Manfred, with the support of the bishops who resented the dissolute life of Sventivold and the favor shown by him to persons of low condition, abandoned their sovereign and appealed to Louis the Child. Sventivold was killed in an encounter with the rebels on the banks of the Meuse, 13 August 900. Louis remained until his death titular King of Lorraine, where he several times made his appearance, but where feudalism of the strongest type was developing. A few years later, civil war again broke out between Manfred's family and the Frankish Count Capet, on whom Louis had conferred the title of Duke and the government of Lorraine. Nor did affairs proceed much better in the other parts of the kingdom, to judge by the few and meager chronicles of the time. Outside, Louis had no longer the means of making good any claim upon Italy, where Louis of Provence was contending with Berengar for the imperial crown. Germany itself was wasted by the feuds between the rival Franconian houses of the Carolingians and Babenberg. The head of the latter, Adalbert, in 906, defeated and killed Conrad the Old, head of the rival family, but being himself made prisoner by the king's officers, he was accused of high treason and executed in the same year, 9 September. But the most terrible scourge of Germany was that of the Hungarian invasions. It was in 892 that the Hungarians, a people of Finnish origin, who had been driven from their settlements between the Don and the Dnieper, made their first appearance in Germany as the allies of Arnulf in a war against the Moravians. A few years later, they established themselves permanently on the banks of the Theiss. In 900, a band of them, returning from a plundering expedition into Italy, made its way into Bavaria, ravaged the country, and carried off a rich booty. The defeat of another band by the Margrave Leopold and Bishop Richter of Passau, as well as the construction of the fortress of Ensberg, intended to serve as a bulwark against them, were insufficient to keep them in check. Thenceforth, not a year passed without some part of Louis's kingdom being visited by those bold horsemen, skilled in escaping from the more heavily armed German troops, before whom they were wont to retreat, galling them as they went with flights of arrows, and at a little distance forming up again and continuing their ravages. In 901 they devastated Carinthia. In 906 they twice ravaged Saxony. Next year, they inflicted a heavy defeat on the Bavarians, killing the Margrave Luitpold. In 908, it was the turn of Saxony and Thuringia. In 909, that of Alemannia. On their return, however, Duke Arnulf the Bad of Bavaria inflicted a reverse upon them on the Roth. But in 910, they, in their turn, defeated near Augsburg the numerous army collected by Louis the Child. It was in the autumn of the following year, 911, that the life of this last representative of the Eastern Carolingians came to an end at the age of barely 18. He was buried in the church of St. Emmeram at Ratisbon. In the early days of November, the Frankish, Saxon, Alemanni, and Bavarian lords met at Forsheim and elected as King Conrad, Duke of Franconia, a man of Frankish race and noble birth, renowned for his valor. This prince's reign was hardly more fortunate than that of his predecessor. 3 expeditions in succession, 912 to 913, directed against Charles the Simple, did not avail to drive the Western king out of Lorraine. Rodolph, king of Burgundy, even took advantage of the opportunity to seize upon Basel. Besides this, the Hungarians, in spite of their defeat on the Inn at the hands of Duke Arnulf of Bavaria in 913, continued their ravages in Saxony, Thuringia, and Swabia. In 917, they traversed the whole of the southern part of the Kingdom of Germany, plundered Basel, and even penetrated into Alsace. On the other hand, domestic discord still went on, and the chiefs of the nascent feudal principalities were in a state of perpetual war, either with one another or with the sovereign. One of the most powerful vassals about the king, Urchanger, the Count Palatine, had in 913 raised the standard of revolt, restored to favor for a short time in consequence of the energetic help he gave to Duke Arnulf in the struggle with the Hungarians. He lost no time in giving fresh offense to Conrad by attacking one of his most influential counselors, Solomon, Bishop of Constance, whom he even kept for some days a prisoner. The sentence of banishment pronounced on him in consequence did not prevent him from continuing to keep the field with the help of his brother Berthold and Count Burchard, or from defeating the royal troops next year by Walsee near Lake Constance. To get the better of him, Conrad was obliged to have him arrested for treason at the assembly of Hohenaltheim in Swabia, and executed a few weeks later with his brother Berthold, 21 January 917. But one of the rebels, Count Burchard, succeeded in maintaining possession of Swabia. Conrad was hardly more successful with regard to his other great vassals. One of the most powerful, Henry of Saxony, gave signs from the very beginning of the reign of a hostile temper towards the new sovereign, which manifested itself in 915 by an open rebellion marked by the defeat of the expeditions led against the rebel by the Margrave Everard, brother of Conrad, and by the king himself. In Bavaria, Duke Arnulf had also revolted in 914, temporarily worsted, and obliged to take refuge with his former foes, the Hungarians. He had reappeared next year in his duchy. He was forced to submit and to surrender Ratisbon, but he took up the struggle afresh a little later, 917, and again became master of the whole of Bavaria. Conrad and the magnates, both lay and ecclesiastical, who had remained loyal to him, held a great assembly at Hohenaltheim in 916 to strengthen the royal power, when the severest penalties were threatened against any who should conspire against the life of the king, take part with his adversaries, or attempt to deprive him of the government of the kingdom. When Conrad ended his short reign, 23rd December 918, recommending the magnates to choose as his successor his former enemy, Henry of Saxony, he was in a position to testify that the magnates had seldom done anything else than transgress the precepts laid down at Hohenaltheim, to split up the realm into great feudal principalities, handed down from father to son, and owing little or no obedience to a sovereign always in theory elective. This was the constantly increasing evil from which Germany was to suffer throughout the whole of the Middle Ages. The appearance of tribal dukes was not a mere outburst of disorder. Local leaders undertook the defense neglected by the central power, and so duchies, founded upon common race and memories, appeared and grew apart in reaction against Frankish hegemony. In Saxony, left to itself, the little fig, Bruno, headed from 880 the warfare against Danes and Wends. Bavaria, troubled by Hungarians, found a duke at Arnulf circa 907. Franconia, less harassed and more loyal to the Carolingians, lacked traditions of unity, but in Conrad, the future king, combatants of the west triumphed over Barbaberger, rivals in the east. In Lorraine, the Carolingian homeland, even less united, Wegener, a grandson of the Emperor Lothar I, became duke. Swabia found under King Conrad I a duke in Burchard. Thus everywhere, as local unity met local needs, ducal dynasties arose. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France, the last Carolingians in the accession of Hugh Capet. 888 to 987, Part 1, by Louis Halphen. Deserted by Charles the Fat, on whom, through a strange illusion, they had fixed all their hopes, the West Franks in 887 again found themselves as much at a loss to choose a king as they had been at the death of Carloman in 884. The feeling of attachment to the Carolingian house, whose exclusive right to the throne seemed to have been formally hallowed, as it were, by Pope Stephen II, was still so strong, especially among the clergy, that the problem might well appear almost insoluble. It was out of the question, indeed, to view as a possible sovereign the young Charles the Simple, the posthumous child of Louis II, the Stammerer. Even Fulk, Archbishop of Reims, who was later to be his most faithful supporter, did not hesitate to admit that, in the face of the fearful dangers with which the Normans threatened the kingdom, it would have been imprudent to fix upon him then. Nor, at the first moment, did anyone seem inclined toward Arnulf, illegitimate son of Carloman and grandson of Louis the German, whom the East Franks had recently, in November 887, put in the place of Charles the Fat. In this state of uncertainty, all eyes would naturally turn towards Odo, Eudes, Count of Paris, whose distinguished conduct when shortly before the Normans had laid siege to this capital seemed to mark him out to all as the man best capable of defending the kingdom. Son of Robert the Strong, Odo, then aged between 25 and 30, had by the death of Hugh the Abbot, 12 May 886, just entered into possession of the March of Neustria, which had been ruled by his father. Beneficiary of the rich abbeys of St. Martin of Tours, Cormery, Vallion, and Marmoutier, as well as Count of Anjou, Blois, Tours, and Paris, and heir to the preponderating influence which Hugh the Abbot had acquired in the kingdom. In Odo, the hour seemed to have brought forth the man. He was proclaimed king by a strong party, consisting mainly of Neustrians and crowned at Compiègne on 29 February 888 by Walter, Archbishop of Sens. Nevertheless, he was far from having gained the support of all sections. To the people of France, it had seemed a hardship to submit to this Neustrian, a stranger to the royal race, whose interests differed wildly from theirs. The leading spirit in this party of opposition was, from the outset, Fulk, Archbishop of Reims. For at least the time of Hincmar, the Archbishop of Reims, primate among primates, had been one of the most conspicuous personages in the kingdom. The personal ascendancy of Fulk, who came of a noble family, was considerable. We find him openly rebuking Brunhilda, widow of Charles the Bald, who was leading an irregular life, and it was he who in 885 acted as the spokesman of the nobles when Charles the Fat was invited to enter the Western Kingdom. Again, it was he who for the next 12 years was to be the head of the Carolingian party in France. Although on the deposition of Charles the Fat, Fulk had for a moment played with the hope of raising to the throne his kinsman, Guy, Duke of Spoleto, a member of a noble Austrasian family, perhaps related to the Carolingians. He now no longer hesitated to apply to Arnulf, just as 3 years before he had applied to Charles the Fat. Accompanied by 2 or 3 of his suffragans, he traveled to Worms, June 888, to acquaint him with the position of affairs, the usurpation of Odo, the youth of Charles the Simple, the dangers threatening the Western Kingdom, and the claims which he, Arnulf, might make to the succession. But Arnulf, hearing at this juncture that Odo had just covered himself with glory by inflicting at Montfaucon in the Argonne a severe defeat upon the Northmen, 24 June 888, preferred negotiations with the usurper. To emphasize his own position of superiority as successor to the emperor, he summoned him to Worms, where Odo agreed to hold his crown of him. This was a fresh affirmation of the unity of the Empire Charlemagne and Louis the Pious without the imperial title, but at the same time it gave a solemn sanction to the kingship of Odo. Even within his dominions, opposition to Odo gradually gave way. Several of his opponents, among them Baldwin, Count of Flanders, had submitted, but Fulk did not allow himself to be won over. Though he had feigned to be reconciled November 888, he was merely deferring action till fortune should change sides. For this he had not long to wait. The victory of Montfaucon proved to be a success which led to nothing. The king was forced in 889 to purchase the retreat of a Northman band, ravaging the neighborhood of Paris, and to allow another to escape next year at Capet, near Noyon, and was finally surprised by the pirates at Wallers, near Valenciennes, in 891 and routed in Vermondel. Several of the lords who had rallied to his cause were beginning to abandon him. Baldwin, Count of Flanders, himself had raised the standard of revolt 892. Fulk cleverly contrived to draw together all the discontented and to rally them to the cause of Charles the Simple. The latter, only 8 years old in 887, was now 13. There was still nearly 2 years to wait for his majority, which, in the Carolingian family, was fixed at 15. But the Archbishop of Reims boldly pointed out that at least he had reached an age when he could adopt the opinions of those who gave him good counsels. A plot was set on foot, and on 28 January 893, while Odo was on an expedition to Aquitaine, Charles was crowned in the Basilica of St. Remy at Reims. Without loss of time, Fulk wrote to the Pope and to Arnulf to put them in possession of the circumstances and to justify the course he had taken. Arnulf was not hard to convince when once his own preeminence was recognized by the new king, but he avoided compromising himself by embracing too zealously the cause of either of the candidates, and thought it better policy to pose as the sovereign arbiter of their disputes. Before long, moreover, Charles, having reached the end of his resources and being gradually forsaken by the majority of the partisans, was reduced to negotiate, first on an equal footing, then as a repentant rebel. At the beginning of 897, Odo agreed to pardon him, and Charles, having presented himself to acknowledge him as king and lord, he gave him a part of the kingdom and promised him even more. These few enigmatic words convey all the information we have as to the position created for Charles. What followed shewed at least the meaning of his rival's promise, Odo having soon afterwards fallen sick at Lefayre on the Oise, and feeling his end near, begged the lords who were about him to recognize Charles as their king. After his death, which took place on 1 January 898, the son of Louis the Stammerer was in fact acclaimed on all hands. Even Odo's own brother Robert, who had succeeded as Count of Paris, Anjou, Blois, and Touraine, and ruled the whole of the March of Neustria, declared for him. It thus appeared that after what was practically an interregnum peace might return to the French kingdom, but Charles was devoid of the skill to conciliate his new subjects. His conduct, despite his surname, the Simple, does not seem to have lacked energy and determination. His faults were rather, it would seem, those of imprudence and presumption. The great event of his reign was the definitive establishment of the Northmen in France, or rather, the placing of their settlement along the lower Seine on a regular footing. One of their chiefs, the famous Rollo, having been repulsed before Paris and again before Chartres, Charles profited by the opportunity to enter into negotiations with him. An interview took place in 911 at St. Clair-sur-Epte, on the high road from Paris to Rouen. Rollo made his submission, consented to accept Christianity, and received as a fief the counties of Rouen, Lisieux, and Évreux, with the country lying between the rivers Epte and Bresley and the sea. It was an ingenious method of putting an end to the Scandinavian incursions from that quarter, but it was especially on the eastern frontier of the kingdom that Charles was able to give free scope to his enterprising spirit. The subjects of Sventibald, King of Lorraine, an illegitimate son of the Emperor Arnulf, had in 898 revolted against him. Charles, called in by a party among them, obtained some successes, but before long had beaten a retreat. But when in September 911, Louis the Child, King of the Germans, who in 900 had succeeded in getting possession of the kingdom of Lorraine, died, leaving no children, Charles saw that the moment had come for more decisive interference. Conrad, Duke of Franconia, Louis's successor in Germany, belonged to a family unpopular in Lorraine. Charles, on the contrary, as a Carolingian, could count upon general sympathy. As early as November, he was recognized by the Lorrainers as king, and as soon as peace was secured on his western border, he was able, without encountering any difficulties, to come and take possession of his new kingdom. We find him already there by 1 January 912, and thenceforward he seems to shew a marked preference for dwelling there. He defended the country against 2 attacks by Conrad, King of the Germans, and forced his successor, Henry I, to recognize the rightfulness of his authority in an interview which he had with him on a raft midway in the Rhine at Bonn on 7 November 921. His power, both in France and Lorraine, seemed to be firmly established. This was an illusion. For some time already discontent had been secretly fermenting in the western part of France. The Neustrians were doubtless irritated at seeing the king's exclusive preference for the lords of Lorraine. What fanned their resentment to fury was seeing him take as his confidential adviser a Lorrainer of undistinguished birth named Haguenau. In the first place, between 917 and 919, they refused to join the Royal Ost to repel a Hungarian invasion, and in 922, as Haguenau continued to grow in favor, and great benefices and rich abbeys were still heaped upon him, they broke into open revolt. Robert, Marquis of Neustria, brother of the late King Odo, was at the head of the insurgents, and on Sunday, 30 June 922, he was crowned at Reims by Walter, Archbishop of Sens. As a crowning misfortune, Charles at that moment lost his most faithful supporter, Hervé, Archbishop of Reims, who had succeeded Fulk in 900 and had boldly undertaken his king's defense against the revolted lords, died on 2 July 922, and King Robert contrived to secure the Archbishopric of Reims, nominating to it one of his creatures, the Archdeacon Soult. Charles gathered an army composed chiefly of Lorrainers, and on 15 June 923 offered battle to his rival near Soissons. Robert fell in the fight, but Charles was put to the rout, and attempted in vain to win back a section of the insurgents to his side. The Duke of Burgundy, Rodolphe, son-in-law of King Robert, and next to the Marquess of Neustria, one of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom, was crowned king on Sunday, 13 July 923, at the Church of St. Medard de Soissons by the same Archbishop Walter of Sens, who had already officiated the coronations of Odo and of Robert. Footnote: for the sake of clearness in the narrative, we give here the genealogy of the descendants of Robert the Strong, down to Hugh Capet. Robert the Strong, Marquess of Neustria, died 866, begot Odo, Marquess of Neustria, King of France 888 and 898, and Robert, Marquess of Neustria, King of France 922 to 923. Begets Hugh the Great, Duke of the Franks, died 956, who begets Hugh Capet, Duke of the Franks, King of France 987 to 996, and Otto, Duke of Burgundy 960 to 965, and Odo, surnamed Henry, a priest, then Duke of Burgundy 965 to 1002. Robert, Marquess of Neustria, begets Emma, with Raoul, Duke of Burgundy, King of France 923 to 936, begets daughter, with Herbert II, Count of Vermandois. End of footnote. Charles's position was most serious, still it was far from being desperate. Besides the kingdom of Lorraine, which still held to him, he could count upon the fidelity of Duke Rollo's Normans and of the Aquitanians. He completed his own ruin by falling into the trap set for him by King Raoul's brother-in-law, Herbert, Count of Vermandois. The latter gave him to understand that he had left the Carolingian party against his will, but that an opportunity now offered to repair his fault, and that Charles should join him as quickly as possible with only a small escort, so as to avoid arousing suspicion. His envoys vouched on oath for his good faith. Charles went unsuspiciously to the place of meeting and was made prisoner, being immured first in the fortress of Chateau-Thierry, then in that of Peronne. But the agreement between the new king and the nobles did not last long. Herbert of Vermandois, who in making Charles prisoner seems to have mainly intended to supply himself with a weapon which could be used against Raoul, began by laying hands on the Archbishopric of Reims, causing his little son Hugh, aged 5, to be elected successor to Soulf, 925. He then attempted to secure the county of Leon for another of his sons, Odo, 927. As Raoul protested, he took Charles from his prison and caused William Longsword, son of Rollo, Duke of Normandy, to do him homage. Then, to keep up the odious farce, he brought the Carolingian to Reims, whence he vigorously pressed his prisoner's claims upon the Pope. Finally, in 928, he got possession of Leon. The death of Charles the Simple in his prison at Peronne, 7 October 929, deprived Herbert of a formidable weapon always at hand, and Raoul, having shortly afterwards won a brilliant victory at Limoges over the Normans of the Loire, seemed stronger than ever. The Aquitanian nobles recognized Raoul as king, and on the death of Rollo, Duke of Normandy, his son and successor, William Longsword, came and did homage to him, while for a time his authority was acknowledged even in the Lyonnese and the Viennois, both at that period forming part theoretically of the kingdom of Burgundy. Herbert of Vermandois still held out, but Raoul got the better of him. Entering Reims by the strong hand, he promoted to the archiepiscopal throne the monk Artaud, in place of young Hugh, 931, and with the help of his brother-in-law Hugh the Great, son of the late King Robert, he waged an unrelenting war against Herbert, burning his strongholds and besieging him in Chateau-Thierry, 933 to 934. Just, however, as the peace had been concluded between the king and his powerful vassal, Raoul suddenly fell sick, autumn of 935. A few months later he died, 14 or 15 January 936. The disappearance of Raoul, who died childless, once more imposed upon the nobles the obligation of choosing a king. The most powerful of them ever was, without question, the Marquess of Neustria, Hugh the Great, son of King Robert, nephew of King Odo and brother-in-law of the prince who had just died, heir to the whole of the former march, once entrusted to Robert the Strong, consisting of all the counties lying between Normandy and Brittany, the Loire and the Seine. Hugh was recognized throughout these districts, if not as the direct lord, at least as a suzerain who was respected and obeyed. The petty local counts and viscounts, the future rulers of Angers, Blois, Chartres, or Le Mans, who were beginning on all hands to consolidate their power, were his very submissive vassals. The numerous domains which Hugh had reserved for himself, his titles as Abbot of St. Martin of Tours, of Marmoutre, and perhaps also St. Agnan of Orleans, gave him, besides, opportunities of acting directly over the whole extent of the Neustrian March. He was also Count of Paris, had possessions in the district of Meuse, was titular Abbot of St. Denis, of Maurival, of St. Valery, and of St. Ricia and St. Germain at Auxerre, and finally, in addition to all of this, bearing the somewhat vague but imposing title of Duke of the Franks, Hugh the Great was a person of the highest importance. But however great was the ascendancy of the Duke of the Franks, he did not fail to meet with formidable opposition, the chief of it coming from the other brother-in-law of the late King Raoul, Herbert, Count of Vermandois, a direct descendant of Charlemagne, through his grandfather Bernard, King of Italy, the same prince whose eyes had been put out by Louis the Pious in 818. Herbert also held sway over extensive domains. Besides Vermandois, he possessed in all probability the counties of Melun and Chateau-Thierry, and perhaps even that of Meaux, to which a few months later he was to add those of Sens and Troyes. His tortuous policy had, as we have seen, made him for several years in King Raoul's reign the arbiter of the situation. Ambitious, astute, and devoid of scruples, Herbert was a dangerous opponent and was evidently little inclined to further the elevation to the throne of the powerful Duke of the Franks in whom he had found a persistent adversary. Such being the situation, the sentiment of loyalty to the Carolingians once more gained an easy triumph. It was conveniently remembered that when Charles the Simple had fallen into captivity, his wife, Queen Edithu, had fled to the court of her father, Edward the Elder, King of the English, taking with her Louis, her son, who was still a child. Footnote: the French Carolingians, Charles the Bald, King of France and Emperor 840 to 877, begets Louis II the Stammerer, with Ansgard, begets Louis III, King of France 879 to 882, Carloman, King of France 879 to 884. Louis II the Stammerer with Adelaide begets Charles III the Simple, King of France, died 929. Begets Louis IV d'Outremont, King of France 936 to 954. Begets Lothair, King of France 954 to 986. Begets Louis V, King of France 986 to 987. Louis IV d'Outremont begets Charles, King of Lower Lorraine, dies circa 993. Begets Otto, Duke of Lower Lorraine, died circa 1012. Louis Charles begets Gerberga with Lambert of Louvain, died 1015. End of footnote. Educated at his grandfather's court, then under his uncle, Athelstan, who had succeeded Edward in 926, Louis, whose surname, d'Outremont, from beyond the sea, recalls his early years, was now about 15. There was a general agreement to offer him the crown. Hugh the Great seems from the outset very dexterously to have taken his claims under his patronage, and when Louis landed a few weeks later at Boulogne, he was one of the first to go and greet him. On Sunday, 19 June 936, Louis was solemnly crowned at Laon by Artaud. the Archbishop of Reims. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France, the last Carolingians and the accession of Hugh Capet, 888 to 987, Part 2, by Louis Halphen. From the very beginning, Hugh the Great sought to get exclusive possession of the young king. First, he brought him with him to dispute possession of Burgundy with its duke, Hugh the Black, brother of the late King Raoul. Then he drew him in his wake to Paris, but Louis proved to have the same high and independent spirit, the same energetic temper as his father. He showed this markedly by reviving Charles the Simple's claims to the reign, which in the reign of Raoul had been retaken by the King of Germany 925 and reduced to a duchy. Louis invaded it in 938 at the request of its duke, Giselbert. But the results of this firm and decided course were the same as in the case of Charles the Simple. The party of opposition gathered again around Hugh the Great and Herbert of Vermandois, whom a common hostility drew together. The Carolingians' chief support lay in Artand, Archbishop of Reims. The rebels marched straight upon Reims. The place made but a faint resistance, Hugh the Great and Herbert entering it after brief delay. Artaud was driven from his see and sent to the monastery at St. Basley, while Herbert procured the consecration in his stead of his own son Hugh, the same candidate whom a few years earlier King Raoul had replaced by Artand. The rebels proceeded to besiege Lyon. Louis defended himself vigorously. In company with Artaud, who had fled from his monastery, he advanced to raise the blockade of Lyon. But his bold attempt upon Lorraine had resulted in drawing Otto, the new king of Germany, towards Hugh the Great and Herbert. At their request, he entered France, stopping at the palace of Antigny to receive their homage and for a short time even pitching his camp on the banks of the Seine, 940. Defeated in the Ardennes by Hugh and Herbert, forced to flee into the kingdom of Burgundy, cut off from Artaud, who had been deposed in the synod held at Reims, and again shut up in the monastery St. Basley, while his rival Hugh obtained the confirmation of his dignity from the Holy See. King Louis seemed to be in a desperate position, 941, but at this moment came one of those sudden reversals of policy which so frequently occur in the history of the 10th century. From the moment when he seemed likely to prevail, Hugh the Great was deserted by Otto, who had every interest in maintaining the actual state of instability and uncertainty in France. Louis and Otto had an interview at Visay on the Meuse in the month of November 942, at which their reconciliation was sealed. Simultaneously, Pope Stephen VIII raised his voice in favor of the Carolingian, ordering all the inhabitants of the kingdom to recognize Louis afresh as king, and declaring that, if they did not attend to his warnings and continue to pursue the king in arms, he would pronounce them excommunicate. Hugh the Great consented to make his submission. Soon afterwards, the death of Herbert of Vermandois was to rid Louis of one of the most dangerous enemies, 943. An accident very nearly caused the settlement to fall through. Louis, like his father, was taken in an ambush in Normandy and handed over to Hugh the Great, 945. But the latter quickly realized that an attempt at revolution would only end in disappointment, and thought it better policy to obtain from the king the surrender of his capital, Lyon. As soon as he was set at liberty, Louis appealed to Otto. The kings joined in retaking Reims, drove out the Archbishop Hugh of Vermandois, and restored Artaud. 946. Then, in June 948, a solemn council assembled on German soil at Ingelheim, under the presidency of the Pope's legate, to consider the situation. The kings, Louis and Otto, appeared there side by side. Hugh of Vermandois was excommunicated. Louis himself made a speech and recalled how he had been summoned from regions beyond the sea by the envoys of Duke Hugh and the other lords of France to receive the kingdom, the inheritance of his fathers, how he had been raised to the royal dignity and consecrated by the universal desire and amid the acclamations of the magnates and warriors of the Franks, how then, after that, he had been driven from his throne by the same Hugh, traitorously attacked, made prisoner and detained by him under a strong guard for a whole year, how at last, in order to recover his liberty, he had been compelled to abandon to him the town of Leon, the only one of all the royal residences which the Queen, Gerberga, and his faithful subjects had been able to preserve. In conclusion, he added that, if anyone would maintain that these evils endured by him, since he had obtained the crown had come upon him by his own fault, he would purge himself of that accusation according to the judgment of the synod and the decision of King Otto, and that he was even prepared to make good his right in single combat. Touched by this remonstrance, the fathers of the council replied by the following decision: for the future, let none dare to assail the royal power, nor traitorously to dishonor it by a perfidious attack. We decide in consequence, according to the decree at the Council of Toledo, that Hugh, the invader and despoiler of the kingdom of Louis, be smitten with sword of excommunication, unless, within the interval fixed, he shall present himself before the council, and unless he amends his ways, giving satisfaction for his signal perversity. And in fact, Hugh the Great, who had not feared even further to expel the Bishop of Leon from his see, was summoned under the pain of excommunication to appear at a forthcoming council which was to meet at Treves in the ensuing month of September. He did not appear and was excommunicated. Not long after, a lucky stroke made Louis again master of Leon, 949, and Hugh, again solemnly excommunicated by the Pope until he should give satisfaction to King Louis, was soon constrained to come and renew his submission, 950. Everything considered, the power of Louis seems to have been greatly strengthened when he died suddenly in 10 September 954, as a result of a fall from his horse. This explains why the nobles, Duke Hugh foremost among them, without raising any difficulties, chose his eldest son, Lothar, to succeed him. The latter, then aged about 14, was crowned at Reims on 12 November 954. Delivered ere long from the embarrassing patronage of Hugh the Great, whom death removed on 17 June 956, Lothar, a few years later, thought himself strong enough to resume the policy of his father and grandfather in Lorraine. He gave secret encouragement to the nobles of that country, who were in revolt against Otto II, the new king of Germany, and in 978 attempted by a sudden stroke to recover the ground lost in that direction since the days of Rothwell. He secretly raised an army and marched upon Aix-la-Chapelle, where he counted on surprising Otto. The stroke miscarried. Otto, warned in time, had been able to escape. Lothar entered Aix, installed himself in the old Carolingian palace, and by way of a threat turned round to the east the brazen eagle with outspread wings, which stood on the top of the palace. But provisions failed, and 3 days afterward he was obliged to beat a retreat. Otto, in revenge, threw himself upon the French kingdom, destroyed Compiègne and Antigny, took Leon and pitched his camp upon the heights of Montmartre. He was only able to burn the suburbs of Paris, and then, after having a victorious Alleluia chanted by his priests, he fell back upon the Aisne. November 978. Lothar only just failed to cut off his passage across the river, and even succeeded in massacring his camp followers and taking his baggage. This parent struggle was not, on the whole, of advantage to either sovereign. An agreement took place in July 986. Lothair and Otto met at Margwood on the Cheers on the frontier of the two kingdoms, when they embraced and swore mutual friendship. It was a reconciliation in appearance only, and a few months later Otto eagerly welcomed the overtures of Hugh the Great Son, Hugh Capet, Duke of the Franks. The death of Otto on 7 December 983 deferred the final rupture, but dark intrigues, of which the Archbishopric of Reims was the center, were soon to be woven round the unfortunate Carolingian. The Archbishop of Reims, Adalbero, belonged to one of the most important families of Lorraine. One of his brothers was Count of Verdun and of the Luxembourg district. Talented, learned, alert, and ambitious, his sympathies as well as his family interests bound him to the Ottoman house. In the same way, Gerbert, the Scholasticus, the future Pope Sylvester II, whom a close friendship united to Adalbero, owed the foundation of his fortune and his success in life to Otto I and Otto II, as he had long been a vassal of Otto II, from whom he had received the rich abbey at Bobbio. His devotion was assured in advance to young Otto III, who had just succeeded, and to his mother, the Empress Theophano. Lothair, having thought well to form an alliance with Henry, Duke of Bavaria, young Otto's rival, Adalbero and Gerbert did not hesitate to plot his ruin. A whole series of obscure letters with a hidden meaning, often written on a system agreed upon beforehand, were exchanged between Adalbero and Gerbert and the party of Otto III. Hugh Capet was won over to the imperial cause, and his skillful system of espionage was organized around Lothair. The latter, nevertheless, defended himself with remarkable courage and firmness. He contrived to recruit followers even among the vassals of Hugh Capet, threw himself upon Verdun, surprised the place, and so took captive several Lorraine nobles of Adalbero's kindred, who had shut themselves up there. Finally, he summoned Adalbero on a charge of high treason before the General Assembly to be held at Compiègne on 11 May 985. Unfortunately, all these exertions were in vain. Hugh Capet came up with an army and dispersed the assembly at Compiègne. Not long after, the king took a chill and died suddenly on 2 March 986. Lothair had taken the precaution as early as 979 to have his son Louis V acknowledged and crowned king. The latter, who was 19 years of age, succeeded him without opposition. He was about to take up his father's policy with some vigor, and had just issued a fresh summons to Adalbero to appear before an assembly, which was to meet at Compiègne, when a sudden fall proved fatal, 21 or 22 May 987. Louis left no children. There remained, however, one Carolingian who might have a legitimate claim to the crown, Charles, brother of the late King Lothair. After a quarrel with his brother Charles in 971, had taken service with the emperor, who had given him the duchy of Lower Lorraine. From that time, Charles had taken up the position of a rival to Lothair. In 978, he had accompanied Otto II on his expedition to Paris, and perhaps had even tried to get himself recognized as king. But soon there was a complete change. Charles had become reconciled to his brother in order to plot against Otto III. At the same time, he had fallen out with Adalbero, and when the succession to the French crown was suddenly thrown open in 987, his prospects of obtaining it seemed from the first to be gravely compromised. The truth was that for a century past, political conceptions had gradually been transformed, although the kingship had never ceased, even in Charlemagne's day, to be considered as in theory elective. It seemed up to the time when Odo was called to the throne that only a Carolingian could aspire to the title of king. The theory of the incapacity of any other family to receive the crown was still brilliantly sustained during the last years of the 9th century by Fulk, Archbishop of Reims. In a very curious letter of self-justification, which he wrote in 895. He laid it down that Odo, being a stranger to the royal race, was a mere usurper, that the King of Germany, Arnulf, having refused to accept the crown which he himself and his supporters offered him, they had been forced to wait until Charles the Simple, with Arnulf, the only remaining member of the royal house, should be of an age to ascend the throne, which his brothers Louis III and Carloman had occupied. He added that by conferring power on him they had merely observed the principle almost universally known, by virtue of which royalty among the Franks had not ceased to be hereditary. Consequently, he entreated King Arnulf to interfere for the maintenance of this principle, and not to permit that usurpers should prevail against those to whom the royal power was due by reason of their birth. In 987, these principles were far from being forgotten. Attleborough, Hugh Capet himself, according to a contemporary historian, Richard, monk of St. Remy at Reims, declared that if Louis of divine memory, son of Lothair, had left children, it would have been fitting that they should have succeeded him. Nor shall we find the rights of Charles of Lorraine, brother of King Lothar, denied in principle, and in order to eliminate them it was necessary to have recourse to the argument that Charles by his conduct had rendered himself unworthy to reign. Another principle had indeed been gradually developing to the prejudice of hereditary right, namely, that the king, having as his function to defend the kingdom against enemies from without, and to preserve peace and concord within it, ought to be chosen by reason of his capacity. We have seen that Archbishop Fulk himself had deliberately set aside Charles the Simple in 888, because he was still too young, both in body and mind, and consequently unfit to govern. In the same way, the historian Richard makes Attleborough say that only a man distinguished for valor, wisdom, and honor should be put at the head of the kingdom. And in fact, since the death of Charles the Fat, the Carolingians had more than once been supplanted by kings unconnected with their house. Nor even before the succession fell vacant, there was a personage in the kingdom who, as Capet wrote in 985, although under the nominal king, was in fact the real king. This personage was the Duke of the Franks, Hugh Capet, son of Hugh the Great. With singular skill and perseverance, Hugh the Great, and afterwards Hugh Capet, had never in fact ceased to extend through the kingdom, if not their direct domination, at least their preponderating influence. We have seen how, with the accession of Louis IV, Hugh the Great had attempted to act the part of regent of the kingdom. In a charter of the year 936, Louis himself declares that he acts by the counsel of his well-beloved Hugh, Duke of the Franks, who in all our kingdom holds the first place after me. This guardianship had soon become burdensome to the young king, who had freed himself from it, but Hugh had nonetheless maneuvered very adroitly to increase his prestige. Having lost his wife, Ehelhind, sister of the English king Athelstan, he had married about 937 a sister of Otto I, king of Germany. Soon after, in 943, he had obtained from Louis IV the suzerainty of Burgundy, thus interposing himself between the sovereign and a whole class of his greatest vassals. A little later, he had succeeded in usurping the overlordship of Normandy, and finally, in 954, he had attempted to add to that of Aquitaine. The new king, Lothair, having allowed this fresh crown to be extorted from him, had even been obliged to go with the Duke to lay siege to Poitiers, 955. The attempt, however, had failed, but in 956, on the death of Gilbert, Duke of Burgundy, Hugh directly appropriated his inheritance, owner of numerous abbeys and estates dispersed here and there through the kingdom, in Berry, in the Autun district, and in that of Meaux and in Picardy. He really did appear as the Duke of the Gauls, as, some 30 years later, the historian Richard styles him, and his power throwing that of the king into the shade. He had publicly held almost royal courts, placida, to which bishops, abbots, and counts resorted in crowds. His son, Hugh Capet, had been obliged to give up Burgundy to his brother Otto, and had tried in vain to secure the Duchy of Aquitaine, of which he had obtained a fresh grant from King Lothair in 960. But at the same time he saw the power of his rivals much more seriously diminished. The possessions of Herbert II of Vermandois, who died in 943, had been divided among his sons, and in 987 neither Albert I, titulary of the little county of Vermandois, nor even the Count of Troyes, Meuse, and Provence, Herbert the Young, although his territorial power was beginning to be somewhat of a menace, was of sufficient importance to compete in influence with the Duke of the Franks. But if the Duke's authority, when closely examined, might seem to be undermined by the growing independence of several of his vassals, it was none the less very imposing. Suzerain, if not immediate holder of all Neustria, including Normandy, of an important part of Francia, and titulary of several rich abbeys, the Duke of the Franks, who had on his side the support of Adalbero and Gilbert, might well seem expressly marked out to succeed to the inheritance suddenly left vacant by the death of Louis V. And this indeed was what took place. The assembly which Louis V at the time of his death had summoned to meet at Compiègne to judge in Archbishop Adalbero's case was held under the presidency of Duke Hugh. As was to be expected, it decided that the charges against the prelate were groundless, and at his suggestion resolved to meet again a little later at Senlis, on the territory of the Duke of the Franks, and to proceed to the election of a king. Adalbero there explained without circumlocution that it was impossible to think of entrusting the crown to Charles, Duke of Lorraine. "How can we bestow any dignity," he exclaimed, according to the report of the historian Richard, who was doubtless present in the assembly, "upon Charles, who is in no wise guided by honor, who is enervated by lethargy, who, in a word, has so lost his judgment as no longer to feel shame at serving a foreign king, and at mismatching himself with a woman of birth inferior to his own, the daughter of a mere knight. How could the powerful Duke suffer that a woman, coming from the family of one of his vassals, should become queen and rule over him? How could he walk behind one whose equals and even whose superiors bend the knee before him? Examine the situation carefully, and reflect that Charles has been rejected more by his own fault than by that of others. Let your decision be rather for the good than for the misfortune of the state. If you value its posterity, crown Hugh, the illustrious Duke. Let no man be led away by attachment to Charles. Let no man, through hatred of the Duke, be drawn away from what is useful to all. For if you have faults to find in the good man, how can you praise the wicked? If you commend the wicked man, how can you condemn the good? Remember the threatenings of God, who says, "Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness." Take then as your master the Duke, who has made himself illustrious by his actions, his nobility, and his resourcefulness, and in whom you will find a protector, not only of the public weal, but also of your private interests. His benevolence will make him a father to you. Where is the man, indeed, who has appealed to him without finding protection? Who is he who, being deprived of the help of his own people, has not only by him been restored to them? These reasons seem conclusive, no doubt, to all assembly, which asked nothing better than to be convinced. Hugh Capet was proclaimed and crowned at Noyon on Sunday, 3 July 987. Such were the circumstances attending what is called, improperly enough, the Capetian Revolution. To speak correctly, there was no more revolution in 987 than there had been a century before when Odo was chosen. In one case as in the other, the Carolingian had been set aside because he was considered, or there was a determination to consider him, unfit to govern. If, in after years, the event of 987 has seemed to mark an epoch in the history of France, it is because Hugh Capet was able enough to hand on his heritage to his son, and because the house of Capet succeeded in retaining power for many long centuries. But this was in some sort an accident, the after effect of which on the constitution of the state is hardly traceable. It is quite impossible to say in any sense that the kingship became by this event a feudal kingship. Neither in this respect or in any other was the occurrence of 987 of a subversive character. The position of the monarchy in France was to prove itself on the morrow of Hugh Capet's election exactly what it had been in the time of his predecessors. The fact was that since the end of the 9th century, monarchy in France had been steadily losing ground. More and more, the sovereign had found himself incapable of fulfilling the social tasks assigned him, especially what was most important in the eyes of contemporaries, upon whom lawlessness and disorder pressed intolerably, his task of defending and protecting order and security. It was the height of the peril from the Northmen that Odo was chosen by the barons, who acclaimed in him the hero of the siege of Paris, the one man capable of making head against the pirates, and indeed it seemed just at first as though he would not fall short of the hopes entertained of him. In June 888 he surprised a whole band of Northmen at Montfaucon, in the Argonne district. He had 1,000 horsemen at most with him, while the Northmen were 10 times as numerous. The impetuous onset of his troops overthrew the enemy. He himself fought in his foremost ranks, and in the thick of the melee received a blow from an axe which thrust his helmet back upon his shoulders. Instantly he ran his daring assailant through with his sword, and remained master of the field of battle. But the Northmen returned to the charge. A few weeks later they seized Meaux and threatened Paris. Again Odo hurried up with an army and covered the town. Nonetheless, the Northmen wintered on the banks of the Loire, and in 889 again threatened Paris, when Odo found himself forced to purchase their withdrawal, just as Charles the Fat had done. In November 890, as the Northmen, after ravaging Brittany and the Cotentin, crossed the Seine and marched towards the valley of the Oise, Odo again hastened up to bar their way. He overtook them in the neighborhood of Capet, not far from Noyon. But the Northmen had a marsh and a brook between them and the king, and the latter was helpless to stay their course. At least he remained with his army on the banks of the Oise to protect the surrounding country. Strongly entrenched in their camp to the north of Noyon, the Northmen spread their ravages far to the north. In the early part of 891, Odo attempted to intercept a band of them, returning, laden with booty from Arnulf's kingdom. He hoped to surprise them at Wallers a few miles from Valenciennes, but once again they escaped him and broke away through the forests, leaving only their spoil in his hands. Further to the west another contingent might be seen, settled at Amiens under the leadership of the famous Hastings, in their turn pillaging the country and pushing their ravages as far as Artois. The king's energy showed signs of slackening. After another failure near Amiens, he allowed himself to be surprised by the enemies at Vermandois, where his army was put to flight, end of 891. In 896 he makes no more attempt at resistance. A handful of pirates ravaged the banks of the Seine below Paris with impunity, and ascending the Oise take up their winter quarters near Compiègne, in the royal villa of Roissy-en-Balk. Throughout the summer of 987 they continued their ravages along the banks of the Seine, while Odo does not appear at all. Finally he was roused from his inaction, but only to negotiate, to redeem his kingdom. He actually left the Northmen free to go in winter on the Loire. Thus gradually even Odo had shown himself incapable of bridling them. At first he had successfully resisted them. Then, though watching them narrowly, he had been unable to surprise them, and had suffered himself to be defeated by them. Finally, he looked on indifferently at their plunderings, and confined himself to bribing them to depart, and diverting them to other parts of the kingdom. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3. Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France, the last Carolingians in the accession of Hugh Capet, 888 to 987, Part 3 by Louis Halphen. Such was the situation when Odo died, and Charles the Simple was universally recognized as king. The Northmen pillaged Aquitaine and pillaged Neustria, but Charles remained unmoved. Another party went up the Somme, and this was a direct menace to the Carolingians' own possessions. He therefore gathered an army and repulsed the pirates, who fell back into Brittany, 898. At the end of that year, they invaded Burgundy, burning the monasteries and slaughtering the inhabitants. Charles made no sign, but left it to the Duke of Burgundy, Richard, to rid himself of them as best he might. Richard indeed put them to flight, but allowed them to carry their ravages elsewhere. In 903, other northern bands, led by Eric and Barrett, ascended the Loire as far as Tours and burnt the suburbs of the town. In 910, they pillaged Berry and killed the Archbishop of Bourges. In 911, they besieged Chartres, the king still paying no attention. These facts are significant. Evidently, the king gives up the idea of defending the kingdom as a whole, and leaves it to each individual to cope with his difficulties as they may. When the region where he exercises direct authority is endangered, he intervenes. But as soon as he has diverted the fury of the pirates upon another part of the kingdom, his conscience is satisfied, and his example is followed on all hands. In 911, Charles entered into negotiations with Rollo, and as we have seen, the result was that of a great part of the Norman bands established themselves permanently in the districts of Rouen, Lisieux, and Evreux. But the character which the negotiations assumed and in the share that the king took in them are uncertain. In any case, the chief object of the Convention of St. Clair-sur-Epte was to put a stop to the incursions by way of the Seine and the Oise. As to the other Norman bands, or the Northmen of the Loire, the king does not concern himself with them, and we shall find them in 924 vociferously demanding a settlement like that of Rollo. For the rest, the so-called Treaty of St. Clair-sur-Epte, however beneficial it may have been, was far from bringing about peace even in the northern part of the kingdom, though for the most part converted to Christianity. The companions of Rollo were not tamed and civilized in a day. Increased in numbers by the fresh recruits who came in from the north, they more than once resumed their raids with plunder, often in concert with the Northmen of the Loire. And at the same time, a new scourge fell upon the country. Troops of Hungarians, having devastated South Germany, Lorraine, and Alsace, advanced in 917 into French Burgundy and threatened the very heart of the kingdom. Confronted with this danger, Charles endeavored to exert himself, but it was now that the utter weakness of the monarchy was made manifest. The barons, ill-pleased with their sovereign, with one accord refused to join the Ost. Only the Archbishop of Reims appeared with his vassals, and upon him alone the safety of the kingdom was left to depend. Thenceforward the Northmen in the north and west, and the Hungarians in the east, harried the country with frenzied pillaging and burning. As long as the king was not directly threatened, he remained indifferent and supine. Not only did he allow the Normans to devastate Brittany from one end to the other, indeed he had officially permitted them to pillage it in 911, but he allowed them also to go up the Loire, fix themselves at Nantes, burn Angers and Tours, and besiege Orleans. 919. The only resistance the spoilers met with in that quarter came not from the king, but from the Marquess of Neustria, Robert, who in 921 succeeded in driving them out of his duchy, at the cost of leaving them at full liberty to settle in the Nantes district. In 923, They plundered Aquitaine and Auvergne, the Duke of Aquitaine and the Count of Auvergne being left to deal with them on their own account. In the same year, King Charles himself summoned the Northmen to the north of the kingdom in order to resist Rothwell, whom the magnates had just set up in his stead as king. From the Loire, from Rouen, the pirates burst forth upon Francia. They again went up the Oise and pillaged Artois and the Beauvaises, so that at the beginning of 924 the threatened lords of Francia were forced to club together to bribe them into retiring. Even then the Normans of Rouen would not depart until they had extorted the cession of the whole of the Bayeux district, and doubtless that of Sayes also. Still the devastations went on. The Northmen of the Loire, led by Rothwell, also demanded a fief in their turn, and committed fresh ravages in Neustria. Here were the domains of Hugh the Great. King Raoul consequently made no movement. In December 924, the robbers invaded Burgundy, and being repulsed after a determined and bloody struggle, came and fixed themselves on the Seine near Bellone. Much alarmed, King Ralph found in Francia a mere handful of barons prepared to follow him, church vassals from Reims and Soissons, and the Count of Vermandois. These could not suffice. He set off at once for Burgundy to try to recruit additional troops. Duke Hugh the Great, fearing for his own dominions, came and took up a post of observation near the Northmen's entrenchments. But while the king was in Burgundy with difficulty collecting an army, the Northmen decamped without the slightest effort on Hugh's part to pursue them. The Northmen of Rouen thereupon resumed operations more fiercely than ever. They burned Amiens, Arras, and the suburbs of Noyen. Once again directly threatened, the king hurried back from Burgundy and convoked the inhabitants of the district to be lost. This time the lords felt the necessity for union and responded to the king's appeal. All took up arms, the Count of Vermandois and the Count of Flanders among others, and getting possession of Eau. They slaughtered a whole band of pirates. Some months later the Northmen surprised the king at Valmaberge in Artois. A bloody struggle ensued. The king was wounded, and the Count of Ponthieu killed, but 1,000 Northmen lay dead upon the field. The remainder fled, and indemnified themselves by pillaging the whole of the north of Francia. Just at this time, beginning of 926, the Hungarians fell upon the country, and for a moment even threatened the territory round Reims. Once again contributions were raised by the departure of the Northmen, and meanwhile the Hungarians recrossed the frontier without let or hindrance. Raoul, however, seemed disposed to make an effort to do his duty as king. In 930, as he was endeavoring to subdue the Aquitanians, who had rebelled against his authority, he met a strong party of Northmen in the Limousin. He pursued them valorously and cut them to pieces. 5 years later, as the Hungarians were invading Burgundy, burning, robbing, and killing as they went, Raoul suddenly came up, and his presence sufficed to put the ravagers to flight. The Northmen, for their part, content themselves thenceforward with ravaging Brittany. But hardly was Raoul dead when the Hungarians grew bolder. Repulsed from Germany in 937, they flooded the kingdom of France, burning and pillaging the monasteries around Reims and Sens. They penetrated into the midst of Berry, and traversing the whole of Burgundy passed into Italy to continue their ravages there. In 951, Aquitaine was devastated in its turn. In 954, having burnt the suburbs of Cambrai, they pillaged Vermandois and the country round Lyon and Reims, as well as Burgundy. Against all these incursions, the atrocity of which left a strong impression on the minds of contemporaries, the monarchy did nothing. After having attempted to lead the struggle against the barbarians, it had gradually narrowed its outlook and had thought it sufficient to protect, though even this was in the intermittent way, the territories of which its actual domains lay. leaving to the dukes and counts of other districts the task of providing for their own defense. All care for the public interest was so far forgotten that each man, the king as well as the rest, felt that he had performed his whole duty when he had thrust back the predatory bands upon his neighbor's territory. The conception of a state divided into administrative districts, over which the king placed counts who were merely his representatives, had been completely obliterated. The practice of commendation, as it became general, had turned the counts into local magnates, the immediate lords of each group of inhabitants whose fealty they thenceforth transmit from one to another by hereditary right. After 888, not a single legislative measure is found emanating from the king, not a single measure involving the public interest. There is no longer any question of royal imposts levied throughout France. Even when the buying off of the Northmen by the payment of a tribute is concerned, it is only the region actually in danger which contribute their quota. Once entered on this path, the kingdom was rapidly frittered away into fragments. Since the king no longer protected the people, they were necessarily obliged to group themselves in communities around certain counts more powerful than the rest, and to seek in them protectors able to resist the barbarians. Besides, the monarchy itself fostered this tendency. From the earliest Carolingian times it had happened more than once that the king had laid on this or that count the command of several frontier counties, forming them under him into a march, or duchy, capable of offering more resistance to the enemy than isolated counties could. From being exceptional and temporary, this expedient, in the course of years, had become usual and definitive. The kingdom had thus been split up into a certain number of great duchies, having more or less coherence, at the head of which were genuine local magnates, who had usurped or appropriated all the royal rights, and on whose wavering fidelity alone the unity of the kingdom depended for support. In appearance, the sovereign in the 10th century ruled from the mouths of the Scheldt to the south of Barcelona. Some years before the final overthrow of the dynasty, we still find the Carolingian king granting charters at the request of the court of Holland or the Duke of Roussillon, while we constantly see the monasteries of the Spanish March sending delegates to Leon or Compiègne to secure confirmation in their possessions from the king. From Aquitaine, Normandy, and Burgundy, as from Flanders and Neustria, monks and priests, counts and dukes are continually begging him to grant them some act of confirmation. This was because the traditional conception of monarchy, with its quasi-providential authority, was thoroughly engrafted in men's minds, but the actual state of things was very different. The Gascons, never really subjugated, enjoyed an independent existence, though they dated their charters according to the regnal year of the King of France. They no longer had any connection with him. To the east of Gascony lay the three great marches of Toulouse, Gothia, and Spain, the latter dismembered from ancient Gothia, whence came its name of Gotholonia, or Catalonia, extended over the southern slope of the Pyrenees beyond Llobregat. Since 875 it had been governed by the Counts of Barcelona, who, as early as the end of the 9th century, had gained possession of all the other counties of the March, those of Girona, Ampurias, Perlenda, Besalú, Afsonia, Berga, Cardenia, Urgel, Palis, and Ribagorza. They had even at last extended their suzerain to north of the Pyrenees, over the counties of Conflent and Roussillon, which certain accounts of their family had succeeded in detaching from Gothia, in the hope, perhaps, though this is not certain, of securing for themselves an independent sway. It was a strange thing, but in these remote parts the king's name, no doubt by the very reason of his distance, still inspired a certain awe. In 944 we find the monks of San Pedro de Roda in the county of Afsonia, by the advice, indeed, of Sunifred, the Count of Barcelona, coming as far as Leon to ask of Louis IV the charter expressly recognizing their independence, which was threatened by two neighboring convents. Louis IV granted them a formal charter by which he takes them under his protection, and employing the ancient formula, forbids all counts, all representatives of the public power, and all judicial authorities to come within their domains. It must be added, however, that the royal authority does not seem to have been scrupulously respected. For 4 years later, the monks of San Pedro and their rivals found it advisable to come to a compromise, for which nevertheless they made a point of coming to beg the king's confirmation. And in 986, even the Count of Barcelona reflects that his sovereign owes him protection, and being attacked by the Mussulmans, does not hesitate to appeal to him. But as a fact, the March of Spain was almost as completely independent as that of the Duchy of Gascony. The king's sovereignty was recognized there. The charters were dated with careful precision, according to the year of his reign. The Count of Barcelona no doubt came and did him homage, but he had no power of interfering in the affairs of the country, except insofar as his action was invited. The March of Gothia, between the Cevennes and the Mediterranean, the Lower Rhone and Roussillon, had gradually lost its individual existence and fallen under the suzerainty of the Counts of Toulouse, whom the records of the 10th century magniloquently style Princes of Gothia. They recognized the king's authority and came to do him homage, and the charters in their country were dated according to his regnal year. But further than this, the connection between the sovereign and his subjects did not extend. Further north, between the Loire and the ocean, lay the immense Duchy of Aquitaine, a region never fully incorporated with the Frankish state. From 781 onwards, Charlemagne had found himself obliged to form it into a separate kingdom, though subordinate to his own superior authority, for the benefit of his third son, Louis the Pious. When the latter became emperor in 814, the existence of the kingdom of Aquitaine had been respected, and down to 877, the Aquitanians had continued to live their own life under their own king. But at this date their king, Louis the Stammerer, having become king of France, formed the land into a duchy, a measure which, as may easily be imagined, did not contribute to bind it more closely to the rest of the kingdom. The ducal title, long disputed between the Counts of Toulouse, Auvergne, and Poitiers, ended in the middle of the 10th century by falling to the latter, despite reiterated attempts on the part of Hugh the Great and Hugh Capet to tear it from their grasp. In the course of these struggles, King Lothair several times appeared south of the Loire in the train of the Duke of the Franks. In 955, we find him laying siege with Hugh to Poitiers, and in 958 he was in the Nivernais, about to march against the Count of Poitou. Finally, in 979, Lothair took a decisive step and restored the kingdom of Aquitaine, unheard of for a century, for the benefit of his young son Louis V, whom he had just crowned at Compiègne. A marriage with Adelaide, widow of the Count of Grévaudan, was no doubt destined in his expectation to consolidate Louis's power. It was celebrated in the heart of Auvergne, in the presence of Lothair himself, and of a brilliant train of magnates and bishops. But this attempt at establishing direct rule over Aquitaine led only to a mortifying check. Before 3 years had passed, Lothair found himself compelled to go in person and withdraw his son from Auvergne. In fact, no sooner was the law crossed than a new and strange France seemed to begin. Its manners and customs were different, and when young Louis V tried to adopt them, the Northerners pursued him with their sarcasms, and later when Robert the Pious married Constance. Their indignation was aroused by the facile manners, the clothes and customs which her suite introduced among them. Such things were, in their eyes, the manners of foreigners. The true kingdom of France, in which its sovereign felt themselves really at home, ended at the Aquitanian frontier. To the north of that frontier, the ties of vassalage which bound the counts and dukes to the sovereign were less relaxed than in the south, but the breaking up of the state into a certain number of great principalities had gone forward here on parallel lines, not counting Brittany, which had never been thoroughly incorporated, and thenceforward remained completely independent. The greater part of Neustria had split off, and since the 9th century had been formed into a march, continually increasing in extent for the benefit of Robert the Strong and his successors. Francia, in its turn, reduced by the formation of Lorraine to the lands lying between the North Sea and the Channel, the Seine below Nogent-sur-Seine, and the lines of the Meuse and Scheldt, was also cut into on the north by the rise of Flanders, and on the west by that of Normandy, which at the same time reduced the former area of Neustria by 1/3, while to the east the March or Duchy of Burgundy was taking shape in that part of ancient Burgundy which had remained French. A study of the rise of these great principalities is in the highest degree instructive, because it enables us to point out the exact process by which the diminution of the royal power was being effected. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France, the last Carolingian, and the accession of Hugh Capet, 888 to 98, Part 4, by Louis Halphen. For Flanders, it is necessary to go back to the time of Charles the Bald. About 863, that king had entrusted to Count Baldwin, whose marriage with his daughter Judith he had just sanctioned, some counties to the north, among which were, no doubt, Ghent, Bruges, Courtrai, and the Mempic district. These formed a genuine march, the creation of which was justified by the necessity of defending the country against the northern pirates. The danger on this side was not less serious than from the direction of the Loire, where the March of Neustria was set up, almost at the same time, for Robert the Strong. The descendants of Count Baldwin I not only succeeded in holding the march thus constituted, but worked unceasingly to extend its limits. Baldwin II the Bald, 879 to 918, son of Baldwin I, took advantage of the difficulties with which Odo and Charles the Simple had to struggle to lay hands upon Arras. In the year 900, Charles the Simple having intended, by the advice of Fulk, Archbishop of Reims, to retake the town, Baldwin II had the prelate assassinated, and not content with keeping Artois, succeeded in fixing himself in the Tournais, and in getting a foothold, if he had not already done so, in the county of Lorraine, by obtaining from the king the abbey of St. Bertin. His son Arnold I, 918 to 964, shewed himself in all respects his worthy successor, devoid of scruples, not hesitating to rid himself by murder of William Longsword, Duke of Normandy, whom he considered dangerous, 942, just as his father had done in the case of Archbishop Fulk. Arnold attacked Ponthieu, where he got possession of Montreal-sur-Mer, 948. Thus at that time the Flemish March included all the lands lying between the Scheldt as far as its mouth, the North Sea and the Conch, and by the acquisition of Montreal-sur-Mer, even stretched in to Ponthieu. This progressive extension towards the south could not be other than a menace to the monarchy, as in the case of Aquitaine. Lothair endeavored to check it by a sudden stroke, which on this occasion was at least partly successful. In the first place, he was astute enough to persuade Arnold I, now broken in spirit, it would appear, by age and the loss of his eldest son, Baldwin, to make him a donation of his duchy, 962. It was stipulated only that Arnold should enjoy the usufruct. 3 years later, on 27th March 965, Arnold died, and immediate Lothair marched into Flanders, and without striking a blow took Arras, Douai, Saint-Amand, and the whole of the country as far as the Lys. But he could penetrate no farther. The Flemings, who were determined not to have the King of France for their immediate sovereign, had proclaimed Count Arnold II, grandson of their late ruler, with, as he was still a child, his cousin Baldwin Bos as his guardian. Negotiations were begun between the king and the Flemish lords. Lothair consented to recognize the new Marquess, who came and did him homage, but he kept Douai and Arras. It was not long, however, before these two places fell back under the rule of the Marquess of Flanders. Certainly by 988 this had taken place. Thus the king had succeeded in checking for a moment the expansion of the Flemish March, but had not in any way modified its semi-independence. We must also go back to the middle of the 9th century in order to investigate the origin of the Duchy of Burgundy. When the Treaty of Verdun, 843, had detached from the Kingdom of France all the counties of the Diocese of Accession, as well as the county of Lyon, Charles the Bald naturally found himself more than once impelled to unite 2 or 3 of the counties of Burgundy which had remained French, so as to form a march on the frontiers under the authority of a single count. On the morrow of Otto's elevation to the throne, 888, the boundaries of French Burgundy, which in the course of the political events of the last 40 years had undergone many fluctuations, were substantially the same as had been stipulated by the Treaty of Verdun. At this time, one of the principal counties of the region, that of Artois, was in the hands of Richard called the Justiciar, the lover of justice, brother of that Boso who in 879 had caused himself to be proclaimed King of Provence. Here also there was need of a strong power capable of organizing the resistance against the incessant ravages of the Northern bands. Richard showed himself equal to the task. In 898 he inflicted a memorable defeat upon the pirates at Agincourt, near Tonnerre. A few years later he surprised them in the Nineveh and forced them once again to take to flight. We see him very skillfully pushing his way into every district and adding county to county. In 894 he secures the county of Sens. In 896 he is apparently in possession of the Artois district. In 900 we find him Count of Auxerre, or the Count of Dijon and the Bishop of Langres appear among his vassals. He acts as master in the Lassos district, and in those of Tonnerre and Beaune, and is, it would seem, suzerain of the Count of Troyes. Under the title of Duke or Marquess, he rules over the whole of French Burgundy, thus earning the name of Prince of the Burgundians, which several contemporary chroniclers give him. At his death in 921, his duchy passed to his eldest son Raoul in the first place. Then, when Raoul became King of France 923, to his second son, Hugh the Black. The latter for some time could dispose of considerable power, suzerain even in his father's lifetime of the counties of the Diocese of Accession, and suzerain also of the Lyonnais. He ruled in addition on the frontiers of the kingdom from the Seine and the Loire to the Jura. But its very size and its want of cohesion made it certain that this vast domain would sooner or later fall apart. Hugh the Black was hard put to it to prevent Hugh the Great from snatching the whole of French Burgundy from him. Soon after the death of Raoul in 936, July, the Duke of the Franks, bringing with him the young King Louis IV, marched upon Langres, seized it, spent some time at Auxerre, and forced Hugh the Black to cede to him the counties of Langres, Troyes, and Sens. Later, in 943, he obtained from the king the suzerainty of the whole of French Burgundy, thus making Hugh the Black his vassal. This complex situation, however, did not last long. In 952, Hugh the Black died, and as a result, French Burgundy was separated from the counties of the Gascon diocese and from that of Lyon. For 4 years, Count Gilbert, who was already master of the counties of Autun, Dijon, Avalon, and Chalon, was the real duke, though he did not bear the title. But he acknowledged the suzerainty of Hugh the Great, and at his death in 956, bequeathed him all his lands. Finally, Hugh the Great in his turn having died a few weeks later, the duchy regained its individual existence, when after lengthy bickering the two sons of Hugh the Great, Hugh Capet and Otto, ended by agreeing to divide their father's heritage, and Otto received from King Lothair the investiture of the Duchy of Burgundy, 960. The formation of the marches of Flanders and Burgundy, as also that of the March of Neustria, which has already been sufficiently dwelt upon, shows that what was normal development of things. A count specially conspicuous for his personal qualities, his valor and good fortune, has conferred on him by the king a general authority over a whole region. He imposes himself on it as guardian of the public security. He adds county to county, and gradually succeeds in eliminating the king's power, setting up his own instead and leaving to the king only his superior lordship, with no guarantees save his personal homage. And this same formative process, slow and progressive, is to be seen in many of its aspects, even in the Duchy of Normandy. In 911 at St. Clair-sur-Epte, Charles the Simple conceded to Rollo the counties of Rouen, Lisieux, and Evreux, and the lands lying west between the Epte on the east, the Breslau on the north, and the sea to the west. But the Norman duke was not long content with this fief. In 924, in order to check fresh incursions, King Raoul found himself forced to add to it the district of Bayeux, and no doubt that of Sayes also. Finally, in 933, in order to make sure of the allegiance of William Longsword, who had just succeeded his father Rollo, he was obliged to cede also the two dioceses of Avranches and Coutances, thus extending the western frontier of the Norman duchy to the river Corson. But these many accretions of territory were not always gained without resistance. A brief remark of an annalist draws attention in 925 to a revolt of the inhabitants of the Bayeux country, and doubtless more than once the Normans, whose newly adopted Christianity suffered frequent relapses into paganism, must have found difficulty in assimilating the populations of the broad regions placed under their rule. The assimilation, however, took place rapidly enough for the Norman duchy to be rightly ranked at the end of the 10th century as one of those in which centralization was least imperfect. On all sides, indeed, the rulers of the marches or duchies, the formation of which we have been tracing, saw in their turn the crumbling away of the authority which they had been step by step extending, and the dissolution of the local unity which they had slowly and painfully built up. How, indeed, could it have been otherwise? No duke had even succeeded in acquiring the immediate possession of all the counties included within his duchy. The counts who coexisted with him had originally been subordinate to him, but this subordination could only be real and lasting if the authority of the duke was never for a moment impaired. On the other hand, when by chance the duke held a large number of counties in his own hands, he was obliged, since he could not be everywhere at once, to provide himself with substitutes in the viscounts, and it was in the natural course of things that these latter should make use of circumstance to consolidate their position, often indeed to usurp the title of count, and finally to set up their own authority at the expense of their suzerains. Such was the final situation in the March of Neustria. The most enterprising personage there was the Viscount of Tours, Thibault, the trickster, who made his appearance very early in the 10th century, and gradually succeeded first in getting himself recognized throughout his neighborhood, Then, before 930, and laying hands on the counties of Chartres, Blois, and Châteaudun, thus shaping out for himself within the Neustrian March a little principality, for which he remained in theory a vassal of the Duke of the Franks, while day by day he was emancipating himself more and more from his vassalage. His son, Otto I, Eudes, 975 to 996, actually attempted to shake it off. In 983, having become joint lord of the counties of Troyes, Meaux, and Provence, which had fallen vacant by the death of Herbert the Old, he took up an independent position and treated directly with the king, over the head of the Duke, Hugh Capet, whose suzerainty over him had become quite illusory. A more effective overlordship was preserved even at this time by the Duke of the Franks over the county of Anjou, and here again his immediate lordship had ceased, having passed to the Viscount, who about 925 had become Count. Slowly and unobtrusively the petty counts of Anjou worked to extend their own rule, hampered by the neighborhood of the turbulent Count of Blois. With rare perseverance, Fulk the Red died 941 or 942, Fulk the Good 941 or 942, Circe 960, and Geoffrey Pierceginal, Circe 960 to 987, continued to extend their county at the expense of Aquitaine by annexing the district of Mauges, while in Touraine they set up a whole series of landmarks which repaved the way for their successors' annexation of the entire province. And as at the same time the county of Maine and the county of Vendôme to the west and the county of Gâtinais to the east had each for its part proceeded in regaining its separate existence. The march of Neustria was hardly more than a memory which the accession of Hugh Capet to the throne was finally to obliterate, for outside the districts of Orleans, Étampes, and Poissy, the Duke of the Franks preserved nothing save a suzerainty, which the insubordination of his vassals threatened to reduce to an empty name. Neustria is perhaps of all the ancient marches the one which shows us most plainly and distinctly the process of the splitting up of the great regional entities into smaller units. Elsewhere the course of events was more complex. In Burgundy, for instance, where the transmission of the ducal power gave rise, as we have seen, to so much friction and dislocation, a breakup which seemed imminent was over and over again delayed and often definitely averted as the result of a concurrence of unforeseen circumstances. It would have been enough, for instance, if Hugh the Black had not died childless, or still more, if an understanding had not been arrived at by Hugh the Great and Gilbert, the powerful Count of Antoun, Dijon, Avalon, and Chalon, to imperil the very existence of the duchy as early as the middle of the 10th century. The Dukes of Burgundy were, nevertheless, unable to safeguard the integrity of their dominions. From the very beginning of the 9th century, the growing power of the Bishop of Langres had been undermining their rule in the north. Through a series of sessions, the Bishop of Langres had succeeded in acquiring first Langres itself, then Tonnerre, then gradually the whole of the counties of which these were the chief towns, as well as Bar-sur-Aube, Bar-sur-Seine, and the districts of Bassigny and Beauharnois, whence, at the end of the 10th century, the authority of the Duke of Burgundy was wholly excluded. On the other hand, the county of Troyes, which, from the days of Richard le Judiciaire, had formed part of the Duchy of Burgundy, before long in its turn had become gradually separated from it. In 936 it had passed into the possession of Herbert II, Count of Vermandois, then into that of his son Robert, from which time the suzerainty of the Duke of Burgundy over the land had appeared tottering and uncertain. On the death of Count Gilbert, Robert openly severed the tie which bound him to the Duke, and transferred his homage directly to the king in 957, against whom, notwithstanding, he immediately afterwards rebelled. the Duke nonetheless continued to regard himself as the suzerain of the Count of Troyes. But his suzerainty remained purely nominal, and the Count thenceforward had only one subject, that of carving out a principality for himself at the expense of both of Francia and Burgundy. Robert attempted in vain in 959 to seize Dijon, but succeeded in securing the county of Meuse, which by 962 was under his rule. His brother, Herbert II the Old, who succeeded him in 967 and proudly assumed the title of Count of the Franks, found himself ruling not only of the counties of Troyes and of Meuse, but also those of Provence, Château-Thierry, Furtis, and Pertois, and perhaps of some neighboring counties such as Bristol. The latter was, like that of Troyes, a dismembered portion of the Burgundian duchy, from the opening of the 11th century, strip after strip was to be detached, as the county of Nevers, the county of Auxerre, and the county of Sens, so that the power of the Duke of Burgundy came to be limited to the group consisting of the counties of Mâcon, Chalon, Athol, Beaune, Dijon, Semur, and Avalon. The same movement towards disintegration may be observed in the 10th century throughout the whole kingdom of France, showing itself more or less intensely in proportion as the rulers of the ancient duchies had succeeded in keeping a greater or less measure of control over their possessions as a whole. In Normandy and Flanders, for instance, unity is more formally maintained than elsewhere, because over the few counties which the Duke or Marquess does not keep under his direct control, he has contrived to set members of his own family who remain in submission to him. In Aquitaine, for reasons not apparent, the course of evolution is arrested halfway. In the course of the 10th century, its unity seems about to break up, as the viscounts placed by the Duke in Auvergne, Limousin, at Touraine and Torres, with the counts of Angoulême, Périgord, and La Marche, seem to be only waiting their opportunity to throw off the ducal suzerainty altogether. But despite this, the suzerainty continues intact and is almost everywhere effective, a fact all the more curious as the Duke of Aquitaine hardly retained any of his dominions outside the Poupardin region. But with more or less rapidity and completeness, all the great regional units showed the same tendency towards dissolution. Francia escapes no more than the rest, but alongside the county of Vermandois and the counties of Champagne, whether it were the result of chance or, as perhaps one may rather believe, of political wisdom, a whole series of episcopal lordships grow up in independence, which, by the mere fact that their holders are subject to an election requiring the royal confirmation, may prove a most important source of strength and protection to the monarchy. At Rheims as early as 940, Louis IV formally granted the archbishop the county with all its dependencies. About the same time, the authority of the bishop of Chalon-sur-Marne was extended over the entire county of Chalon, and perhaps also that of the bishop of Noyon over the whole of Noyonnaise. At about the same time, 967, King Lothair solemnly committed the possession of the county of Langres into the hands of the Bishop of Langres. Surrounded as the monarchy was by so many disobedient vassals, it was precisely the existence of these powerful prelates which enabled it to resist. The whole history of the 10th century is filled with the struggles which the kings were forced to wage against the counts and dukes, and with the plots which they had to defeat. But everywhere and always it was the support, both moral and material, supplied by the Church which enabled them to maintain themselves. The Archbishop of Rheims, from the end of the 9th century, is the real arbiter of their destiny, as long as he supported the Carolingians that were able, in spite of everything, to resist all attacks. On the day when he abandoned them, the Carolingian cause was irretrievably lost. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France in the 11th Century, Part 1, by Louis Halphen. Chapter 5, France in the 11th Century. Hugh Capet was no sooner elected king than he found himself in the grip of difficulties, amidst which it might well seem that his authority would sink irretrievably. Nevertheless, he showed every confidence in himself. After having his son Robert crowned at Orleans and granting him a share in the government, 30th of December, 987, he had asked on his behalf for the hand of a daughter of the Basilius at Constantinople, setting forth with much grandiloquence his own power and the advantage of alliance with him. He had just announced his intention of going to the help of Borel, Count of Barcelona, who was attacked by the Mussulmans of Spain, when suddenly the news spread, about May 988, that Charles, Duke of Lower Lorraine, had surprised Leon. Immediately, the weakness of the new king became apparent. He and his son advanced and laid siege to the place, but were unable to take it. In August, during a successful sortie, Charles even contrived to set fire to the royal camp and siege engines. Hugh and Robert were forced to decamp. A fresh siege in October had no better result. Again, a retreat became necessary, and Charles improved his advantage by occupying the Lyonnais and the Soissonnais and threatening Reims. As a crowning misfortune, Adalbero, Archbishop of the latter city, died at this juncture, 23rd January 989. Hugh thought it a shrewd stroke of policy to procure the appointment in his place of Arnulf, an illegitimate son of the late King Lothair, calculating that he had by this means secured in his own interest one of the chief representatives of the Carolingian party, and, in despair no doubt of subduing Charles by force, hoping to obtain his submission through the good offices of the new prelate. Arnulf, in fact, had pledged himself to accomplish this without delay. Before long, however, it was plain to the Capetian that he had seriously miscalculated. Hardly was Arnulf seated on the throne of Reims, circa March 989, than he eagerly engaged in schemes to bring about the restoration of the Carolingian dynasty, and about the month of September 989 he handed over Reims to Charles. It was necessary to put a speedy end to this state of things unless the king and his son were to look on at a Carolingian triumph. Nevertheless, the situation lasted for a year and a half. Finally, having tried force and diplomacy in turn, and equally without success, Hugh resolved to have recourse to one of those detestable stratagems which are, as it were, the special characteristic of the period. The Bishop of Leon, Adalbero, better known by his familiar name of Asselin, succeeded in beguiling Duke Charles. He pretended to go over to his cause, did homage to him, and so far lulled his suspicions as to obtain permission from him to recall his retainers to Leon. On Palm Sunday 991, 29th of March, Charles, Arnulf, and Asselin were dining together in the Tower of Leon. The bishop was in high spirits, and more than once already he had offered the duke to bind himself to him by an oath even more solemn than any he had hitherto sworn, in case any doubt still remained of his fidelity. Charles, who held in his hands a gold cup of wine in which some bread was steeped, offered it to him, and as a contemporary historian Richer tells us, quote, after long reflection said to him, since today you have, according to the decrees of the fathers, blessed the palm branches, hallowed the people by your holy benediction, and preferred to ourselves the Eucharist, I put aside the slanders of those who say you are not to be trusted, and I offer you, as the passion of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ draws near, this cup, befitting your high office, containing wine and broken bread. Drain it as a pledge of your inviolable fidelity to my person, but if you do not intend to keep your plighted faith, abstain, lest you should enact the horrible part of Judas. Asselin replied, I take the cup and will drink willingly. Charles went on hastily, add that you will keep your faith." He drank and added, "I shall keep my faith. If not, may I perish with Judas." Then, in the presence of the guests, he uttered many other such oaths. End quote. Night came, and they separated and lay down to sleep. Asselin called in his men. Charles and Arnulf were seized and imprisoned under a strong guard, while Hugh Capet, hastily summoned from Senlis, came up to take possession of the stronghold. It was to this infamous betrayal that the Capetian owed his triumph over Charles of Lorraine. Death was soon to relieve him of his rival in 992. But Hugh was not at the end of his embarrassments. Arnulf was shielded by his priestly character, and it was clear that neither the Pope nor the Emperor, who had countenanced his intrigues, was disposed to sacrifice him. Hugh at last resolved to accuse him before a council, quote, "of the Gauls," unquote, to which he was careful to convoke a majority of prelates favorable to the Capetian cause. The council met at Verzy near Reims, in the church of the monastery of Saint-Baz, 17 to 18 of June 991. In the end, Arnulf acknowledged his guilt, and casting himself on the ground between the two kings, Hugh and Robert, with his arms stretched out in the form of a cross, he implored them with tears to spare his life. The kings consented. He was raised from the ground, and the assembly proceeded to the ceremony of degradation. Arnulf began by surrendering to the king the temporalities which he had held of him. Then he placed in the hands of the bishops the insignia of his episcopal dignity. He then signed an act of renunciation drawn up on the model of that of his predecessor Ebbo, who had been deposed under Louis the Pious. In it he confessed himself unworthy of the episcopal office and renounced it forever. Finally, he absolved his clergy and people from the oaths of fidelity which they had sworn to him. 3 days later, 21st of June, Gerbert was elected in his stead. All seemed ended, and the future of the Capetian dynasty definitely secured. But they had reckoned without the papacy. Not only in defiance of the canons, the sovereign pontiff had not been consulted, but his intervention had been repudiated in terms of unheard-of violence and temerity. Arnulf, the Bishop of Orleans, constituting himself in virtue of his office of, quote, "promoter," unquote, of the council, the mouthpiece of the assembly, in a long speech in which he had lashed the unworthy popes of his day, had exclaimed, quote, "What sights have we not beheld in our days? We have seen John the 12th, surnamed Octavian, sunk in a slough of debauchery, conspiring against Otto, whom he himself had made emperor. He was driven out and replaced by Leo VIII, the neophyte. But when the emperor had quitted Rome, Octavian re-entered it, drove out Leo, cut off the nose of John the deacon, and his tongue, and the fingers of his right hand. He murdered many of the chief persons of Rome, and died soon after. The Romans chose as his successor the deacon Benedict V, surnamed the Grammarian. He in his turn was attacked by Leo the neophyte, supported by the emperor, was besieged, made prisoner, deposed, and sent into exile in Germany. The Emperor Otto I was succeeded by Otto II, who surpasses all the princes of his time in arms, in counsel, and in learning. In Rome, Boniface VII succeeds, a fearful monster of superhuman malignity, red with the blood of his predecessor. Put to flight and condemned by a great council, he reappears in Rome after the death of Otto II, and, in spite of the oaths that he has sworn, drives from the citadel of Rome the castle of Sant' Angelo. The illustrious Pope Peter, formerly Bishop of Pavia, deposes him and causes him to perish amid the horrors of a dungeon. Is it to such monsters, swollen with ignominy and empty of knowledge, divine or human, that the innumerable priests of God, the bishops, dispersed about the universe, distinguished for their learning and their virtues, are to be legally subject? End quote. And he had concluded in favor of the superior weight of a judgment pronounced by these learned and venerable bishops, over one which might be rendered by an ignorant pope, quote, "so vile that he would not be found worthy of any place among the rest of the clergy." End quote. This was a declaration of war. The papacy took up the challenge. John XV, supported by the imperial court, summoned the French bishops to Rome and also the kings Hugh and Robert. They retorted by assembling a synod at Chelles, at which it was declared, quote, that if the Pope of Rome put forth an opinion contrary to the canons of the Fathers, it should be held null and void, according to the words of the Apostle, "Flee from the heretic, the man who separates himself from the Church," unquote. And it was added that the abdication of Arnulf and the nomination of Gerbert were irrevocable facts, having been determined by a council of provincial bishops, and this in virtue of the canons, by the terms of which it is forbidden that the statutes of a provincial council should be rashly attacked by anyone. 993. The weakness of the papacy made such audacity possible. A series of synods assembled by a legate of the Pope on German soil and later at Rennes to decide in the case of Arnulf and Gerbert led to nothing. 995 to 996. But this barren struggle was exhausting the strength of the Capetian monarchy. Hardly had that monarchy arisen when it seemed as if the ground were undermined beneath it. Taking advantage of the difficulties with which it was struggling, Odo, Eudes I, Count of Chartres, had in the first place extorted the cession of Dreux in 991 in exchange for his cooperation at the siege of Laon, which cooperation still remained an unfulfilled promise. Then, in the same year, had laid hands upon Melun, which the king had afterward succeeded, not without difficulty, in retaking. Finally, in 993, a mysterious plot was hatched against Hugh and Robert. The conspirators, it was said, aimed at nothing less than delivering them both up to Otto III, the young king of Germany. Odo was to receive the title of Duke of the Franks, and Asselin the Archbishopric of Rennes. Possibly a Carolingian restoration was contemplated, for though Charles of Lorraine had died in prison in 992, his son Louis survived and was actually in custody of Asselin. All was arranged. Hugh and Robert had been invited to attend a council to be held on German soil to decide upon Arnulf's case. This council was a trap to entice the French kings, who, coming with a weak escort, would have been suddenly seized by an imperial army secretly assembled. A piece of indiscretion foiled all these intrigues. The kings were enabled in time to secure the persons of Louis and of Asselin, but such was their weakness that they were obliged to leave the Bishop of Laon unpunished. An army was sent against Odo, but when he offered hostages to answer for his fidelity, the Capetians were well content to accept his proposals and made haste to return to Paris. What saved the Capetian monarchy was not so much its own power of resistance as the inability of its enemies to follow up and coordinate their efforts. Odo I of Chartres, involved in a struggle with Fulk Nera, Count of Anjou, and attacked by illness, could only pursue his projects languidly and had just concluded a truce with Hugh Capet when he died, on 12th March 996, leaving 2 young children. The papacy, for its part, was passing through a fearful crisis. Forced to defend itself with difficulty in Rome against Crescentius, it was in no position to take up Arnulf's case vigorously. The support of the empire could not but be weak and intermittent. Up to 996, Otto III and his mother, Theophano, had more than they could do in Germany to maintain their own authority. When Hugh Capet died, 24th of October 996, nothing had been decided. Supported by some, intrigued against by others, the Capetian monarchy lived from hand to mouth. Uncertain of the morrow, the most astute steered a devious course, refusing to commit themselves heartily to either side. Even Gerbert, whose cause seemed to be bound up with the king's, since he owed his episcopate only to Arnulf's deprivation, took every means of courting the favor of the imperial and papal party. He made a point of hurrying to each of the synods held by the papal legate in the course of 995 and 996 to decide in Arnulf's case, pretending that he had been passed over immediately after the death of Adalbero, quote, on account of his attachment to the see of St. Peter, unquote, and entreating the legate for the sake of the Church's well-being, not to listen to his detractors, whose ill will, he said, was in reality directed against the Pope. Then he had undertaken a journey to Rome to justify himself personally to the Pope, taking the opportunity, moreover, to join the suite of young Otto III, who had just had himself crowned there, and succeeding so well in winning his good graces as to become his secretary. Hugh Capet had hardly closed his eyes when a fresh complication arose. King Robert had fallen in love with the widow of Odo I of Chartres, the Countess Bertha, and had resolved to make her his wife. But Bertha was his cousin, and he had, besides, been sponsor to one of her children. Thus, the priests and the Pope, who was also consulted, firmly opposed a union which they looked upon as doubly, quote, incestuous, unquote. Robert took no notice of their prohibitions and found a complacent prelate, Archibald, Archbishop of Tours, to solemnize his marriage towards the end of 996. This created a scandal. With the support of Otto III, Pope Gregory V, who had in vain convoked the French bishops to Pavia at the beginning of 997, suspended all who had had any share in the Council of Saint-Baz, and summoned the king and all the bishops who had abetted his marriage to appear before him on pain of excommunication. Alarmed at the effect of this double threat, Robert opened negotiations. Gerbert naturally would be the first sacrificed, and losing courage he fled to the court of Otto III. The Pope, far from inclining to any compromise, made it plain to the Capetian envoy, the abbot of Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire, that he was determined to have recourse to the strongest measures. The unlucky Robert hoped that he might soften this rigor by yielding on the question of the Archbishopric of Rheims. As Gerbert had fled, Arnulf was simply and merely restored to his see in January or February of 998. Thenceforward, besides, Arnulf was no longer dangerous. The Carolingian party was finally destroyed. Charles of Lorraine had been several years dead. His son Louis had, it would appear, met with a like fate, or was languishing forgotten in his prison at Orléans. The other two sons, Otto and Charles, had gone over to the Empire, the first in the character of the Duke of Lower Lorraine, and no longer had any connection with France. From this quarter, then, the Capetian had nothing to fear. A fresh revolt of Asseline, the same bishop of Laon who had so flagitously betrayed Arnulf, was soon crushed. Only the papacy refused to be won over as easily as Robert had calculated. As the king refused to separate from Bertha, Gregory V pronounced the anathema against him. But when Gerbert succeeded Gregory V under the name of Sylvester II in April of 999, relations with the papacy improved, and Robert, to whom Bertha had borne no children, before long separated from her in order to marry Constance, daughter of William I, Count of Arles, and of Adelaide of Anjou, circa 1005. The period of early difficulties was over, but the position of the monarchy was pitiable. From the material point of view, it was limited to the narrow domain which, after many infeudations, remained to it of the heritage of the Carolingians and the March of Neustria. This, in its essence, not reckoning some outlying possessions, of which the most important was the county of Montreuil at the mouth of the Canche, consisted in the territories of Paris, Senlis, Poissy, Étampes, and Orléans, with Paris and Orléans as chief towns. Within this modest domain, the king was only just able to exact obedience. He was unable directly to put an end to the exactions of a petty baron, the Lord of Yves, who oppressed the abbey of Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire with his violence. In other parts of the kingdom, his authority had sunk still lower. The great feudatories openly spoke of him in contemptuous terms. A few years later, at the village of Vergy in the diocese of Auxerre, almost in his presence, and just after the peace of God had been proclaimed, the Count of Nevers was not afraid to plunder the monks of Montierende, quote, knowing well, unquote, as a contemporary tells us, quote, that the king would prefer to use gentle methods rather than force, unquote. The task of Robert the Pious and his successors was to work slowly and unobtrusively, but perseveringly and successfully, to build up afresh the domain and the moral strength of the monarchy which had so greatly declined. The domains were, it is true, not extensive, but a policy of additions and enlargements built up around them a compact and constantly enlarging kingdom. And on the moral side, something of the prestige and tradition of the old anointed kings still held the minds of men. The firm but not aggressive rule of the new dynasty skillfully used both sentiment and territorial fact, and did so not only to their own advantage, but to that of the land in which they stood for peace and order among contending vassals. Little is known to us of the first Capetian kings. Their unimportance was such that contemporaries scarcely think it worthwhile to mention them. Robert the Pious is the only one of them who has found a biographer, in Helgaud, a monk of Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire. But he is so artless and indeed so childish a biographer, so reverential an admirer of the very pious and gentle king, so little acquainted with affairs, that his panegyric has very little value for the historian. He paints his hero for us as tall, broad-shouldered, with well-combed hair and thick beard, with eyes lowered and mouth, quote, well formed to give the kiss of peace, end quote, and at the same time of kingly mien when he wore his crown. Learned, disdainful of ostentation, so charitable as to let himself be robbed without protest by the beggars, spending his days in devotion, a model of all the Christian virtues, so much beloved of God that he was able to restore sight to a blind man. Such, if we may believe him, was good King Robert, for whom posterity has for these reasons given the name of the Pious. It is hardly necessary to say that this portrait can only have had a distant relation to reality. Doubtless Robert was a learned king, educated at the Episcopal School of Rheims while it was under Gerbert's direction. He knew Latin, loved books, and carried them with him on his journeys. As with all the learned men of his day, his knowledge was chiefly theological. He loved church matters, and in 996 the Bishop of Laon, Asselin, could derisively suggest that he should be made bishop, quote, since he had so sweet a voice, unquote. But the pious king, who was not afraid to persist in the face of anathemas when passion raised its voice in him, who did not hesitate to set fire to monasteries when they hindered his conquests, was a man of action too. All his efforts were directed towards the extension of his domain, and it may be said that he let no opportunity slip of claiming, and, when possible, occupying any fiefs which fell vacant or were disputed. This was the case with Dreux, which his father, as we have seen, had been forced to bestow on Odo I, Count of Chartres, and which Robert succeeded in reoccupying about 1015. It was also the case with Melun, which Hugh Capet had granted as a fief to the Count of Vendôme, Bouchard the Venerable, and of which Robert took possession on the death, 1016, of Bouchard's successor, Reginald, Bishop of Paris. Some years later, circa 1022, when it chanced that Stephen, Count of Troyes, died without children, Robert energetically pushed his claims to the inheritance against Odo II, Count of Blois, who apparently had up till then been co-owner on an equal footing with the deceased count. He did not hesitate to enter upon the struggle with this formidable vassal, which no doubt would have lasted long if other political considerations had not led the king to yield the point. It was above all at the time of the conquest of the Duchy of Burgundy that Robert could give proof of the full extent of his energy and perseverance. Henry, Duke of Burgundy, brother of Hugh Capet, died 15 October 1002, and as he left no children, the king might fairly claim to succeed him. He was anticipated by Otto William, Count of Macon, the adopted son of the late duke, whose connection with the country gave him great advantages. In the spring of 1003, Robert collected a strong army, and proceeding up the river Yonne, laid siege to Auxerre. He met with desperate resistance. Otto William's partisans in Burgundy were too strong and too numerous to allow of the question being settled by a single expedition. For nearly 2 years Robert ravaged the country in every direction, pillaging and burning all that he met with. Otto William ended by submitting, and before long his son-in-law, Landry, Count of Nevers, after standing a siege of 3 months, was forced to capitulate at Avalon in October of 1005. Then came the turn of Auxerre, November 1005. But a struggle of more than 10 years was still necessary before Robert could reduce all the revolted lords to submission, and it was only after having taken Sens and Dijon that he could at last count himself master of the duchy, 1015 to 1016. Following the example of the last Carolingians, Robert endeavored to push his claims further and to aggrandize himself at the cost of the empire. As long as the Emperor Henry II lived, 1002 to 1024, relations on the whole remained cordial. Indeed, in 1006, the two sovereigns cooperated in an expedition to bring their common vassal, Baldwin, Count of Flanders, to his bearings, he having seized Valenciennes. In August 1023, a solemn meeting took place between them at Ivoire on the banks of the Meuse. Robert and Henry, each accompanied by a stately train of great nobles and churchmen, exchanged the kiss of peace, heard mass, and dined together and exchanged gifts. They swore mutual friendship, proclaimed the peace of the Church, and resolved to take joint action for the reformation of the clergy. But the interview had no results. Almost before a year was over, Henry had ceased to live. 13th of July, 1024. From that time, Robert's attitude changed. Having his hands free on the side of Champagne and Burgundy, and rendered bold by success, he contemplated a struggle with the new emperor, Conrad II of Franconia, 1024 to 1039, for a part of his inheritance. Far-reaching negotiations, centering in the King of France, which show how much his prestige had gradually been heightened, were opened between him, the Duke of Aquitaine, and Odo II, Count of Blois. Nothing less was intended, it would appear, than to proceed to a dismemberment on a large scale of the Germanic Empire. William, Duke of Aquitaine, was to take as his share, or his son's, the Lombard crown. Odo II of Blois was to have the kingdom of Burgundy, as soon as Rodolph III should be dead, while Lorraine was to be Robert's share. But this passed all measure, and when it came to carrying out the magnificent program, obstacles arose which not one of the princes concerned was strong enough to overcome. William of Aquitaine was soon forced to give up the idea of disputing Lombardy with Conrad. Robert's plans miscarried in Lorraine, whither Conrad's alarmed partisans hastily summoned their master, and King Rodolph III inclined to the new emperor. The check was decisive. But surely a considerable step forward had been taken when for several months Robert had succeeded in guiding such a coalition and had for a time spread terror among the emperor's faithful Lorrainers. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France in the 11th Century, Part 2, by Louis Halphen. On the death of Robert the Pious, 20 July 1031, the question of the succession came to a crisis. After the example of his father, by whom he had been associated in the government from 987, Robert had taken care in 1017 to crown his eldest son by Queen Constance, then 10 years old. But Hugh had died in the flower of his youth in 1025, September. Two parties had then arisen at court, Robert desiring to have his second son Henry crowned at once, and Queen Constance holding out for a younger son, Robert, whom she preferred to his elder brother. The king's will had prevailed, and Henry had been crowned with great pomp in 1027. But hardly had Robert the Pious closed his eyes when Queen Constance raised the standard of revolt. She succeeded in gaining possession of Senlis, Sens, Dammartin, Le Puisay, and Poissy, and won over Otto II of Blois by the gift of half the town of Sens. Henry, supported by Robert, Duke of Normandy, defended himself vigorously. He retook Poissy and Le Puisay, and forced his mother and his brother Robert to make peace. Unfortunately, it was purchased by yielding a point which involved a lamentable retrogression. Robert was given the Duchy of Burgundy, which Robert the Pious had after so many efforts united to the royal domain, 1032. At this price the submission of the rebels was dearly bought. Nor did it avail to put down the revolt. Otto II of Blois refused to disarm. Twice the king besieged him unsuccessfully in Sens, 1032 to 1033, Each time he met with fierce resistance and was obliged to retreat. In May or June 1033, despairing of getting the better of this formidable vassal, Henry, in an interview at Devia on the Meuse, made a defensive alliance with the Emperor Conrad, who was Otto's rival for the Burgundian throne, left vacant by the death of Rodolph III some few months earlier, September 1032. In the end, Otto submitted 1034, but 3 years later he died, leaving his counties in Champagne to his son Stephen and the rest of his possessions to his other son Theobald. At once the struggle was renewed, whether through some attempt on Henry's part to lay hands on any portion of the inheritance left by Otto, or simply because Theobald and Stephen thought the opportunity favorable for taking their revenge. A plot was set on foot by them with Otto, the king's youngest brother, the object of which was, briefly, to replace Henry on the throne by Otto. The king contrived to baffle their calculations. Otto, surrounded in a castle, was taken prisoner and immured at Orleans. Stephen was completely routed and put to flight. His ally, the Count of Vermandois, was made prisoner. And finally, against Theobald, the king enlisted the help of the Count of Anjou, Geoffrey Martel, by granting him in advance the investiture of Tours, which he left it to him to conquer. On all sides the monarchy had again lost ground. Burgundy had been lost, and it had been necessary to cede the French Vexin to the Duke of Normandy, who had been one of the king's most faithful supporters, as a reward for his services. And finally, the handing over of Tours to Count Geoffrey Martel, who got possession of it in 1044, meant an extension of the Angevin principality, which before long would become dangerous. Moreover, the king came out of the crisis so much weakened that, for the future, he had perforce to play a very minor part. While all his feudatories strove without ceasing to round off their territories, he either lived in a pitiable fashion inside his narrow domain, or else interfered in the struggles between his vassals, supporting now one and now another, as need seemed to suggest. Such was his poor and his only attempt at a policy. It was in the west of France that the events of most real importance occurred. Two powers, whose struggles were to occupy the whole of the second half of Henry I's reign, found themselves opposed, namely the Angevin power and the Norman. Since the middle of the 10th century, the Counts of Anjou had never ceased to extend their borders at the expense of their neighbors. The terrific Fulk Nerra, 987 to 1040, had throughout his life struggled to bind to one another and to his own lands the new possessions in the midst of Touraine which his predecessors had succeeded in acquiring, as well as to surround Tours with a circle which grew daily narrower. In 994 or 995 he had reached Langeais, about 1005 Montrichard and Montbazon. In 1016 he had inflicted a tremendous defeat on Otto II, Count of Blois, on the plains of Pont-l'Avoie. Next year he had built a fortress at Montboyau, at only a few miles' distance from Tours. In 1026 he had surprised the stronghold of Saumur, which for more than a century had been in the hands of the Counts of Blois. Geoffrey Martel, his son, 1040 to 1060, had boldly pushed on the enterprise. Taking advantage of the hostility of the new Count of Blois, Theobald III, to King Henry, he had, as we have seen, secured the investiture of Tours from the latter, and had proceeded to lay siege to the town. In vain had Theobald and his brother Stephen attempted to raise the blockade. Geoffrey Martel had offered them battle at Neuilly, near the village of Saint-Martin-le-Beau, and here again the Count of Anjou had won a striking victory. Theobald, being taken prisoner, had been forced to cede Tours and the whole of Touraine to the victor, August 1044. At the same time, Geoffrey Martel had succeeded in bringing the Count of Vendôme under his suzerainty, and to this the king's consent had not been wanting. But it was in another direction that the house of Anjou felt itself drawn. The Counts of Maine, hemmed in between Normandy and Anjou, were destined sooner or later to fall under the suzerainty of one or other of their neighbors. As early as the days of Fulk Nerra, the Counts of Anjou had succeeded in bringing them under theirs. Gervais, Bishop of Le Mans, having usurped the guardianship of the young Count Hugh III, Geoffrey Martel had marched against the prelate and put him in prison, 1047 or 1048. Thus all things seemed to be moving according to Angevin interests when the king and the Duke of Normandy came upon the scene. The intervention of the latter had been delayed by serious difficulties within his own borders. Duke Robert the Magnificent, sometimes wrongly called the Devil, had died on pilgrimage in 1035, leaving as successor an illegitimate son, William, barely 8 years old. The circumstances favored the discontented. Before long, rebellion had been muttering on all sides, and in 1047 it burst forth, headed by Guy, Lord of Vernon and Brienne, and by the Viscounts of Coutances and Bayeux. Young William appealed to the king for help, and a battle took place at Val de Dune, to the east of Caen, where Henry fought valiantly in person. It was an utter rout for the rebels, who, after a few attempts at resistance, before long submitted entirely. The king and the duke then decided upon a joint expedition against the Count of Anjou. Together they invaded Anjou and proceeded to besiege Molierne, which surrendered 1048. Thus, after having supported the Count of Anjou throughout his struggle with the Count of Blois, the king suddenly changed sides and became his enemy. In 1049 he renewed his attack, and while William flung himself upon Maine, the king invaded Touraine, and even momentarily succeeded in occupying the stronghold of Saint-Maur, where Geoffrey Martel advanced and besieged him. 3 years had not passed before the parts were redistributed. Geoffrey, victorious in Maine, was treating with the king 1052, and the Duke of Normandy saw his late ally take sides against him. In February 1054 the king and the count jointly invaded his duchy. But the attempt did not prosper. The invading army had been divided into 2 corps. Otto, the king's brother, crossing the Seine, had devastated the Caux country, while Henry I and Geoffrey Martel occupied the district of Evreux. William, marching in person to meet the southern army, sent a considerable part of his troops against the northern detachment. Otto allowed himself to be surprised at Mortemer, to the east of Neufchâtel, just as his men were giving themselves up to pillage. A general rout of the French followed. The news of the defeat discouraged Henry I, who, leaving Geoffrey Martel at grips with the enemy, thought only of withdrawing from the contest as quickly as possible and with the least damage to his own interests. Geoffrey Martel was obliged to retreat at once. William again invaded Maine and took up strong positions at Montbarbet near Le Mans and at Ambrières, not far from the junction of the Varenne with the Mayenne. Soon, however, provisions failed, and the Duke was obliged to let a part of his army scatter itself into small bodies. When this news reached Geoffrey, who had obtained reinforcements, he hurried up and laid siege to Ambrières. The place held out, giving the Duke of Normandy time to reassemble his troops and force the Angevin army to retreat. Marching straight upon Mayenne, where the Lord, Geoffrey, was one of the chief supporters of Geoffrey Martel, William took the town and carried off Geoffrey of Mayenne to Normandy, where he compelled him to do homage. These successes were only temporary. Geoffrey Martel soon recovered the ground lost in Maine, and in 1058, as had happened 4 years before, in his desire for revenge he persuaded the king to join him in an invasion of Normandy. This time also the campaign, at least in its earlier stages, was unfortunate. Henry I and Geoffrey Martel had barely traversed the Iémois district when their rear guard was surprised just as it was crossing the river Dives at the ford of Varaville. This ford being impracticable through a rising tide, the king and the count could only look on helplessly at the massacre of their troops. The war went on for some time longer. Negotiations had just been begun when Henry I died suddenly at Dreux on 4 August 1060. A year before his death, on 23 May 1059, Henry I had been careful to have his son Philip I crowned at Rheims. But Philip, born in 1052, was still a minor. Thus Henry had made his brother-in-law Baldwin, Count of Flanders, guardian to the young king, a post which he retained until Philip reached his majority at 15 years of age at the end of 1066 or the beginning of 1067. Under Philip, the eclipse of the monarchy only became more complete. It must be said, however, that this eclipse is largely an illusion due to the paucity of our information. Philip was of a very practical turn, and played a part which was somewhat inglorious, but on the whole very profitable to the material interests of his house. The royal power had fallen so low that there could be no question of an aggressive policy, but Philip had at least the art to maneuver and to turn to advantage all circumstances which offered him any opportunity to fish his profit out of troubled waters. Above all, he worked with much more consistency and perseverance than is usually thought at the task of enlarging his insignificant domain. During his father's reign, only the county of Sens, vacant through the death without heirs of Count Renard, Reginard, had been, in 1055, reunited to the crown, an important acquisition, but one for which King Robert himself had prepared the way by separating in 1015 the county of Sens from the duchy of Burgundy. Thus it cost Henry no effort whatever. Philip had no sooner taken the reins than an opportunity arose for him to link together his possessions in the Orléanais and the Saintonais by making himself master of the county of Gâtinais. Geoffrey the Bearded, who bore the title of its count, and had succeeded his uncle Geoffrey Martel in the county of Anjou, 1060, had just been imprisoned by his brother Fulk Rechin, who had usurped power in both counties. Philip, without hesitation, joined a coalition formed by the Count of Blois and the lords of Maine against the usurper, and, as the price of peace, exacted the cession of the county of Gâtinais, 1068. A few years later, he used the minority of Simon of Crépy, Count of Valois and Vexin, as an opportunity to fall upon his estates. These were very extensive, comprising not only the Vexin and Valois, but the county of Bar-sur-Aube and the territory of Vitry-en-Perthos, which Simon's father, Raoul III of Valois, had acquired by marriage, and on the north the county of Montdidier and Péronne, which he had taken from the Count of Vermandois. Entrusting to his vassal Hugh Bardou, Lord of Blois, the task of seizing Simon's possessions in Champagne, Philip invaded his other domains in 1075. For 2 years the struggle went on, almost without a break, fiercely and pitilessly. At last, in the beginning of 1077, the unlucky Simon was forced to beg for peace and to cede to the king the county of Vexin. At about the same time, Philip claimed the town of Corbie, which had come to Baldwin of Lea, Count of Flanders, as the dowry of Adela, daughter of Henry I of England, and as Count Robert the Frisian refused to surrender it, he entered it by surprise and caused the inhabitants to swear fealty to him. Robert, confronted by an accomplished fact, after a brief attempt at resistance, found no resource but to submit. Corbie was never again to be detached from the royal domain. Again, in 1101, Philip was to be seen profiting by need of money on the part of Otto Halphen, Viscount of Bourges, who was about to set off for the Holy Land. The king enlarged the royal domain by purchasing from him an extensive district comprising, besides Bourges, the lordship of Dun-le-Roi. Nearly all the enterprises of Philip I show the same character, at once inglorious and practical. His chief efforts were in the direction of Normandy, where two parties confronted each other. On the one hand, the King of England, William the Conqueror, and on the other, Robert Curthose, his son. Philip's entire policy consisted in supporting Robert, though he was ready, it would appear, to desert him as often as there seemed any prospect of his becoming dangerous, a course which did not fail to draw from the English chroniclers a charge of engaging in shameless speculation, taking pay from one party for his help, and from the other for his withdrawal. In 1076 we find him as far off as Poitiers collecting an army to go to the relief of Dole, which William the Conqueror is besieging. Then, in 1077 or 1078, he welcomes Robert Curthose and procures his entrance into the stronghold of Gabrois, on the borders of Beauvaisis and Normandy. He seems ready to help him against his father when, in 1079, he suddenly changes sides and goes with William to besiege Gerberoy. A few years later, Robert is again at the French king's court, and hostilities are once more begun between the latter and William. In 1087, the people of Mantes having committed depredations on Norman soil, the conqueror formulates his complaint and demands that Philip shall hand over to him not only Mantes, but also Pontoise and Chaumont, that is to say, the whole of the Vexin, which, formerly ceded to Robert the Magnificent by Henry I, had since fallen afresh under the suzerainty of the King of France, and had then, as we have seen, been reconquered by him in 1077. Promptly proceeding from claims to action, William invaded the territory, took Mantes, entered it, and set it on fire. It does not appear, however, that he was able to push his advantages much further, for having suddenly fallen sick, he was forced to have himself brought back to Normandy, where, not long after, he died, 9 September 1087. The conqueror's death made Robert Curthose Duke of Normandy, while his brother, William Rufus, received the English inheritance. A party was at once formed to substitute Robert for his brother on the throne of England, whereupon, as a return stroke, William invaded Normandy. Philip hastened to further a movement which could not fail to injure both brothers, and as William was marching against Robert, he went to the help of the latter prince. Practical as usual, however, Philip contrived to get his support paid for by some fresh concession. In 1089, for instance, as the price of his cooperation in the siege of La Ferté-Embrée, which had gone over to the King of England, he had the domain of Gisors ceded to him. On other occasions he preferred ready money. His church policy bears the impress of the same character, and is what has chiefly earned for him the bitterest censures of the chroniclers, all of whom belonged to the clergy. Reform was in the air, the idea of it was permeating the church, and its ultimate consequences would have been nothing less than to deprive princes of all power in ecclesiastical appointments. Shocking abuses, indeed, prevailed. The process of appointment had become for princes a regular traffic in ecclesiastical offices. Philip I, notably, had no hesitation in practicing simony on a vast scale. But the claims of the reforming party, which the popes since Gregory VII had made their own, would have brought about a real political revolution, since kings would have been stripped of all rights over the temporalities of bishops and abbots. If the papal theory had triumphed, all the ecclesiastical baronies of the kingdom, the most constant support of the monarchy, would have been withdrawn from the royal control. Philip fiercely defended what he could not but consider his right. The question, besides, became further complicated when in 1092 he carried off Bertrada of Montfort, wife of the Count of Anjou, Fulk-Richin, and succeeded in finding a complacent bishop to solemnize the adulterous marriage. The Pope, Urban II, did not hesitate to excommunicate the king even in his own kingdom, when he presided at the Great Council held at Clermont in 1095. The position in which he found himself was too common for Philip to attach any very special importance to it. For the rest, in spite of the reiterated excommunications which Urban II and later on his successor Pascal II launched against him, Philip found prelates favorable to him among his clergy. Some were even seen in the year 1100 who were not afraid openly to oppose the rigorous policy of the Holy See by performing, according to a custom then fairly frequent, a solemn coronation of the king on Whit Sunday. In reality, the question of the marriage with Bertrada, that of simony, and the higher question of ecclesiastical elections and investiture were all interconnected. To avoid a complete rupture, perhaps even a schism, Pascal II saw that it would be more prudent to yield. On the morrow of the council held at Poitiers in November 1100, at which the Pope's legate had renewed before a large assembly the excommunication pronounced against Philip, the relations between the Pope and the king became somewhat less tense. On both sides something was conceded. In the matter of an episcopal election to the see of Beauvais, the king and the Pope sought for common ground. The royal candidate, Stephen of Garlande, whom Manas, Archbishop of Rheims, had not hesitated to maintain in the face of every comer, was to be consecrated Bishop of Beauvais, while the candidate of the reforming party, Gallo, formerly abbot of Saint Quentin of Beauvais, was to obtain the episcopal see of Paris, just then vacant. Philip was to be quote-unquote reconciled on condition that he pledged himself to separate from Bertrada. On these bases the negotiations took place. Ivo, the illustrious Bishop of Chartres, who represented in France the moderate party, equally opposed to the abuses of the older clergy and to the exaggerations of the uncompromising reformers, pleaded with Pascal for conciliatory measures. Nor did the Pope remain deaf to his exhortations. On 30 July 1104, the king's case was submitted to a council assembled at Beaugency by Richard, Bishop of Albano, the Pope's legate. The council, unable to agree, came to no decision, but a fresh assembly immediately met at Paris, and Philip having engaged, quote, to have no further intercourse with Bertrada and never more speak a word to her unless before witnesses, was solemnly absolved. In spite of this oath, Philip and Bertrada continued to live together, but for the future the Pope indulgently closed his eyes. On most of the points raised an agreement was arrived at, and in the beginning of the year 1107 Pascal even traveled through France, had a meeting at Saint-Denis with Philip and his son, and spoke of them as, quote, the very pious sons of the Holy See, end quote. But already Philip, grown old before his time, was king only in name. Since 1097 he had handed over to his son Louis the task of leading military expeditions, for which his own extreme corpulence unfitted him. It was necessary not only to repress the brigandage to which the turbulent barons of the royal domain were becoming more and more addicted, but above all to make head against the attacks of the King of England, to whom, on his departure for the Crusade in 1096, Robert Curthose had entrusted the safe-keeping and government of the Norman duchy. William Rufus, indeed, casting away all restraint, had again invaded the French Vexin, and drawing over to his side Duke William of Aquitaine, threatened to carry his conquests as far as Paris. The situation was all the more dangerous as William Rufus had contrived to gain over several of the barons of the Vexin, and a regular feudal coalition was being formed there against the Capetian monarchy. Fortunately, the loyal barons gathered under Louis's banner succeeded in keeping the English king's troops in check, and after an unrelenting warfare of skirmishes and sieges, William was forced to retreat and abandoned his enterprise, 1099. Admitted about this period as king-elect and king-designate to a share in the government, Louis, in spite of the intrigues of Bertrada, who more than once tried to have him assassinated in order to substitute one of her own children, was now, at nearly 20 years old, in fact the real king. We find him traveling about the royal domain, chastising rebellious vassals, dismantling Montlhéry, 1105, seizing the castle of Gournay-sur-Marne, the lord of which had robbed merchants on a royal road, 1107, and besieging Chevreuse and Bretancourt. Louis has his own officers and his own counselors. He intervenes directly in the affairs of the clergy, authorizes abbatial elections, and administers justice. As it is expressed in a charter of the south of France in 1104, quote, Philip, king of the French, was still alive, but Louis, his son, a young man of character and courage worthy to be remembered, was at the helm of the kingdom. End quote. Philip was weighed down by disease and felt his end approaching. Like a good Christian, he made his confession, then calling around him all the magnates of the kingdom and his friends, he said to them, quote, The burial place of the kings of France is, I know, at Saint-Denis, but I feel myself too heavily laden with sins to dare to be laid near the body of so great a saint. End quote. And he added naively, quote, I greatly fear lest my sins should cause me to be delivered over to the devil, and that it should happen to me as formerly happened, they say, to Charles Martel. I love Saint Benedict. I address my petition to the pious father of the monks, and desire that I may be buried in his church at Fleury on the banks of the Loire. He is merciful and kind, he receives sinners who amend, and, faithfully observing his rule, seek to gain the heart of God. End quote. He died a few days later at Melun on 29 or 30 July 1108. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France in the 11th Century, Part 3, by Louis Halphen. It is surprising, on a general view of the Capetian monarchy down to Philip I, that it successfully maintained itself and only encountered trifling opposition easily overcome. Its weakness, indeed, is extreme. It is with difficulty that it proves itself a match for the petty barons within its domain. At the opening of the year 1080, Hugh, lord of Le Puiset, rebelled, and to resist him the king collected a whole army counting within its ranks the Duke of Burgundy, the Count of Nevers, and the Bishop of Auxerre. Shut up in his castle, Hugh defied all assaults. One fine day he made a sortie, whereupon the royal army, stupefied by his audacity, took to its heels. The Count of Nevers, the Bishop of Auxerre, and nearly 100 knights fell into Hugh's hands, while Philip and his followers fled wildly as far as Orleans, without the least attempt to defend themselves. The resources which the monarchy has at its disposal are even more restricted than of old. The king has to be content with the produce of his farms, with a few tolls and fines. the dues paid by the peasants and the yield of his woods and fields, but as the greater part of the royal domain is granted in fiefs, the total of all these resources is extremely meagre. They could fortunately be augmented by the revenues of vacant bishoprics to which the king had the nomination, for from the death of one occupant until the investiture of another, the king levied the whole revenue and disposed of it at his pleasure. There are also the illicit gains arising from the traffic in ecclesiastical offices, and these are not the least. Yet all these together amount to very little, and the king is reduced either to live in a pitiful fashion or to go around pleading his right to bed and purveyance, procuration, to claim food and shelter from the abbeys on his domain. Surrounded by a little group of knights and followed by clerks and scribes, the king roved about, carrying with him his treasure and his attendants. This staff as a whole had changed but slightly since Carolingian times. There are the same great officers, the seneschal, the chamberlain, the butler, the constable, the chancellor, who directed at once the administration of the palace and of the kingdom. But the administration of the kingdom was henceforward hardly more than that of the royal domain. Local administration is now purely domanial, undertaken by the directors of land improvement, the mayors or vilici, vicarii and prévôts, praepositi, whose duty there, as on all feudal domains, was to administer justice to the peasants and to collect the dues. At the same time, however wretched may have been his material position, by the very fact that he was king, the Capetian had a situation of moral preponderance. The tie of vassalage which bound all the great feudatories of the kingdom to him was not merely a theoretical bond. Apart from cases of rebellion, they do not, as a rule, fail to fulfill their duties as vassals when called on. We have already seen the Duke of Burgundy and the Count of Nevers come in 1080 and do personal service in Philip I's campaign against Hugh, Lord of Le Puiset. In the same way, about 1038 we find the Count of Flanders furnishing troops to the king to suppress the revolt of Hugh Bardu. When the siege of Dole was about to be undertaken in 1076, the Duke of Aquitaine was required to supply troops. Besides this, in the royal armies, contingents of Aquitanians, Burgundians, and Champenois are constantly found. Nor do the great lay and ecclesiastical dignitaries fail to attend in large numbers at the great royal assemblies. If one of them is prevented from coming, he sends his excuses, makes known the reasons which hinder him from attending when convoked, and prays that his excuses may be favorably received. "I beg of thee, my lord," writes the Bishop of Chartres to King Robert in 1018, "be not angry that I did not come to Paris to thy court on Sunday last. I was deceived by the messengers who told me that thou wouldst not be there that day, and that I was summoned to the consecration of a bishop of whom I knew nothing whatsoever. As, on the other hand, I had received no letter on the subject of this consecration, either from thee or from my archbishop, I abstained from attending. If I have committed a fault, it arises from my having been misled. My pardon will, I hope, be easily obtained from the royal piety, since even from the point of view of justice the fault is a venial one. With my whole heart I assure thee of my attachment, hoping that thou wilt deign to continue to me thy confidence." In a word, it seems as if for the great feudatories there could be no worse misfortune than a formal rupture with their sovereign. In this connection, nothing is more characteristic than the attitude of perhaps the most powerful vassal of Robert the Pious, the celebrated Count of Blois, Otto II, when in about 1022 a dispute arose between him and the king touching the succession in Champagne. Finding what he considers his right attacked by the king, Otto defends himself with a strong hand. On this account, Robert considers him guilty of forfeiture and seeks to have his fiefs declared as cheated. At once Odo is terrified and writes his sovereign a letter full of respect and deference, expressing astonishment only at the measure which the king demands. "For if birth be considered, it is clear, thanks be to God, that I am capable of inheriting the fief. If the nature of the fief which thou hast given me be considered, it is certain that it forms part, not of thy fisc, but of the property which, under thy favor, comes to me from my ancestors by hereditary right. If the value of my services be considered, thou knowest how, as long as I was in favor with thee, I served thee at thy court, in the Ost and on foreign soil. And if, since thou hast turned away thy favor from me, and hast attempted to take from me the fief which thou gavest me, I have committed towards thee in defense of myself and of my fief acts of a nature to displease thee, I have done so when harassed by insults and compelled by necessity. How, in fact, could I fail to defend my fief? I protest by God and my own soul that I should prefer death to being deprived of my fief, and if thou wilt refrain from seeking to strip me of it, there is nothing in the world which I shall more desire than to enjoy and to deserve thy favor. For the conflict between us, at the same time that it is grievous to me, takes from thee, Lord, that which constitutes the root and the fruit of thy office, I mean justice and peace. Thus I appeal to that clemency which is natural to thee, and evil counsels alone can deprive thee of, imploring thee to desist from persecuting me, and to allow me to be reconciled to thee, either through thy familiars, or by the mediation of princes." Such a letter proves, better than any reasonings, how great was the power which respect for royalty and for the obligations of a vassal to his lord still exercised over minds imbued with tradition. Moreover, none of the great feudatories who shared the government of the kingdom among them would have been strong enough to overthrow the Capetian dynasty. Independently of the rivalry between great houses, in which their strength was exhausted, the princes found themselves, from the middle of the 11th century, a little sooner or a little later according to the province they ruled, involved in a struggle with internal difficulties which often paralyzed their efforts. One of the feudal states for which the history is best known is the county of Anjou. It has already been seen how under the two counts, Fulk Nera (987–1040) and Geoffrey Martel (1040–1060), the county of Anjou, spreading beyond its frontiers on all sides, had been steadily enlarged at the expense of its neighbors. The count's authority was everywhere strong and respected, and as he had his lay vassals and clergy well in hand, they had a general awe of him. And yet the germs of disintegration were already present. Indeed, in order to provide for the protection of their territories, and above all to have a basis of attack against their neighbors, the counts of Anjou had, from the end of the 10th century, been led to cover their country with a network of strongholds. But to construct the great stone keeps, donjons, which at that time were beginning to take the place of mere wooden buildings, and to guard them, time, men, and money were needed. Therefore, quite naturally, the counts had not hesitated to grant them out as fiefs, leaving to their vassals the task of completing and defending them. As a result, within a short time the county had come to be filled not merely with castles, but with a multitude of lords castellans handing on the domain and the fortress from father to son. In this way, Fulk Nera about 994 built the castle of Langier, and almost immediately we note that Langier becomes the seat of a new feudal family. Hamelin I, Lord of Langier, comes into view about 1030, and when he dies, circa 1065, his fief passes to his descendants. A few years after, Fulk built the castle of Montreveau, and immediately invested Stephen, brother-in-law of Hubert, the late Bishop of Angers, with it. Here again a new lordship had been founded, as Stephen had married his daughter Emma to Raoul, Viscount of Le Mans, who succeeded his father-in-law, and took the title of Viscount of Grand Montreveau, while close by, on land which had also been received as a fief from Fulk Nera by a certain Roger the Old, the fortress and family of Petit Montreveau had grown up. About the same time, Fulk had founded the castle of Montreuil-Bellay, and again he had without delay enfiefed it to his vassal Bellay. A little later, Geoffrey Martel had built the castles of Durtal and Mateflon, and enfiefed them to two of his knights. In the same way, lords castellans had been installed at Passavant before 1026, at Maulevrier, at Fay-le-Veneuse, at Saint-Maur, and at Trèves before 1040, all of these being castles built by the count. Everywhere great families had arisen. Here, that of Brialais, who had received the castle as a fief from Fulk Nera; there, that of Beaupréau, founded by Jocelyn of Rennes, a soldier of fortune, no doubt singled out by Fulk Nera. At this time also had their origin the houses of Chemillé, of Montsereau, of Blaison, of Montjean, of Craon, of Jarzé, of Rouillé, of Troissé, and others, established in their castles, which secured them the dominion of the surrounding flat country, and by that very fact forming a higher class among the barons, daily strengthening their position by the marriages which they concluded among themselves, leading to the concentration of several castles in a single pair of hands. The great vassals were only waiting an opportunity to show their independence. This was supplied by a dispute which arose over the succession. Geoffrey Martel, dying childless in 1060, had left his county to his eldest nephew, Geoffrey the Bearded, already Count of Gâtinais, whereupon the younger nephew, Fulk Méchant, declaring himself aggrieved, rose in rebellion without delay. Geoffrey the Bearded, by his unskilful policy, precipitated the crisis. A discontented party growing up in the country gathered itself around Fulk. In the end, Geoffrey was seized and thrown into prison, while Fulk gained his own recognition as Count, 1068. But in the course of the conflict, which lasted several years, the passions of the great barons who had been called on to take sides in it had been given free play. For months together Fulk was obliged to struggle with the rebels, to go and besiege them in their castles, and to repress their ravages. When at last he succeeded in gaining general recognition, the country, as he himself acknowledges in one of his charters, was a mere heap of ruins. Even the general submission was only apparent. After 1068, revolts still broke out in all parts of the county. Thus, on the death of Sulpicius, lord of Amboise and Chaumont, it was in obedience to threats that Fulk set at liberty Hugh, son and successor of the deceased, who had been given up to him as a hostage. Soon after, the count decided to commit the custody of his castle at Amboise, called the Domicile, to a certain Emery of Coron. This choice was distasteful to Hugh's men, 5 of whom slipped into the donjon, surprised the watchman whom they made prisoner, and planted their master's standard on the tower. Hugh, meanwhile, retired to a fortified mansion which he possessed in the town, and set himself to harass the count's troops. At last Fulk came up, and, not daring to try conclusions with his adversary, preferred a compromise with him. Their agreement did not last long, as the unsubdued vassal was merely watching his opportunity to rebel afresh. Suddenly, in 1106, one day when the castellan of the Domicile, Hugh de Gouet, was out hunting in the direction of Romontmartin, Hugh of Amboise surprised the castle and destroyed it. The struggle began again. Fulk Méchant, calling to his aid several of his vassals, Aubray, lord of Montresor, and Jocelyn and Hugh, sons of the lord of Saint-Maur, flung himself upon Saint-Cyr, one of the hereditary possessions of the house of Chaumont and Amboise. Hugh of Amboise, supported by his brother-in-law John, lord of Lienhart, retorted by pillaging the suburbs of Tours and the environs of Loches, Montrichard, and Montresor. In all directions the same situation was reproduced. One day it was the lord of Allouis, Saint-Christophe, and Verrières who rebelled. Another day it was the lord of Maillet. Again he of Lyon d'Angers. In 1097 he of Roche-Corbon. A regular campaign was required against Bartholomew, lord of L'Ille-Bouchard. A fortress had to be built at Champigny-sur-Voude, which, by the way, Bartholomew seized and set on fire, taking the garrison prisoners. Fulk was incapable of resisting so many rebels. Following the example of Philip I, he handed over his military powers to his son, Geoffrey Martel the Younger. Zealous, feared by the barons, in sympathy with churchmen, the young count entered boldly on the struggle with those who still held out. With his father he took Le Châtre and burnt Thouars, and was about to lay siege to Condé, but he was killed in 1106, and with him disappeared the only man who might have proved a serious obstacle to baronial independence. In the other provinces the situation seems to have been almost the same. In Normandy, on the accession of William the Bastard, the mutterings of revolt were heard. Defeated at Val-de-Dune in 1047, the rebels were forced to submit, but on the smallest opportunity fresh defections occurred. Shut up in their castles, the rebellious vassals defied their sovereign. The revolt of William Bussac, lord of Eu, about 1048, and above all that of William of Arc in 1053, are, in this respect, thoroughly characteristic. The latter fortified himself on a height and awaited, unmoved, the arrival of the ducal army. It attempted in vain to storm his fortress. Its position was inaccessible, and the duke was obliged to abandon the idea of taking it by force. In the end, however, he reduced it, because the King of France, hastening up to the relief of the rebel, allowed himself to be deplorably defeated. William of Arc, however, held out to the very last extremity, and stood a siege of several weeks before he was reduced by famine. In 1077 it was Robert Curthose, William the Conqueror's own son, who gave the signal for revolt. This spendthrift complained of want of money. Quote, "I have not even the means," he said to his father, "of giving largesse to my vassals. I have had enough of being in thy pay. I am determined now at length to enter into possession of my inheritance so that I may reward my followers." He demanded that the Norman duchy should be handed over to him to be held as a fief under his father. Enraged at the refusal he received, he abruptly quitted the conqueror's court, drawing after him the lords of Belem, Breteuil, Montbray, and Moulin-la-Marche, and wandered through France in quest of allies and succors. Finally, he shut himself up in the castle of Gerberoy, in the Beauvaisis, but on the borders of Normandy, welcoming all the discontented who came to him, and fortified in his donjon, he made defiance to the wrath of his father. Once again, a whole army had to be levied to subdue him. Philip I of France was called on to lend his aid. But the two allied kings met with the most desperate resistance. For 3 weeks they tried in vain to take the place by surprise. Robert, in the end, made a sortie. William the Conqueror, thrown from the saddle, was all but made prisoner. William, his younger son, was wounded. The whole besieging army was ignominiously put to flight, January 1079, and nothing remained for the conqueror but to give a favorable hearing to his rebel son's promises of submission on his father's pledging himself to leave Normandy to him at his death. As soon as William the Conqueror had closed his eyes, 9 September 1087, and Robert had become Duke of Normandy, the barons rose, seized some ducal castles, and spread desolation through the land. The anarchy soon reached its height when the rupture between Robert and his brother William occurred. Thenceforward, revolt never ceased within the duchy. Aided by the King of England, who sent them subsidies, the rebels fortified themselves behind the walls of their castles and braved the Duke's troops. In November 1090, the rebellion spread even to the citizens of Rouen. Weak and fitful as he was in character, even Robert was forced to spend his time in besieging the castles of his feudatories, who, luckily for him, agreed no better with one another than with their duke. In 1088 he besieged and took Saint-Seinery, in 1090 Brionne. In 1091 he besieged Courcy-sur-Dive, and then Mont-Saint-Michel, where his brother Henry had fortified himself. In 1094 he besieged Bréval. Thus incessantly occupied in defending their authority in their own territories, the Dukes of Normandy, like the Counts of Anjou, and like all the other great feudatories of the kingdom, found themselves in a position which made it impossible for them seriously to threaten the power of the Capetian sovereign. Each ruler, absorbed by the internal difficulties with which he had to struggle, followed a shifting policy of temporary expedients. The period is essentially one of isolation, of purely local activity. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark DeSanzo. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 3, Germany and the Western Empire. France in the 11th Century, Part 4, by Louis Halphen. Since France was thus split up into fragments, it would be in vain to attempt to give a comprehensive view of it. The more general aspects of civilization, the feudal and religious life of the 11th century, both in France and in the other countries of Western Europe, will be examined in succeeding chapters. But some information must be given touching the characteristics of each of the great fiefs into which France was then divided, e.g., in what manner these states were organized, what authority belonged to the ruler of each of them, who and what were those counts and dukes whose power often counterbalanced that of the king. Owing to the lack of good detailed works on the period, something must necessarily be wanting in any attempt to satisfy curiosity on all these points. Flanders. On the northern frontier of the kingdom, the county of Flanders is one of the fiefs which presents itself to us under a most singular aspect. Vassal both of the King of France for the greater part of his lands, and of the Emperor for the islands of Zealand, the Quatre Métiers, and the district of Allo, the Count of Flanders in reality enjoyed almost complete independence. Kings, says a chronicler of the period, William of Poitiers, feared and respected him. Dukes, marquesses, and bishops trembled before his power. From the beginning of the 10th century he was considered to have the largest income in the whole kingdom, and in the middle of the 11th century an archbishop of Rheims could still speak of his immense riches, such that it would be difficult to find another mortal possessed of the like." Great was the ascendancy exercised by Baldwin V of Lille, 1036 to 1067. As guardian of Philip I, King of France, he administered the government of the kingdom from 1060 to 1066, and by marrying his eldest son to the Countess of Hainaut, he succeeded in extending the authority of his house as far as the Ardennes, 1050. Robert the Frisian, 1071 to 1093, bore himself like a sovereign prince. He had an international policy, and we find him making an alliance with Denmark in order to counterbalance the commercial influence of England. He gave one of his daughters in marriage to Canute, King of Denmark, and in conjunction with him prepared for a descent upon the British Isles. The Count was even strong enough, it appears, to give Flanders immunity, to a large extent, from the general anarchy. By procuring his own recognition as advocate or protector of all the monasteries in his states, by monopolizing for his own benefit the institution of the peace of God which the Church was then striving to spread, by substituting himself for the bishops in the office of guardian of this peace, the Count imposed himself throughout Flanders as lord and supreme judge in his state. He peremptorily claimed the right of authorizing the building of castles. He proclaimed himself the official defender of the widow, the orphan, the merchant, and the cleric, and he rigorously punished robbery on the highways and outrages upon women. He had a regularly organized administration to second his efforts. His domains were divided into castellanies, or circumscriptions, each centering in a castle. In each of these castles was placed the military chief, the castellan or viscount, along with a notary who levied the dues of the castellani, transmitting them to the notary-in-chief or chancellor of Flanders, who drew into a common treasury all the revenues of the country. Thus it is not strange that Flanders should have attained earlier than other provinces to a degree of prosperity well worthy of remark. As regards agriculture, we find the counts themselves giving an impulse to important enterprises of clearing and draining in the districts bordering on the sea, while in the interior the monastic foundations contributed largely to the extension of cultivation and of grazing lands. At the same time, the cloth industry was so far developed that the home-grown wool no longer sufficed to occupy the workmen. Wool from neighboring countries was sent in great quantities to the Flemish fairs, and already commerce was bringing Flanders into contact with England, Germany, and Scandinavia. Champagne and Blois. The contrast with the territories of the Counts of Champagne is striking. Here there is no unity. The lands ruled by the Count have no cohesion whatever. Only the chances of succession, which at the opening of the 11th century caused the counties of Troyes and Meaux to pass into the hands of Otto II, Count of Blois, Tours, and Chartres, 996 to 1037. The Count's power naturally suffered from the scattered position of his lands. The first to unite under his authority the two principalities of Blois and Champagne, Otto II, has left in history only a reputation for blundering activity and perpetual mutability. In Touraine, in place of steadily resisting the encroaching policy of the Counts of Anjou, we find him rushing headlong into one wild enterprise after another, invading Lorraine on the morrow of his defeat by Fauquenerat at Pont-le-Voix in 1016, then joining with reckless eagerness in the chimerical projects of Robert the Pious for dismembering the inheritance of the Emperor Henry II, 1024, and upon the death of Rodolph III, flinging himself upon the kingdom of Burgundy, 1032. We shall see how the adventurer fared, how Odo, after a brilliant and rapid campaign, found himself face to face with the Emperor Conrad, threatened not only by him but by Henry I, King of France, whose enmity, by a triumph of unskilful handling, he had brought upon himself. A prompt retreat alone saved him, but it was only to throw himself into a new project. He at once invaded Lorraine, carrying fire and sword through the country. He began negotiations with the Italian prelates with a view to obtaining the Lombard crown, and even dreamed of an expedition to Aix-la-Chapelle to snatch the imperial scepter from his rival. But the army of Lorraine had assembled to bar his way. A battle was fought on 15 November 1037 in the neighborhood of Bar, and Odo met with a pitiful end on the field of carnage, where his stripped and mutilated body was found next day. With the successors of Odo II came almost complete obscurity. The counties of Champagne and Blois, separated for a brief interval by his death, then reunited up to 1090 under the rule of Theobald III, go on in an uneventful course, diminished by the loss of Touraine, which the Counts of Anjou succeeded indefinitely annexing. Burgundy. The history of the Duchy of Burgundy in the 11th century is hardly less obscure. Its dukes, Robert I, son of King Robert the Pious, Hugh and Otto Borel, seem to have been insignificant enough, with neither domains, nor money, nor a policy. Although theoretically they were masters of their very extensive territories, they saw the greater part of their possessions slip from under their control to form genuine little semi-independent principalities, such for example as the counties of Chalon-sur-Saône and Mâcon, or else ecclesiastical lordships such as the Abbey of Molesme, which, before 50 years from its foundation, 1075, came to possess immense domains all over the north of Burgundy as well as in southern Champagne. There is thus no reason for surprise that the Dukes of Burgundy in the 11th century should play rather a petty part. Robert I, 1032 to 1076, seems, unlike a duke, to have been the type of an unscrupulous petty tyrant such as at this period the lords of the smaller castles too often were. His life was spent in pillaging the lands of his vassals, and especially those of the church. He carried off the crops of the Bishop of Autun, seized upon the tithes of the churches of his diocese, and swooped down upon the cellars of the canons of St. Stephen of Dijon. His reputation as a robber was so well established throughout his country that about 1055 Ardouin, Bishop of Langres, dares not adventure himself in the neighborhood of Dijon to dedicate the church of Senecey, fearing, says a charter, quote, to be exposed to the violence of the Duke, end quote. He hesitates at no crime to satisfy his appetites and his desire for vengeance, breaks into the abbey of Saint-Germain at Auxerre by armed force, has his young brother-in-law Jacquerin assassinated, and with his own hand kills his father-in-law Dalmatius, Lord of Semur. His grandson and successor, Hugh I, 1076 to 1079, was far from imitating the example set him, but he was quite as incapable as Robert of establishing any real control over Burgundy, and after having taken part in a distant expedition into Spain to succor Sancho I of Aragon, he suddenly carried his contempt for the world so far as to exchange a soldier's restless life for cloistered peace, becoming a monk at the age of 23. Otto Borel, Hugh's brother, 1079 to 1102, returned to the family tradition and became a highway robber. We have on this subject a curious anecdote, related by an eyewitness, Eadmar, chaplain to Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury. As Anselm was passing through Burgundy in 1097 on his way to Rome, the Duke was informed of his approach and of the chance it afforded of booty worth taking. Allured by the account, Odo, mounting his horse immediately, took Anselm and his escort by surprise. "Where is the Archbishop?" he cried in a threatening tone. Yet at the last moment, confronted by the calm and venerable demeanor of the prelate, some remnant of shame held him back, and instead of falling on him, he stood confounded, not knowing what to say. Quote, "My Lord Duke," said Anselm to him, "suffer me to embrace thee." End quote. In his confusion, the Duke could only reply, quote, "Willingly, for I am delighted at thy coming and ready to serve thee." End quote. It is possible that the good Eadmar has manipulated the incident somewhat, yet it is a significant anecdote. Evidently the Duke of Burgundy was looked upon as a common bandit. Anjou. The county of Anjou presents us with a case intermediary between Flanders, which was strong and already partly centralized, and that of Burgundy, which was split up and in a state of disintegration. It has already been related in detail how, from the middle of the 11th century onwards, the Count was engaged in the interior of his state in combating a crowd of turbulent barons strongly ensconced in their castles. But in spite of this temporary weakening of the Count's authority, the Angevin lands form, even in the second half of the 11th century, a coherent whole of which the Count is the effective head. Controlling the episcopal see of Angers, which could not be filled up without his consent, and finding commonly in the bishop a devoted and active helper ready to brave archbishops, legates, councils, and popes at his side, secure of the loyalty of the greater number of the secular clergy, master of the chief abbeys also, besides being, as it would seem, rich in lands and revenues, the Count, in spite of everything, remains an imposing figure. Under Fulcrachin, 1067 to 1109, when the spirit of independence among the lesser Angevin fiefholders was at its height, the great lords of the county, such as those of Touarset and Trèves, were to be found contending for the offices about the count's court, which was organized apparently on the model of the royal court, in a regular fashion, with a seneschal, a constable, and a chaplain, who was also charged with the work of the chancery, chamberlains, cellarers, etc. Nothing, however, more plainly shows the space which the Counts of Anjou filled in the minds of contemporaries than the considerable body of literature which, throughout the 11th century and up to the middle of the 12th, gathered round them, by means of which we have come to know them better, perhaps, than even most of their contemporaries did. Few figures, for instance, are stranger or more characteristic of the time than that of Fulk-Nerra, whose long reign, 987 to 1040, corresponds with the most glorious part of the formative period of the county. He appears before us as a man ardent and fierce of mood, giving free course to his ambition and cupidity, and governed by a passion for war, then suddenly checking himself at the thought of eternal retribution, and trying by some gift or some penance to obtain pardon from God or the saints whom his violence must needs have offended. One charter shows him to us too much engrossed in warfare to give a thought to ecclesiastical affairs. In another there is an allusion to his fierce, hasty temper, incapable of bearing any contradiction. Does he find himself hampered by a rival? He will not show himself scrupulous in the choice of means of getting rid of him. In 1025 he lured the Count of Maine, Herbert Wakedog, into an ambush, giving him a rendezvous at Saintes, which he said he intended to grant him as a fief in order to put an end to a dispute which had arisen between them. Herbert presented himself unsuspectingly, and was seized and thrown into prison, while the gentle Hildegard, the Countess of Anjou, planned a similar fate for his wife. Less dexterous than her husband, she missed her stroke, but Herbert maintained 2 years under lock and key, and was only set at liberty after the deepest humiliations. A few years before, in 1008, the Count of the Palace, Hugh of Beauvais, being an obstacle to his designs, Fulk posted cutthroats to wait for him while he was hunting in company with the king, and had him stabbed under the very eyes of the sovereign. Elsewhere, on the contrary, we find him, stricken with fear, making a donation to the church of Saint Maurice of Angers, for the salvation of his sinful soul, and to obtain pardon for the terrible massacre of Christians whom he had caused to perish at the battle of Conquerolles, which he had fought in 992 against the Count of Rennes. A charter shows him in 996, just as Tours had been taken, forcing his way into the cloister of Saint Martin, and suddenly, when he saw the canons wreathing the shrine and the crucifix with thorns, and shutting the gates of their church, coming in haste, humbled and barefoot, to make satisfaction before the tomb of the saints whom he had insulted. In 1026, when he took Saumur, being carried away at first by his fury, he pillaged and burnt everything, not even sparing the church of Saint Florent. Then, his rude type of piety suddenly reasserting itself, he cried out, Saint Florent, let thy church be burned, I will build thee a finer dwelling at Angers. But as the saint refused to be won over by fair promises, and as the boat on which Fulk had had his body shipped refused to stir, the Count burst out furiously against, this impious fellow, this clown, who declines the honor of being buried at Angers. His violence is great, but his penances are not less striking. In 1002 or 1003 he set out for Jerusalem. Hardly had he returned when he defiled himself afresh by the murder of Hugh of Beauvais, and again there was a journey to the Holy Land from which neither the perils of an eventful voyage nor the hostility of the infidel could deter him. 1008. Finally, at the end of 1039, when he was nearly 70 years old, he did not hesitate, for the sake of his salvation once again, to brave the fatigues and dangers of a last pilgrimage to our Saviour's tomb. All this shows a nature fiery and even savage, but constantly influenced by the dread of heaven's vengeance, and legend has copiously embroidered both aspects. This violent-tempered man has been turned into the type of the most revolting ferocity. He has been depicted as stabbing his wife, giving up Angers itself to the flames, forcing his rebellious son, the proud and fiery Geoffrey Martel, to go several miles with a saddle on his back, and then, when he humbly dragged himself along the ground towards him, brutally thrusting him away with his foot, uttering cries of triumph. He has been made the type of the brave and cunning warrior, capable of performing the most extraordinary feats. For instance, he is represented as overhearing, through a partition wall, talk of an attempt upon his capital, plotted during his absence by the sons of Conan, Count of Rennes. Instantly he gallops without stopping from Orleans to Angers, where he cuts his enemies to pieces, and hastens back to Orleans with such speed that there has not even been time to remark his absence. He has been made to figure as the defender of the Pope, whom by his marvelous exploits he saves from the fiercest robbers and from the formidable Crescentius himself. Finally, he has been credited with so subtle a brain as to know how to avoid all the traps which the utmost ingenuity of the infidels could set for him to hinder his approach to the sepulchre of Christ. Out of this man, on whom the fear of heaven's wrath would sometimes fall, legend has made the ideal type of the repentant sinner. Not 3 times, but 4 or 5 times he is represented to have performed the pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and is pictured as having himself dragged half naked, with a cord round his neck, through the streets of Jerusalem, scourged by 2 grooms, and crying aloud, "Lord, have pity upon the traitor." Does not all this exaggeration of the good as well as the evil in him, these legendary, almost epic touches, do more to convince us than any argument could of the strange importance which the Angevins of the period attributed to the person of the Count? In comparison with the shadowy figures of the kings who succeeded one another on the throne of France, that of Fulk-Nerra stands out in high relief against the drab background of level history. End of section 17.